Fuck it. Who needs an intro? I'm sorry, Marvin. I'm sorry. Who needs an intro, man? Ladies and gentlemen, people, how's it going? How are we doing? I'm letting everybody kind of get in here. My hair's a bit of a mess, as it always is. I need a fucking haircut. Um, I've been out I've been out for a little bit. Met some interesting I met some interesting people earlier. And well, yeah, I met one guy who when he graduated in 65 and he got to attend the original Monterey Pop Festival. He's like, "Do you know what you're not going to know what this is. Do you know what the Monterey Pop?" I'm like, "Do I know what that is?" He saw fucking Jimi Hendrix live. Dude, my watch I'm getting skinnier, man. I gotta fucking get a tighter watch. He saw Jimi Hendrix live, Janis Joplin. It's cool as fuck. Did you link with Kel? Why would I link with Kel? What? Well, so there's been a lot that has fucking happened. I mean, I don't really even know where to start. Um, we've got a total like I made this announcement, and I'll say it again on stream. I get people like to make jokes. I get it. Okay, I understand. We're at war right now, of people attempting to maliciously, and I've dealt with this before, of people maliciously mischaracterizing the nature of my Discord, right? When people were claiming I ran a Lio Convoy, like, doxing chat or whatever, filled with Lio Convoy A-logs. But we have people right now that are going to be analyzing everything in an attempt to maliciously characterize it. Be careful with what you say. And although I don't think random chatters are a target of anything, make sure your fucking OPSEC is in order. Make sure that you are not doxable, or it would be very hard to dox you. Somebody would have to go through a lot of steps to do it. Because at this point, nothing surprises me. A while ago, Dan Saltman joined my server and tried to get into IC chat. What that was for, I don't know. I think he thinks that I run something adjacent to whatever is happening, because he brought up IC today with Chud. I think he thinks that I'm running something adjacent to, like, the Snark left or Spicy. I don't give a fuck about Destiny. I haven't really cared that much. The whole point of me making my own thing was to, like, get away from, like, people that were obsessed with the guy. I agree with all of them. I just don't care to talk about it nearly as much as they do. So that was, like, the whole point. So I don't really, like, run anything that has anything to do with that. With that being said, I guess a while ago I was invited by Kosher Kathy to a Discord server known as the Snark left or whatever. Like many servers I'm in, I joined it and then never looked in it. I think I typed in there once and then I never looked at it again. I believed at one point, approximately a few months ago, that this chat was purposefully and maliciously coordinating to lie about me. And of course, I don't like that. So I kind of went on my own little mini crusade against this chat, and I was about to do a stream on it, and I decided not to, because I knew if I did a stream on it, even if I had gripes, I would be bringing attention to it that would get a whole lot of innocent people doxed and, like, mischaracterized, like, the nature of why they were in that server. I have chatters that don't know anything about EHD that are in that server. You know, so I don't want, like, a bunch of fucking, you know, randos getting fucked with by DGG. But this server, to my knowledge, was never a doxing server. This server, to my knowledge, was never a... Like, the thing about Kathy is, Kathy likes to walk... There's a line that exists of things we find acceptable. Kathy's willing to respect that line, but he likes to walk right on it. So sometimes you think to yourself, okay, has he gone too far? I thought he went too far in a few instances, and I'd banned him, and then I'd been talked out of it. and he's able to play ball. He doesn't cross a certain line if I demand it from him. But I haven't seen any evidence of him doxing anybody or anything like that. So I don't really know what the big focus on this server is. A long time ago, when I was that long of a time, when Dioria reestablished the bridge with me, and I was in a call with him, he had said something, which I can't quote verbatim because I don't remember it well enough to quote it verbatim, but he had said something that led me to believe that Dan Saltman had infiltrated the Snark Left Discord server and was also, he was potentially planning on taking action against whoever ran like the website that was archiving his chats or whatever. So I'd warned the person who ran that website, and I didn't warn Kathy about the Snark Left being infiltrated because at that point I didn't like Kathy. I told Kathy about it like 2 weeks later, it might have been 2 weeks later when I no longer didn't like Kathy. But I don't know what came of that. But apparently the whole server got leaked, and this has now culminated in ChudLogic and Queeman debating Destiny and Dan Saltman live on stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from the beginning. We're going to take a look at the Loner Box stream. We're then going to, and by the way, anyone who disagrees on it is willing to call in, and that goes for Destiny, Dan, Loner, who are not watching, but if for whatever reason you are, I would be very happy to have a discussion about this, because I think this is like an easy win. Let's get into this. It's an hour long. We're gonna skip. We're gonna do a lot of skipping through the initial, because we got a whole debate to get through. So trust me, I have a worry. However bad you think your attention span is, mine is worse. I'm not gonna fucking keep you on some boring shit for too long. Dan might be watching. Yeah, Dan knows who I am. Dan's been monitoring me. I'm on his radar, apparently. And if Dan has any questions for me directly, he is more than welcome to call into my stream for us to discuss this. I'd be happy to do that. 2 times that shit? That's what we're gonna do. I'm sorry, like, I don't know too much about Loner Box to like or dislike him. But what I will say is this guy's like inflection makes him one of the most boring people to possibly fucking listen to, bro. Hold up. Shit. So it's called 200 gigabytes of pure unemployment, exposing the secret Snarker Discord.
Something small I want to get out of the way before we start the content. It turns out this stream title.
Oh, I forgot to announce the live on the server.
Has a bit of a double meaning, because not more than an hour ago, I was sent some interesting information. The title was originally supposed to be, going to like the UK, sending that ship called HMS Dragon over to the Middle East to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. So that's exciting. Whoa, Britain going to war overseas, woo! But actually, there's something else as well that I don't know how much I care for, but I guess it's funny. So there's this good Samaritan who has been sending me kind of like sparse information for a little while, but today it's just kind of gotten a lot bigger. Well, they've given me a lot more, but where did it start? Okay, so today I get told that, maybe earlier today, I got told that Sulfur, who used to be a mod in this Discord, who is no longer, was making a video about me. And that
who the fuck is Sulfur? I'm so out of the loop. I don't even know who the mod was. Who is Sulfur?
She might be making it with Queeman, maybe Tony, who comes in, who's still a regular in the stream, and maybe JStock is involved somehow. But again, like I'm not exactly sure how involved each person is, other than that there's like a kind of.
He's talking about teeny tiny Tony, who is a fucking idiot that falsely accused me of doxing, and to his credit, conceded after getting destroyed in a fucking debate.
A little collab back and forth going on with like sharing stuff and clips, and most of it just looks like a copy paste of the Beast Process article, albeit from people who are less intelligent and less coherent. But as for the Beast Bros article, I probably will respond to that at some point because
Also, just really quick to contextualize, there have been allegations of Destiny has attempted to and actually doxed several people in our community, and from specifically from Chud's community and Quimon's community. Now, and there's layover obviously with me on that front, but the whole rationale that people like food shops have given on Destiny's behalf, etc., hinges on this premise that the people that are willing to utilize doxing, who don't like Destiny, Kiwi Farms, etc., those types, and the types that also dislike Destiny, they use the same tactics. They're in coordination. So if you make the whole group look like they're willing to utilize doxing as a tactic, then you're able to justify to your audience. I don't think this is a good justification because I think it should just be considered wrong on principle. But you're able to sort of justify to your audience why it would be okay to dox anybody that gives you criticism. And essentially, my guess is, my inference is, the reason that Dan is prowling all these Discord servers, the reason Destiny's looking into this is because they want to find the base of coordination. They want to find where it's happening. They believe it's happening. They want to figure out where. For whatever reason, they constantly bring up Spicy chat. Spicy is a dead fucking chat. No offense. I like several people in there. Spicy is like like your same handful of unks who don't do things like doxing. Even things like the F slur will get you banned there for like a week, etc. Nothing is happening in Spicy chat. Literally nothing. So I don't know why they thought that was the base of coordination.
as far as criticisms go, I don't feel like it's going to get any better than that against me, so or any more challenging. So yeah, I'll probably go through that at some point. I don't think it's particularly damning of me, but yeah, we can do that another time. But that's one thing. Like, okay, so I know that there's this video being made and people can criticize me. I don't really care. But then I'm given this enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back.
Why is this their focus now? Well, it's simple, right? Queeman has been, and Queeman and co, the people that relitigate Queeman's narrative online, have been a thorn in Destiny's side, a pain in his fucking ass. And by virtue, they've been a pain in the ass to people like Lonerbox, to people like fucking Dan, right? And it's not a monolith. You have all these like co-occurring groups that have converging interests that utilize different tactics and dislike different people differently, right? So I know that like Kathy has like harped on this like Lonerbox dude. I don't really know if the same follows with like Queeman. It could, right? But the ultimate reason for all of this is because it's inconvenient for Destiny.
To I think autumn of last year, and I had a quick look at like some of the people who were in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of you'll see them. There's like a kind of small group of reply guys and kind of like troll chatters. Some people call them snarkers. They usually.
So this is where we can confirm coordination is happening. Not in a bad way, because it is not necessarily wrong to coordinate. Everybody does it. Destiny does it with DGG, etc. It depends on what you're coordinating for. And the Snark left Discord server, it seems, predominantly function as a place to coordinate narratives, not like doxing or reporting, etc. So it's where clipping accounts would organize and reiterate narratives. And if those narratives are defensible, there's absolutely nothing wrong with coordinating to disseminate said narratives in the form of clips, etc. Every major streamer does it. Every major streamer, to some extent, does this. And I don't understand why like that on its face is like necessarily like suspicious to anyone.
Hang out in like the JStalk, Queeman, sometimes in Peace Coast community. They show up here every now and then. They show up in Soy Pills community. They brigaded Kalinda a couple of times just as she was starting to stream. And I know now that they brigaded. I know now that it was an intentional coordinated brigade, even albeit with not that many people. But don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to clip farm each other, and they'll do the little tweets with all caps and the sirens on each side. Most of these clips and tweets don't really go that far, but then once in a blue moon, Hassan will repost them, and then they'll like celebrate in this Discord that Hassan has like liked or reposted their tweets. So there's this little crowd, and they're active basically all the time, talking shit, being weird. They're kind of like the final bosses of unemployment. There's maybe a bit of a common thread amongst them. Like a lot of them are. One thing that a lot of them have in common is that a lot of them have tried their hand at creating at some point and just not done very well at it. Like they're kind of failures.
True.
And a lot of them also seem to share this one thing in common, and they've discovered or they've been seduced by this. Once every few months, Hassan will repost us and boost us.
Also not true. I think correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Hassan rarely engages with the Snarkers. He signaled his support on a few occasions, but it's sort of like minimal. Like, people are obviously not motivated by the prospect of like clout from Hassan based on how little Hassan actually offers any clout from this activity. Yeah, he did push Kilo's video, but that was even surprising to me because I haven't really seen him be like, he's referenced Queeman before to my knowledge, but I haven't really seen him ever, you know, or often really like push or promote Snarkers. That's not the primary motivation.
Motif. That's kind of the thing. But I don't really know if I'm going to care to like read all the shit that I'm given for. It's just so much, and I don't really like stuff like that is generally not that interesting to me. And although some of the stuff that they've said about me, I guess, is kind of fascinating. The psychoanalysis that goes on and whatever else, and the two-facedness.
I'll admit, you have commentary types that used to hold things to more sense, and then you have snarkers, right? And the snarkers and commentators have become mingled. But what I think distinguishes snarkers like Kathy from people like me is they're willing to run with narratives that are not necessarily, that they don't necessarily wholeheartedly believe in, or can substantiate, right? Or they'll run with narratives just to bother people. Now, I think that's annoying. I've been at the receiving end of it. I think it's annoying as fuck, but I don't think it's any like any great moral issue. And it's really just been like one person, maybe like two people I've seen actually be like willing to snark to that extent. Most of the claims I see being litigated from that side of the community are absolutely able to be substantiated. And if that's the case, you can coordinate to disseminate it, right?
Question I did have though, again, like if you want to make a video critiquing me, that's fine. I would be curious why they would use Sulfur as like their researcher though. That was a little bit jarring to me because I remember quite well.
What's up, Jerry?
Sulfur, if you guys don't remember, used to be a mod in this community. She was demodded for reasons we've been over a few times. But she didn't get kicked out of the server. She left willingly. And one of the reasons I think she left was because I had called out the fact. I didn't name her, but I guess I can now.
See, everybody has a different motivation for, because EHD has so many players. Like, I think Kathy was at first an anti-Ethan person. Kathy's in this community now because, well, we're anti-Ethan people, right? But then there are people who were anti-Destiny types that have been brought in because Destiny's aligns with Ethan against Hassan. The people are not doing this for the prospect of the people that he's referring to, the most problematic types who aren't even that problematic. We're not trying their hand to be creators, and almost never, if ever, have been interacted with by Hassan. The motivations like for doing this like differ. In this person's case, the Sulfur person, it seems like maybe spiteful. I don't know.
About the fact that she had contributed quite strongly to falsely accusing someone in his Discord of sexual harassment. She had produced this whole like 50-page document because she does that. She'll like overwhelm people with information, or like she's the kind of person who would like, her whole thing in this Discord was like to get into arguments, and as soon as she was losing, she would just tell people to read. She'd just link some like massive 90-page research paper or link them a book and like tell them to read it and come back, and like you're not
Gish Gallop
equipped until you've read this entire thing. And then sometimes I think once I read the thing that she'd given me in this argument, like Holodomor or something, and it wasn't actually supporting the thing that she said in the slightest. I was like really fucking cringe. Like I don't know if I can remind you guys of like, and then there was a problem as well because
Dude, I could do a lot more debate, but it would be the worst optics ever, Dan. I'd look like a commie. I'd actually just look like a commie.
Wanted to show why this document and why this evidence against David in our community was false, why this accusation was false. But I couldn't because the person involved was someone who was like really did not want to be spoken about in public anymore. Like they'd gone private, and I respected that wish. So I'm in a position where I have really little to work with because showing all the evidence that exonerates David includes other people who don't want to be spoken about publicly ever. And I'm still to this day honoring that wish, even though I really don't think I don't know how necessarily fair it is, but you know, I'm a bit of a doormat. So like this was an example of what was in this 50-page document that still gets referred to every now and then. I don't know if you remember me covering this, but this is from like 10 months ago. Well, this guy, this you. I'm like, you're my little Sandra. I'm like, well, okay, oh, wow. This is from a while ago. This is named Purple. This isn't from today. It was screenshotted on the day, ages ago. I'm like, okay, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty weird thing to say to someone. That's pretty spicy. But I look at the context. He's saying a two-way racist relationship. Imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word. You're my little Sandra redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like
they were claiming that it was directed at. Yeah, I mean that's pretty bad.
This is like a racket, okay? This is like a smear campaign, okay? That's some bad faith right there. Fuck.
If they cropped it like that, yeah, I wouldn't trust this person to fucking tie my shoe. Nevertheless, like mod a server. If they're cropping shit like that, yeah, that's super fucking misleading. Unless I'm missing something.
Just been spending like the weekend going through a bunch of these and being like, oh my god, I'm like fucking Neo, and I feel bad. I feel like an asshole now. I feel like a dumb fuck because I literally spent like I took a stream to talk about this like misogyny in the community and like and specifically David in particular. And David in particular.
We might need to have a chat about that. We might need to have a chat about that soon. We had to talk about misogyny in this community a little while ago. Or wait, I'm not covering.
So yeah. Ouchie. big ouch. Life is ironic, self forgets. Like, it's just lots of that. I don't know, like, which to me, like doing. Also, I will say, having seen a tiny sliver of information from this Discord that is that I've been told about, the fact that even this, or even this if it were in isolation, or the full context, whatever, like even the fact that this is being used as evidence against someone is just so like it's so fun. It's so ironic to me now that I've seen the kind of shit that these people say when I guess they don't think anyone's watching because they're just like a very small group of people. But I don't really know what I want to do with it though, because it's just I've kind of been wanting to avoid.
Well, how is this? What does this have to do with this? Okay, so the Sulfur person was a mod, and they were separately litigating these like claims using dishonestly cropped screenshots against this David person or whatever. I thought that guy was in jail. Get it, guys? Same name. I love people who like the joke is that the two people have the same common first name. But I guess my question is, how does that necessarily reflect on the people in the fucking server? Chat moving so fast. Hopefully nobody can read that I'm gay. True.
I've just not been enjoying it as much. But yeah, and also I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use because I don't want to compromise my.
If we can't even bitch about, you're allowed to bitch about hoes, but bitch about hoes in the same way you bitch about the guys. Okay, equal negative treatment.
Of course, they did seem for whatever reason quite comfortable with me saying that they really hate this Kosher Kathy person. For those of you who don't know, Kosher Kathy is like.
So here's what we know about our mole, and I have a suspicion that whoever fed Diorio a narrative about this server is the same person that went to Lonerbox. Because if you're gonna listen, when Lonerbox talks, he's gonna sound like he's just like this. He doesn't actually. He's not reading the logs himself. It seems like he's getting sent bits and pieces or something, or the person is explaining this to him and in an indirect manner. When Diorio was describing the server to me, I knew that he at one point could see the server, but that was about it because he falsely assumed that Chud was in it. And if he had access to the server, he would easily figure out that wasn't the case. So somebody was giving this to him secondhand. Dan Saltman came up, and I don't know. I'd assumed that Dan was the mole the first time around, but it might not even be Dan. It might not be. I don't remember the conversation like quote by quote. I just remember Dan's name came up, and I believe that Dan was involved with something, but it might not even be Dan. I think that whoever gave this to Loner might be the same person that gave it to Dioria.
A guy.
What we know about them is that they really don't like Kosher Kathy, which you've just described. I mean, that could be me like every other month. But you've just described, like, it doesn't really narrow it down for us that much.
Who is parodying the name of someone who leaked my DMs like a year ago, who has since apologized, by the way. Me and that person are like at peace. But this Kosher Kathy person is a guy who has what I think is a fake Indian accent. It sounds like he's like faking an accent for whatever reason. And he goes under multiple aliases, and he argued with me on Kalinda's stream once. And he's a total fucking psycho. Like, he keeps trying to get me banned for every time I tell someone to kill himself in a video game, he'll like apparently go to people and tell them to spam report me for wishing harm, which again, from a community like this is so ironic. But yeah, like apparently that's kind of why this Good Samaritan has come to me because they hate this Kathy. I don't know. Apparently they're quite comfortable with me saying that because that wouldn't compromise their identity. Apparently there's an internal rift going on with them. The reason I thought JSOC might be involved in this little thing as well, which is again odd because I thought JSOC.
Kathy's too busy. Like, Kathy has it in his head that it's this like is Parry who did it or whatever. And as much as I hate Parry, I don't know. I'm not a snarker, so I'm not willing to just run with something like that with no evidence. And although I think that's a funny narrative, and Kathy might not even be wholly serious, if this is the same person that was the mole last time, and Kathy didn't take me seriously at that point, then I don't think it's Parry. I don't think it's Parry if it's the same person.
Generally okay with me. I didn't really have that much like to say about him, but I'm not going to show this, but I can just read it out. This is him saying, at Queeman, I'm being told a very interesting direction to go with in terms of Lonerbox stuff is counting donation numbers and seeing how the opinion shifts. Queeman replies, what do you mean? JSOC says, well, essentially, he starts collabing with Destiny. He starts getting Zio donors, and as they start to massively outstrip pro-Palestine super chats, ellipses, you get it. And that's a really odd conclusion to jump to, for a few reasons. One, because you realize that most of these opinions.
Yo, thank you so much, Starfish, with the 5. First tip of the stream. Much appreciated, buddy. Caring about the actions of Kosher Kathy's like caring about the actions of your local crackhead. True. I think it's good to police behavior in your own community, even if it's coming from chatters, which we've done with Kathy and will continue to do. Kathy, if Kathy tries to ride the line. I've never seen Kathy. If Kathy does something that I consider too far, it's an instance where it's not really clear if he's gone over the line because he tries to stay within it. There have been times I felt like he crossed it, which is when I've stepped in. But even in those times, was like an interpretation thing. It wasn't like a clear, overt crossing of the line. He's not like some completely unhinged, untamable beast. I think like he's willing to listen. If Kathy was unwilling to listen at all, I would just drop this guy. I would drop this guy. Like, I wouldn't have him in my server or anything. Because I think that but if he's able to rein it in, if you seriously ask him to.
Shifts that I made, which were not as big as people make them out to be, were made quite publicly with me going through the research and the evidence, like as I was doing it. But also, were being made at a time when these guys don't understand this, when Hassan was friendly with me, like when Hassan was shouting on my stuff. So you really think that in a time when pro-Palestine activism is becoming the biggest protest movement since BLM, when I've got Hassan in one ear being like, oh yeah, really good work, man, really good moral clarity, blah, 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 shout out your work, and I watch this on stream, and then
Green, I want you to co-host the Parry segment when we get to that.
what, Destiny, the soiled fucking like sex demon gnome fuck, like really, I'm sitting there, I'm just, yeah, you know what, I think the best thing for my career is going to be to hang out with this guy, with Destiny, rather than the crowd that was clearly making the waves. Also, if you want to also, normally when you start saying, let's look at super chats and see where opinions are shifting, normally if you want to ascribe that kind of incentive, you would usually do that after you've proven an opinion shift that cannot be justified. After being like, you used to say this, now you say this, and there's no good explanation. If I asked you why you changed this opinion, you would not have a good explanation. Normally that's kind of like the first step, but I guess they skipped that. But I don't know. I don't even know how serious that comment is, but interesting to say the least.
Is he getting one guide?
Interesting. But yeah, what am I doing? Maybe I'll learn how to actually open the file. That'll be stage one. In which case, thank you for the shekels. Capital SH.
Saluting face emoji.
Are those actually shekels? Are those actually shekels? Dude, Zogbox?
Yeah, because that's where the money's at. That's where the left-leaning streamer growth is at right now, right? Or in the last 2 or 3 years, it's it's defending Israel against claims that I think are erroneous. Okay. I'll tell you one more thing. This was just so ridiculous to me. This is one I was showing a little while ago, but I know where it comes from now. It comes from the server. So
like, how are you gonna, like, you're making a stream that you know these like these anti-Israel snarkers are gonna watch. It couldn't be more inconvenient timing that you have to thank someone for the shekels, dude. It's like they're just gonna can you look any more like bought and paid for?
This is around the time when
I know that's probably like an individual, but still. I
was kind of on and off streaming a little bit, and there was a whole narrative building up about me dodging a debate with Queeman, even though, again, like, Queeman hadn't asked me for a debate. He didn't even DM me asking. I mean, I guess at this point now, I have to give good reasons to not want to be involved with these people. But I guess he was just relying on like the other little droops from this Discord to come and do like the debate Queeman spam, and apparently that's the thing I'm dodging. But like, someone posted from that server.
That's true. They will tell you to go debate someone that hasn't challenged you to a debate or you have no interest in debating. They do that. Listen. We'll be fair here. I agree that they do that. So it's annoying. I agree it's annoying. So, like, to me, the Snark lefts is just annoying as fuck. It's not like some hard, like, moral line or anything. It's just, like, annoying.
This tweet saying, Luna doesn't even debate anymore. He just looks at you like this whenever you disagree, and it's Brendan Fraser from The Whale. And Hassan Abi liked it when it had 40 likes. And obviously, you can't see who likes other people's tweets anymore. So I'm guessing Hassan does this when he doesn't think other people are looking. But I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Because after dodging debates and debate requests with me and however many other people who you know full well would blow you the fuck out on any of these topics, like, are you seriously doing this? Excuse me? Like, also, sorry, like, you can sit there and think that
runs from debate, starts liking tweets from his LA mansion while he's sitting in his multi-million-dollar mansion, starts liking tweets accusing Lonerbox. That's awesome, man. Base.
I would rather not talk to Queeman for the moment because I guess he's just that level of superior intelligence. You know, like, I'll sit there and talk with Chris Kunzler for 4 hours, you know, like master's degree in Middle East studies, literally just letting him take the conversation whichever direction he wants to, which is also quite a dangerous thing to do if you're talking to somebody who knows what they're talking about, because they can go into there so more confident, whatever. I'll do that for 4 hours. I'll argue with Benny Morris about one of his citations on a very niche historical detail.
I'd have a debate. I don't debate Israel. I don't, because my positions are not like well informed enough where I'd be able to hold up necessarily in a debate. I know all of the surface level and some more than surface level historical information about the conflict, but I would never take on a debate like that because I would probably just lose against someone like this, regardless if I was right.
Of the 1920 San Remo conference, but yeah, sure, bro. Queeman's that's where the.
I know what that is. I know what that is.
Okay, Hassan Abi, it's fucking crazy, man. But how fucking pathetic. Anyway,
I've been to San Remo,
and I've got like Sulfur apparently leading the charge, and I guess getting some help to write this little script against me. Although I'm really not sure of the angle here. I saw a list of notes that she made because she links it in this Discord.
J-Stock and his friends just take whatever is the opposite position of Destiny. If Destiny was pro-Palestinian, they would be Channel 14 fan. I don't think that's not true at all. Like this is Snark. You guys have Snarkers too. This is of just like running with these like non sequiturs or like exaggerative conclusions, or like this is essentially just what Snark is, and it's annoying. It's completely annoying. But I don't think this chatter, Chase James, is like some morally egregious person that like is like on the same level as a fucking doxer.
The problem with Sulfur as well is like she's just incoherent. She's just like, she, not for a lack of trying. She tries to read stuff, and she, you know, I'm sure she's read some of the 90-page documents that she cites, but she seems to not be able to understand any of it. Like, or just like the way she processes information is just really strange. She's got this thing here, like she's been trolling through my stream. Yeah, this is a stream, it's not VOD.
Someone debate me, but not that. Okay, so do you think, obviously when I say that I'm looking to debate people, I'm looking to debate people on topics that I think I can argue for in a debate. If somebody wants to debate me right now on Keynesian economics, sure, I could take that debate, but I'd have nothing to say because I know nothing about economics.
That's not a segment, it's like 4 hours. Like, this is
it's like not even fun to watch. It's just like signing yourself up for like an auto-L.
Maybe a snarkable moment. I've legitimately never heard him call the West Bank or Israel, Judea, and Samaria before, not even descriptively.
I want to debate people on like takes I've given.
To just call it Judea and Samaria before. Is that what I'm doing? I don't usually say West Bank, or why am I saying? Well, I mean, you can look at the context of why I said Judea and Samaria. Where's our timestamp here? Yeah, this. Snarkable moment, eh? But again, this is like...
This is going to be Snark. Okay, as I said before, the difference between like criticism or an attack versus Snark is Snark will sort of tongue-in-cheek sometimes interpret things maliciously, or maybe run to conclusions that are not necessarily immediately substantiated off of vibes. People in his chat have been doing it. People in DGG do it all the time. And yes, people from our side do it. But when I've seen it done, I've policed it. I gave Kathy a fucking earful. Like, I've called this shit out, right? But to contextualize for you, what this is going to be is amongst the Israeli irredentists who believe that Israel should encompass the historical borders of like the ancient Jewish people, instead of saying things like Israel and the West Bank, which is internationally recognized as Palestinian territory that Israel has established settlements on in a slow attempted annexation, they'll refer to it as Judea and Samaria to essentially be like, we have historical ties to all the land. Judea and Samaria, when they use that term, is used to like erase like autonomous Palestinian territory.
You make up your minds. This is the timestamp that she gives. Point that goes, oh, so the Jews get right of return from 2,000 years ago, but Palestinians don't get right of return.
As much as I know this guy's gonna defend Israel, but I don't think he'd use the term like that. I don't. I'm gonna take a wild guess, and I'd say, because even these people, they attempt to some extent to, you know, be a little optics cucked about it, or I don't think he would use that term like in the way that I've just described people using it.
From 75 years ago. Well, it's like, these are apples and oranges, because when Jews claimed their right of return, quote unquote, to Israel at the beginning of Zionism, where did they go? They didn't go to most of them, for the overwhelming majority, didn't go to the ancient Jewish like religious sites, or like to the hills of Judea and Samaria and all that.
Yeah, so he's talking about like the ancient Jewish presence in the region, which did like the ancient existence of like a Jewish nation state was Judea and Samaria. So because he's talking in the context of like ancient history and ancient sites, that's why he used that terminology. I don't think this is necessarily like him trying to, you know, him trying to claim that the West Bank shouldn't be autonomous.
They went to the coast.
But it's good Snark. It's funny Snark.
And they built new areas. Like they weren't trying to go back to the exact coordinates of whatever house their family was in 1,000 years ago. Whereas that sounds like I'm referencing Jewish opinions on historical homelands and historical significance. Like that, is that not like freakishly fucking obvious? Like, what the fuck? But I guess she deployed the sirens in before it's just a virus. What's why am I not open it? Waste of time. I don't care. Don't trust Ryan Beth. Way too many convenient blips. Oh my god, he's still workshopping it. What the fuck? I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna fucking die. He said the little flags. He's got the little fucking Palestine-Israel flag. Why are there two Israels in the last one, but there's a Palestine?
Do I need to watch the rest of this, or can we just go right to the debate? Do I need to watch the rest of this? I don't think we need to watch the rest of this. I gotta be honest. We're just gonna go right to the debate. I'm sorry, this is just boring as shit. So further contextualize this for you, as if I haven't contextualized it enough. If you go, there was a tweet that got made today from somebody in DGG, somebody that got brought up on this stream. I don't know necessarily who this person is. Oh wait, no, this is Lonerbox. Never mind. This is Loner. I didn't realize this was Lonerbox. So the tweet is this: Shamu and Nick Andros YT caught using doxing tools to unmask anonymous X users in the Snark Discord. Leaked logs show discussion of using doxing tools, tracking username history, and trying to pressure anonymous accounts into revealing personal information before the conversation moved to private channels. Anyone know how to gay up them into revealing more info? Run the dox tool. So I don't know what a dox tool is. I'd imagine what they're referring to here is like OSINT tools, like to gather open source intelligence. And yes, doxing mostly utilizes open source intelligence, but that open source intelligence is not just used to dox. There are a million other uses for it, valid research uses, etc. that would not fall. Like, the analogy I used is to call shit like this a dox tool is about as bad faith as describing somebody chopping like a carrot in their kitchen with a knife as like using a murder tool. It's like it's only a murder tool so long as you use it in that manner. The framing here is not even attempting to be honest. It's already attempting to make up your mind for you. And this is like the most stupid way to describe a tool used for OSAM. Let's just quickly, I'll give you my definition of doxing. And I know when my drama happened, people were like, nobody goes by that. Nobody goes by that. But it seems like whenever we get back to a doxing drama, this is exactly the definition that people use. So I don't know who's disputing that definition. Doxing is the malicious publication of information that links a or that helps link a private anonymous online identity to a public or to a separate, public figure or whatever, or to a separate figure, not public figure. So for example, like if I was to go and let's say, who's a good example of this? Who's a good example? Fuck. Who in this space besides me goes by their first name? If somebody goes by their first name publicly, let's say Queeman's name is like Donald. Okay, Queeman's name is Donald. And he goes by that on his streams. That's what everyone calls him. If I was to go calling Queeman Donald, is that identifying info? Yes, but because that info is not being publicized by a different party in a malicious manner to link Donald to Queeman, he's volunteered that piece of info, it wouldn't be doxing. Right? It would be doxing if he didn't publicize that and I publicize it to create a link between Queeman and Donald. But that's the definition that it seems like everyone uses subconsciously for doxing. I don't know why people disputed this during my drama. I don't know why when it just seems like nobody uses a different definition than that one. But doxing needs to involve publication of this information. If the information is not published or posted in a publicly accessible fashion, it can't really be doxing. Now, there is spreading dox info, which is different than doxing itself and still bad. So we could see if that happens here, but Redacted is a Twitter account that Shamu came across and wants to know the identity of. They suspected of being a Tectone alt. DoxTool1 and DoxTool2 are websites to find the personally identifiable information on any username. You can receive things. Okay, so this is not, it's not just used to find PII if it's being used to find past usernames and other forms of info. See, all of these other things, sure, can be found using OSINT tools, but the question, it only becomes doxing when you disseminate that information. Seeing the information is not doxing, okay? It would be like calling it doxing if like a streamer is able to see the full names of their donators or whatever, right? If they don't spread it, they keep it, like that's about as much as doxing as this is, right? It doesn't matter that you've seen the information. It matters what you're going to go and fucking do with that. That redacted guy is 100% someone's alt or something. Techie, I don't know who, but that redacted person is in redacted state. So who they're talking about here, their state is public. This is not dox information. The redaction here only serves to make it look like someone's just been doxed. It's not dox information because, like my definition says, which everyone has always fucking agreed with, except when it came to my drama, where it's like, that definition isn't true. And then they never provide an alternate, right? Under my definition, which seems like is the definition that everybody uses, right? This is not, they're not linking this personally identifying information to the private anonymous online persona because the user themselves puts their state in their profile so that you can't dox them with that when they've volunteered the info as a part of their private anonymous online persona. And as personal friends with Tectone, they also hate. That's crazy, Lamau. Anyone know how to gay opt them into revealing more info? It should just be a personal friend to Tectone as well, but definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know he's friends with Redacted or not. Tectone is way too obsessed not to do something like this. Language analysis, stat. So they want to see if this account is Tectone, right? They're not trying to find this person's real info to disseminate it. They just want to see if it's Tectone. Wait, hold on. I'm seeing something and I'm ignoring it. I got locked in. What am I ignoring? Exactly. Thank you, Kevin, with the 10 kroner. Much appreciated, buddy. Jewels? Where are the jewels? Oh my god, thank you for the jewels. Everyone is giving jewels. I can't see the jewels. I'm sorry. Thank you for the jewels. Scamming jewel. I'm telling you now, I can't, for what, the UI is fucked. I don't see your jewels. I can't read them personally. Thank you for your jewels. I appreciate it. But I'm letting you know now so you're not giving them to me under some false expectation. Thank you, Angel, for the jewels. I can never win. Okay. Screenshot 2. There's no redacted on Steam. Could it be unique enough to dox tool? This person might be retarded enough to have another account somewhere. Clumsy attempt at woke scolding? Nah, it's just this. All this account does really. It could just be one of his mods, I guess. His followers from my POV. Yeah, most likely thing is it's like a mod or something, but I guess it specifically follows Pink just to do shit like this somehow. They had 2 username changes. I'm just gonna toss it over one of the unrelated redacted friends. Calling a woman a huge slut is 100% Foid lingo. The person behind this account is a woman. Also, these memes they post, fake plastic whore, that's Foid tongue. Yeah, true that. Okay, so what I see is there's an attempt to establish whether or not this is Tectone and what other accounts this person might have run to figure out if the person that, if I remember correctly, this was the person that was potentially leaking like info about the case, no? Regardless, I don't see anything here to indicate intent to dox. I don't see it. There's no indication that they're intending to gather information for the sake of publication. There's nothing here that would indicate that they're gathering, like, no, just that. There is nothing here that would indicate that they are gathering information for the sake of publication, a necessary component of doxing somebody. And if that doesn't exist, then the information gathering phase is not doxing. Also, it's a fucking private server. So even if it was in the server, yeah, I think that would, at that point, when you have enough members, it's spreading it, but I don't think that's doxing. If it's in like a private server where no leaks are allowed, right? It would still be spreading it, but not necessarily. I wouldn't even consider that, depending on the amount of people in it, right? And despite lies that you may have been told, Icy was almost never getting leaked back in the day. That was just a lie. I don't know why people needed to lie. So they want to see if this alt pertaining to a domestic abuse case is the domestic abuser themselves. That is literally what's here. So I mean, it's like, the question is, where is the doxing? Why would any of this be necessary to make a YouTube video? Well, it's not necessarily necessary, you fucking retard, right? You're just looking into it to see if there's anything there. You would decide after the fact-finding phase whether or not any of this information should be used to litigate any form of drama. That's the point of, like, research doesn't necessarily make everything you find usable. That's not how research works. Okay. So this now culminates. Somehow Chud Logic is getting roped into this, which I don't know how, because he was not in this server. He's like barely in these like niche communities, like I am at least. The spicy types, I don't even think many of them were in this server or even that active. If anything, you'd have a better argument, unironically, linking someone like me to this server than you would Chud. You know, like, one of my mods was a mod in there and shit. Chud was just, like, not... This isn't his, like, thing. But for whatever reason, it seems like they're kind of dead set on, like, thinking that this is all coming from Spicy, which kind of gives the game away, because Spicy is just a chat where they hate and criticize Destiny. They have strict rules. You can't talk about, like, if, for example, if you try to talk about Destiny's kid in there, you will get banned. You will get banned. There's shit that just does not fly in there. So, but the game is given away when they're trying to essentially, like, instead of trying to figure out where this is really coming from, they're constantly trying to link this to a server that was merely critical of Destiny. They don't care if anyone is or isn't actually getting doxed. They care that if there is anything that can look like an attempted dox, can that be linked back to the groups that are critical of Destiny? Because this is literally just an attempt to silence criticism. Thank you for the 2 starfish, Jewel Scammer. My bad, bruh. So this culminates in a debate. Let's take a look.
Let's go.
Nobody was trying to find the real identification.
That has.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
you alleged to have sexually assaulted Lauren Southern. Obviously, at some point, I was going to get to cover it, and someone mentioned it in chat. Dan, you're a fucking pathetic
Here
name.
to,
No, because you are then sending this to me to do some sort of game manipulation for the stupid op that's running.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, correct. Yes. Do you want me to deny it? Absolutely. Yeah, that's what these people do all day, every day. And you're complicit in it if you're like
Okay.
not having
Explain
an
how
issue.
I'm
No,
complicit.
hey.
Explain how I'm
Okay.
complicit in it. I know nothing about this. This is the first time I've looked at this.
I'm happy to. So first,
Aiden, when are you going to Amsterdam to get stoned? I'm not like a weed tourism guy, but thank you so much for the 2, by the way, Patrick. I'm not really a weed tourism guy. Amsterdam seems like sort of interesting, but I'm not like it's not that. It's not on the top of my list.
let's start with here. Is it doxing if you don't publish the information?
Wait a second.
Nope. It's easy answer. It is not doxing if you don't publish the info, obviously.
Explain
you don't wanna
how,
answer that?
No. Explain how I'm complicit when I've never
I
seen
have
this
to go-
before in my life. Explain how I'm complicit.
Well, I guess to start with it, you have to heavily fucking load it. Like, it's probably okay. You probably don't care, if it didn't publish it. But now I'm asking you, if you go after someone's info and you don't post it, is it doxing?
No.
Dude, I fucking love you. All right, well, you have to go and talk to people like Kilo, who have a bunch of examples of quote doxing in there.
I've gone and found someone's info, their specific address, to go call a wellness check on them. I never spread or disseminated that information. This was somebody that was like threatening to take their own life in like a very active fashion. Unfortunately, they later did. But the like merely finding info is not doxing. Once again, it is what you go and do with the info that would make it doxing.
but the shit never gets published.
Have I ever tried shrooms? Yes, on 2 occasions. I made it into a tea, it did nothing, and then I ate chocolate with shrooms and weed in it a few days before I graduated that some Mexican kids gave me, and I was... I don't even remember what happened.
I don't think I ever heard your standard on that before. That's new. So if like someone
how can it be doxing if you don't publicize the information?
Well, what about if you reach out to the person directly, right? Like you're
Then
going
that would
into
be
their shit, you mess.
Then that would be a threat. That would be a threat. Or if you're reaching out to them through their account, that would be reaching out to them through their account. That would be a major overstep in boundaries, but that wouldn't even be doxing.
Message them? Is that doxing? What about if you get their full name and address and you send it to your buddy?
Okay. What is your definition of doxing? It's publicizing
my definition
the information.
of doxing is
normally for the purposes of harassment, like you going on a stream and saying it on a stream.
You just asked me
that's
what my
doxing.
definition is. I told you you don't want to fucking answer. I said mine is.
Have you looked up PII and used info you got to make a video? No. Have I ever covered anyone's arrest records? I might have. Not, but it would be in a case where their full name was they've already given out their full name. I might have covered an arrest at one point, but that would have been like, they've already given out their full name and shit. Like that would have been, but I can't. But the thing is, when you're saying, and Noonian Star, I thought you were one guy. I think you're like an unironic DGGer. If you ever want to call in, we can have a chat here. But using it for a video part would be doxing if you're putting it in the video. If you're publishing the PII in your video, unredacted, and I'm pretty sure Shamu and Nick Andros have redacted shit in the past, so we have no reason to believe they wouldn't, because why are they going to commit career suicide for no reason, right? It would only be doxing if you then took that PII and put it in your video.
Is if you put stuff public. To me, that is the definition of doxing. I think like what happened with like people going after the anonymous lefty accounts and like that are like Palestinian activists and like putting their info public, that's doxing.
It would, because it's putting their info public. Yes. The publication would be a determining criterion for whether or not the gathering of information is or isn't doxing. So where here was there any intent for publication?
That would be doxing. Finding out who's behind a Twitter account and making that public information. That's doxing.
Okay.
That would be.
So
do you disagree?
Right.
So Dan wouldn't think this is doxing.
Yes, that's doxing. That's exactly what doxing is to me. So I don't understand why you've come to me with this definition which isn't doxing, and you're saying if you get the information, I'm saying no.
If you don't think it's doxing, that's fantastic. I mean, I've been waiting for people to come around to this point for a while. So in your mind, it's cool, or not, maybe not cool, but you're okay with it if people in your server start looking up each other's like handles and old emails and shit like that. That's fine with you. That's not doxing.
Okay, why? It's either it's doxing or you're fine with it. What is this fucking false dichotomy? There are things that people can do wrong, like I did, involving PII that are not full-on doxing. And if somebody, for some fucking stupid reason, was going and digging up another member's PII, even if they're not publishing it, most people would step in and moderate that, because that's a extreme overstep and violation of personal boundaries and professional boundaries, right? Something can be bad and us not being fine with it, and it still wouldn't be doxing.
That's okay in ChudLogic Discord, as long as they don't publicize it.
Well, now, hang on a sec. You're being very dishonest here. This is not something that happens in my Discord at all. I don't participate in this.
No, it's not even close to his Discord. So I don't know where I don't know where they get this obsession with spicy. It's so retarded. This chat has been dead for so long. It's just the same 5 unks who like talk about taking their kids to school and then say Destiny's a liar or some shit. That's it. It's like anyone can see it. Like this chat is not like hard to get into. Anyone can see what they post in there. The one time, and to my knowledge, that a dox was ever spread in that chat, albeit, right, Chud was away, so it wasn't immediately moderated. They only have like 1 mod over the whole. He has 3 mods. One of the mods was away. The other one was the one that's supposed to moderate that chat was asleep, and Chud was on vacation, and it was in there for like a day or something. And then when someone saw it, they immediately took action.
Discord.
I'm asking if you're okay with it.
No.
I'm not saying these messages are from your Discord. They're from another Discord. I'm asking, are you okay with this behavior, or if you would ban someone for doing this in your Discord?
Okay. Well, I'd need to understand more information and what the purpose of them looking it up is. If they're looking
Well, I mean,
up
you
a
can
piece of
read from the
information,
top of the thing, and it'll help.
Also, I don't know. Can somebody send me the Diorio messages from Soy Chat earlier about Salvo? Because I just want to address that as well.
Well, yeah, but you wanted to fucking call in, didn't you? If they're making a video about
I
something,
gave you time, and then you kind of
if they're making
part.
a video about something and there's a piece of information they need to ascertain, as long as they don't
Mm-hmm.
publicize PII, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. It depends on the context.
Well, this was just a
Listen, Noonian Star, I'm not Queeman, right? Although I agree with Queeman's criticisms of Destiny, I'm not like fanatically anti-Destiny, like to the extent where like I'm gonna be totally hostile to you if you call in. I'm willing to have like a civil conversation if you disagree. If you think it, I'll even give you my personal seal of approval to hang up if you think I'm getting too aggressive, okay?
random person, by the way.
I
Didn't go in it.
Okay. My understanding is this person, they believed it was Tectone posting on an alt, and it didn't end up being Tectone on an alt.
Oh. So if I suspect someone of being an alt, it's cool if I look up who they are.
Yeah. Yeah. Just depends on if you're telling people you're doing that, right? Because then that would be intimidation. And it depends on if you are, like, for example, I don't use, another lie about me is that I was on Kiwi Farms. I don't use the fucking site, but I know a lot of you do. And I know that Kiwi Farms hosts docs info. Whenever you guys go to someone's Kiwi Farms account or Kiwi Farms threads are referenced in a video, that's not necessarily wrong. It's wrong if you're including the PII that is shared on that site in your public content. And if that's not happening, then there's no doxing going on, and you're not committing some egregious moral wrong by looking at it or seeing it. Okay, PII is not CP. It, like, if you look at it, it's okay, so long as you're not spreading it.
Potentially, but if you don't publicize the information, then that's fine.
I think that's fucking based. I agree with you. But
Well,
that's
then
not.
what's the
It seems
disagreement?
like it's
It
not
feels
most
like you've
people's
got-
standards.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously it depends on the context.
Lol, I'm
right?
terrified of
But
your
the thing is,
aggression. Well, you say that sarcastically, but considering, like, the amount of people that actually disagree versus the amount that call in, there's clearly some fear, and I don't know what that is. So I'm attempting to dispel any possible fears.
if you're looking up a piece of information,
It's, like, actually retarded, the amount of people that disagree with me and don't call in.
I mean, these guys are very diligent, well-regarded, like, video essayists, okay? As far as I understand,
and
they're
the
not on
part
business
about like
doxing.
gay-opping the guy into revealing more info, are you okay with that too?
That's gay. Now that's gay, right? It's like, what? Like, okay, now you're just like being a little obsessive here, but that doesn't necessarily indicate doxing. They want to try to bait this guy to confirm whether or not it's the person they think it is. Is that a gay op? Sure. On like the smallest level, sure, that's a gay op. We don't even know if they actually tried to do that, by the way. I haven't seen anything here that would indicate that. But that in and of itself is also not doxing.
Where's that exactly?
That would be the 7th line, Nicandros 4-7. Anyone know how to gay op them into revealing more info?
I mean,
Asking
it
the
certainly,
public channel
it
there.
sounds bad, but I don't know what that means.
Yes, if you're going in with the presupposition that more info entails doxing, then yeah, it looks bad. The problem is that presupposition cannot be argued for in this case because it seems like every party agrees doxing requires publication. So there's nothing here to denote that they were attempting to gather this information for the sake of publishing it. And if they're baiting this person into disclosing more, then that would obviously be information that that person would be okay with disclosing. So it wouldn't be dox info if it's coming from them.
Means, and I don't know what that looks like. And
Well,
I'd like
to
What
to
does
gay-off
gay
someone-
opping even mean? It's like doxing. It's a big buzzword, and it's like we need agreed upon standard definitions. You could say it's autistic to say define this, define that, but unless you establish agreed upon definitions, then people can be arguing for the same. People can be using the same word and meaning entirely different things. The same term, or meaning, especially for these like online terms. But essentially, my understanding is that a gay op is Discord adjacent like coordination to basically plan an operation for the sake of content or something else, I guess. It's just like basically Discord types or creators coordinating behind the scenes to go do something.
Be like if I messaged you, like, hey, can you send me a screenshot of your Twitter? And you sent it to me, and then I start looking at like, oh, okay, look at the
And I don't even think that gay opping inherently has like a moral connotation. I don't think it's necessary. It depends on what your op is.
date and time. He's obviously in the UK.
If I have a really good talking point against somebody and nobody's gonna see it because it's me, right? If I was to gather a bunch of you together in a Discord chat and we started talking about like how we're gonna like spread this information as far as possible, that's not necessarily morally wrong to coordinate like that. That's not necessarily, if you can argue for the information you're providing, then there's nothing wrong with coordinating with people to disseminate that over a wider group.
Okay, got it. Or like, oh, look at this. His Twitter language is an X. I got it. This is he speaks this language. That would be like tricking you to do something, gay-opping you into revealing more information so that I can find out who you are.
Well, the thing is,
Directly interacting with you.
when they say more info, it depends on what info you're trying to ascertain.
Yes.
Like,
and even then, first of all, it depends on what info they're trying to get, and whatever info they're trying to get wouldn't be dox info if they have to ask or get the person directly to disclose it. If the person themselves is disclosing that PII, it's not doxing. Because once again, doxing is when somebody else is linking information, personally identifying information to an anonymous online persona that has not established that link themselves.
Just charitability you're giving. Sure. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. Why would you think I wouldn't give this charitability? What take have I given that you would think that I would have a definitive problem with this without understanding the context? It just feels like
I
a
think
big
that
gotcha.
Listen, it's a funny joke, Kayvon. I ask you guys for any jokes like that, we tone it down for a week because they'll actually take that and run with that. Unironic, like you're exaggerative. I remember when you were doing some doxing here. I remember like they will run with that. They are trying to find anything to mischaracterize this community. Do not give them anything. If you want to make jokes like that, go make that in private to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with the joke. Don't get me wrong. We have to start thinking strategically here.
Feels like a big gotcha attempt. That's
Oh,
what
it
it
is.
feels like.
It is. It's like the best gotcha because I have so many screenshots of so many people for so long, just like whining and complaining and cringing and having their sand filled with vaginas. If anyone even looks up someone,
Just
like, hey,
tone it down on any jokes where the punchline is somebody in this community was doing something dox or dox adjacent. Any jokes like that, we got to tone it down just for like a week.
Let me make this
server,
real. Let me make
there's a
this
server and they
simple for
looked
you.
up someone,
Let me
and
make
that's
this
what- and that's
real
what's happening
fucking
here.
simple for you. Is
Sure.
there an example of these guys going on someone's stream and openly saying someone's name, like you did?
Oh, I have no idea.
So that's the thing, isn't it? I've got a
Well,
problem
if
with you
that's
going
your
on someone's
standard.
stream. Yes, of course it is, because that's the thing that is the potential negative. Yes.
Oh, so if it's that one thing from 3 years ago where Hassan
God, I'd love to argue with fucking Dan on this. I would love to argue with Dan here.
Piker mod.
Oh, dude, I don't give a fuck about your gay fucking thing
Oh,
with
see, so
Hassan
there you go.
Piker.
Yeah, no. That was like
The point I'm
yeah,
making
well,
is my
so you don't
standard
care.
is
Yeah.
that's the standard that I would generally have a red line on is
Oh,
the
that's fine then.
publication of PII. That is my red line. Yes.
only a
And it's
publication.
why in the past, for example, we banned someone from the Discord because they posted a fucking docs that was posted.
I tried to debate Dan on the like Twitch shit when it was going down, and he said in spicy, I forgot what he said. He added some qualifier before I could debate. I don't
on
remember.
Twitter. We got rid of them from the Discord because that was a fucking red line.
What about, would you allow this conversation to happen in your Discord?
No, I don't think so.
What would happen to these people in your Discord?
I'd personally, for me, I would shut a convo like this down, but not because I think anything wrong is happening, but because I would trust these two with whatever information they see that would be PI. I trust these two to not, because you have to ask yourself, you know, what interest does this person have in doxing someone? And typically the people that are doing actual doxing are people with nothing to lose. Or can do so in a manner where they're not going to lose anything. And these two, if they were to actually go and dox someone, would have nothing. So it's like, I trust, and they've never done it before. So I trust these two to not dox. But simultaneously, I understand it's not a great look, and that's why I'd shut it down along that basis. Because it could be mischaracterized as a doxing attempt.
If they did this.
They get told to stop, possibly banned.
Okay. They'd get told to stop and ban. I mean, it seems like they feel comfortable doing this here. This wasn't in like a DM.
But the thing is,
the two of them.
again, I think that you're looking at this as if these are just like random fucktards. Like if these were random fucktards that I didn't know.
Gay-opping is such a broad fucking term. Everyone has done it. I've technically gay-opped. I'll continue to gay-op. I've coordinated with people on things, but all of these things that I've coordinated on are things I'm okay telling you about because they're not crossing any hard moral line. Most of the coordination is like finding publicly accessible info from someone's YouTube channel. Like, when did this guy make this point versus now? Like, let's see if we can find examples of this, right? That would be the gay-opping that like I'm involved in, which I don't think is morally wrong.
I wouldn't take the risk and I'd ban them, right? One thing I am doing is I am giving some charitability because I know Shamu and Nikandros, right? I don't think that I'm sweeping, and if people think...
Well, that's why I added the explanation, Kevin, so he couldn't mischaracterize it. He'd have to, if he was to mischaracterize it, he'd have to cut part of the statement, which you could just say, can you play the full statement?
That there's something they could point to where I've got a inconsistency on this and I'm treating them differently, fair enough. But I am relying on a level of knowledge I have of their credibility to come to this conclusion. So,
sure,
you know,
I mean,
not open to,
I'm sure this is, don't worry. I'm sure this is the only example of like crazy shit from these people. So it'll be fine. But like, you know, I don't think this one looks
these
good.
two,
But, I mean,
these two specifically, yeah, for sure. I think Kathy has been retarded optically. And I think that, I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think a lot of this is Kathy's fault in the sense of Kathy makes no concessions for the sake of optics. And I think that's really dumb. Kathy will pretend like there have been numerous instances where Kathy has done fake docs, where he pretends like he's gonna dox someone and then like it's a meme. He posts like fake info or whatever. He's done that once, like, and like, even though there's nothing wrong with that, optically it just looks bad. And I don't know why, like, you shouldn't be doing shit like that.
I guess if the line is publicly, or sorry, not publicly, I misspoke there, publicly publishing it, then yeah, that makes sense. I like that definition.
Okay. I mean, can you point to examples?
Also, really quick, I got some good criticism. I like criticism, people, and I appreciate it when anyone gives it to me, even if I agree or not. Like, legitimate criticism. And I understand that part of the lack of clipping is because I'm not very I go on these like long convoluted tangents and I take my vape breaks, and that's what makes it hard. So I am trying to be concise for this stream. We're practicing.
Was of me holding a different standard that you're aware of?
Well, I feel like you're about to give a very, what do you want me to say, it's bad, and then move on from this, where you have two major creators going after a fucking random on Twitter and a public Discord, and then it's obvious what's happening, especially as you go in the first and the second one, and I think you'll give a very lukewarm, let's move on from this, okay, sure. This is like a lot of the shit you guys, I feel like, lost your fucking marbles about over like, oh my god, there's this secret DGG
you guys,
doxing Discord where they're going after. Doesn't exist.
This entire dialogue is literally just an attempt to frame Destiny critics as doxers to justify using all these tactics against them to silence criticism against the guy. They're not interested in figuring out whether or not anyone was actually doxing or who was doing it. They're interested in pinning it on Chud. That's why Dan is calling into Chud specifically to ask if Chud denounces it, as if there's some level of accountability on Chud, which there is not. It didn't happen in his chat. He wasn't a part of it. There was no doxing. And the Snark, which is like the worst thing, and that's just annoying, the Snark was mostly done by people who barely spoke in Spicy.
By the way,
Did I say?
like,
wait, hold on. Did I say that? Did I talk about that?
I'm talking about the server in general, and kind of the commentary people in general.
No.
I
don't give a fuck about that. Did I say that?
I don't know all of your. I'd have to go through your shit and see if you did.
Well,
or
I just
didn't.
don't recall saying anything about that, and then you're trying to attribute
I can't
other
answer that.
people's
I don't have an
perspectives to me.
encyclopedic,
Like there's some inconsistency,
knowledge.
but you're holding me to the standard of other people's opinions. Like
I think I said the commentary people. I don't
Destiny
think I
has
said you.
said he's happy to dox people. He's posted people's docs in fucking DGT.
Yeah, he has.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
you have yourself dox people on stream. I don't give a fuck for your justification, right? And it just feels
Sure.
very gotcha that you're then coming to me going, well, have you got a problem with this? But it's not the same thing.
Yeah, you know why? It is the same thing because it's like these people claim some moral high ground and they're like, I would never do this. I'm so against this type of shit. Like they're moral in the streets and then they're doxing in the streets or in the
They do this on purpose. They attempt to do like a macro instead of a micro analysis where they describe groups as opposed to individuals when there's such a minimal amount of examples that realistically you could, in a short amount of time, just talk about the individuals doing behavior that you take issue with. They purposefully make it vague so they can make it look like everyone is a player and bears collective responsibility for tactics deemed as bad. Therefore, anybody is a justifiable target for these same bad tactics. It is just a justification for collective punishment. If they actually engage with this on a micro level analysis, they would figure out that all the individuals they want to target aren't responsible for anything.
the sheets, I should
But
say.
okay, but we've already said, hang on a sec. This isn't doxing.
Okay. So to be clear, it's all right that you don't have a problem with people doing gay ops against people that they think, this could maybe be an ult of someone else to get their info and shit.
Also, just the false dichotomy shit. It's either doxing or you've no issue with it. Believe it or not everything that we take issue with is toxic.
I would want to see Nicandros respond to this and understand what he meant by gay op and what
I would like to
info
see
he
it
wanted
also.
to reveal.
And as far as context, there's no messages before this or after this from either Shamu or from Nicandros. Starts there, ends there. So I'd like to see what's in the private DMs. I wonder if there was any like links going on, any conversation right there of people. That'd be great to see.
If they're working on this publicly, why would they do it in DMs?
So now you want to see people's private DMs?
No, I don't give a shit. You're the one who says that you want to.
Because they don't have enough here, they're going to set the goalpost somewhere that's going to be incredibly inconvenient to satisfy. By just merely suggesting or putting suspicion onto the DMs, it's now requiring you to have to like leak your DMs and shit, even though there's no basis in these messages that would justify us now analyzing the DMs. There is no evidence here of doxing.
To give maximum charity, then fuck it. Then you absolutely they should post it.
Okay, dude, you are totally twisting my fucking words. I'm not saying I'm giving maximum charity. Shamu and Nicandros are well-regarded creators that have made videos, and I've had criticisms of both of them. I'm not shy of criticizing them, okay? But I'm being presented with something with redacted information that I can't see. I don't know how this got fucking populated.
The redacted information is names of unrelated people.
Okay. So unrelated redacted.
Notice how he says names.
Is
So,
it redacted?
yeah,
What
so
Chud
Dan,
needs
I
to
don't know
do, what Chud needs to do right now, because Dan is a weaselly, slippery little fuck, what Chud needs to do is ask, what kind of names? Public names? Private names? Full legal names? Usernames? Because by using a term as vague as names, that could mean anything from the name of somebody's Twitter account, glupshito9000, to their full legal information. And he's being vague on purpose. Dan is not that stupid. Okay, Dan is not that stupid. All of this, it's just PR. He's doing the PR game. He's attempting to lead your mind in a certain direction that's not necessarily going to be substantiated by the content of these messages. So Chud needs to keep pressing Dan to get specific. That's how you get them into territory where they're going to lose. When you start getting into specific details as opposed to like this ultra vague like terminology and accusations.
But who
like,
is this?
For instance, that could be like Jennifer.
Where did that
Jennifer person is
I don't know who, but unredacted related. Who is that person, and how did that information get in there?
unrelated, redacted. So like I don't.
But
know
is this
who, but
is that name underneath there populated by using one of these tools, or is it something else?
No, that was manually removed so that a normal person would not get exposed here.
No, but okay. No. I'm asking you a question. It says
Yeah.
redacted state. Okay. This information of this state, was this populated by one of these tools? Yes or no?
No, they had the actual state there.
I don't know why Chud did not press further on the name thing. I don't know why, because Queeman's saying in chat, it's the name is just this person's username, their public username, Novaru. So Dan just used a weasel tactic where he purposely used vague terminology so you think there is something there that isn't. They're literally doing this every step of the way by describing OSINT tools as dox tools. They're using every dishonest tactic to lead your mind to the conclusion without actually having to substantiate it. And it is dishonest as fuck.
No, okay, but how did they get the state? Where did the state come from?
From the tools. Read the second line at the top. Dox tool 1 and Dox tool 2.
Okay. And this state information, how
So
does this tool find
read that
it?
thing. Read it.
Okay.
The second thing. It'll help you.
A website is to find personal identifiable information.
OSINT tools are dox tools, but not knives are murder weapons. But the knife in my kitchen, if you were just to describe that as Aiden has a murder weapon, you're clearly attempting to lead people's mind in a certain direction without actually making like a claim that I've done the thing that the tool would be used for in that context. It's a doxing tool so long as it is used for doxing. Just like a knife can be used for murder, a car can be used for vehicular manslaughter, but I don't drive to work in my vehicular manslaughter tool. I drive it in a fucking car. Well, I don't drive, but if I was driving to work, that's what I do, right? That's like, it is only a dox tool if it is being used for doxing.
Information on any username. You can receive things such as past usernames, real name, address, email, breach passwords, photos, and other information.
Yo, thank you so much for the €5. Ryan Gaisling, AIDS Gang represent. Is that pounds or is that the pound or the euro? I think that's pounds. Thank you so much for the £5, Ryan. Much appreciated, buddy.
So this unrelated redacted. What is this? Is this someone's real name? Is it a Twitter @ What is it?
Hold on. Let me see if I can find this in the thing. It's no one to do with this. That's why it's unrelated. It says unrelated redacted.
No, sure, but it's important to understand what it is. Is it a name? Is it a Twitter account? Is it an @ Because a Twitter @ is not PII, but someone's name is.
Hold on.
Okay. So I've got Shamu in chat here, and they're saying their defense is they redacted it because it's a public person, OnlyFans creator, and their location is public on Twitter. They're a big OnlyFans creator.
Someone made this point. Why isn't Google described as a doxing tool? Google is probably one of the most utilized sites for doxing. A lot of times, if you're doxing, you're going to be having to make some Google searches. Why is Google not described as a doxing tool? Well, that's because Google has a wide variety of applications outside the context of doxing, and we would never describe it that way unless we were talking about a case where someone was doxed. Nobody here got doxed. It doesn't even seem like Dan's arguing that an actual dox happened. I don't know what he's arguing exactly, but you shouldn't be describing it as a tool to do this thing in this instance if it has other applications and it's not being used for the thing you're describing it being used as a tool for.
There is no
because it
doxing
wouldn't have been
happening
used
here,
as a
and
dox tool in this case.
they're redacted to manipulate people reading it. Response to that?
Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. I don't know who, but that it's a name of a creator person is
Okay.
in state.
Okay, but name of a creator person, is it their public profile name?
Yes, it is.
You fucking
Like,
disgusting. You're a fucking
He caught him late, but he caught him. Queenan, I think, saved Chud on this one, man.
disgusting, evil person. Do you know how
What the
fucking
fuck are you
evil you
talking
are, bro?
about?
You've put unrelated redacted to give...
But Chud didn't catch him earlier when not only did he purposefully redact non-PII info, but he describes it in this conversation as a name. which in the context of doxing and redacted info, what you would conclude is somebody's legal name. In this instance, is literally just their public-facing username. So what purpose was there to redact this, and what purpose was there to describe it as a name, as opposed to specifying, like, it's a username? They will avoid getting specific when there is an outlet to mislead people, right? And in this case, there was, so you avoided getting specific. You have to catch them on this every time.
The perception that there's something bad happening here, and it's
Read
someone's
the third
public...
line on the
No,
fucking
fuck
page.
you, bro.
What does it say?
Dude, you are fucking
You're coping.
disgusting.
You're coping.
I'm not fucking
You're
coping.
You're
It's
maximum.
exactly
Dan's call it.
as I suspected.
Keep
It's
clinging
exactly
for
as
anything you
No,
can.
I'm not clinging for anything. It's exactly like I
loud equals
suspected.
win, I guess.
You have done
Yeah.
this in a way to make it look more egregious. But this is a creator's
yes.
username. You fucking disgusting wretch. Fuck
You're
you.
delusional.
You go on a fucking stream and say someone's fucking real name, and you're trying to act like there's something bad happening here, where this is
There
a
is.
fucking username.
There is. You said you would ban him yourself. There is
That
something bad
doesn't
going on.
necessarily... Chud needed to specify why he'd ban them. You don't even need to give that to Dan. I wouldn't ban these people. I would just tell them to stop, because it looks bad optically. That's why.
No, I didn't say that.
It's
I told
someone
them to stop.
unrelated.
But now I've got more information. Okay, it's unrelated,
Oh, okay.
but it's a public available username. It's not their
That
personal
shouldn't
name,
be
is it?
included in
And
some
this-
random shit.
Why not?
You're
Why not?
That's the
out.
user. What? That's it. That's docs. If you were talking about like some take I gave on stream that you disagreed with, that's like telling someone there's no reason to include Aiden Underground. There's no reason to do that, to say those words. Well, that's the fucking name that I've put my takes under, that I go by, and if that's given you permission to call me. So he's literally saying you wouldn't be able to call me Aiden Underground.
Because
I'm
you
not
think it makes you
spurging
look
out.
better.
You're spurging out because
Because
you
they're
want
not
this to
to
look
fucking
bad.
do with it.
What does it matter
does
not
look
to do with
bad.
it? Is it wrong to discuss, oh, this person, this public creator that lives in this state, which is apparently publicly available, that's wrong to say in a fucking Discord server? What are
They're
you on
not
about, bro?
related to them.
Is it doxing if I was to call Destiny Steve from Nebraska? Is that doxing? Is that... I'm sure many people in DGG have done that. Nebraska Steve or whatever. That's not doxing, because Destiny goes by his full legal name, and he's given out where he's from.
Why the fuck would you like get other people involved when Nicandros?
How
and
are they
Shanu-
getting other people involved? They're video creators
you
looking
bring
at
a
a person
fucking
that might be
rando into
relevant to a
this?
story. How are they bringing it into it? They're discussing them as to whether they're involved.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we just
No,
have different standards.
you have to start putting, hey, Redacted, what's up?
It's like you can just bring in whoever you want when you do it. That's fine.
If you're looking at something and talking about something
Yo, thank you, Redacted, for the tip. Sorry, I don't want to dox you there, man.
and there's a public
You know what would be
profile,
disgusting if I said like redacted and did anything else? I put unrelated in the third fucking name, third line.
Yes, but then when he's relitigating it, which Chud missed, when he's reiterating this to Chud, he says, yeah, that's a name. So, yeah, that's misleading. If we're talking about docs info that was included, and you're referring to the redacted section as a name, the obvious implication would be that that is docs info.
Line on this is other unrelated names
No, so
are
you did
redacted
this.
as well.
So you've manipulated this to make it look
Oh,
worse
manipulated.
than it is. It is
Yes,
manipulated,
yes.
Because if this is a fucking username, you've made it seem like it's personal identifiable information when it's not. And the
Are you
state,
retarded?
is it true?
How is that sentence?
When, not always, but typically, when people leave shit that can easily be specified and clarified up to interpretation, that is typically a part of an attempt to deliberately mislead you. Therefore, manipulation.
Let's go.
Is
I
it
don't
true?
know who, but
Is it-
Thank you so much, Starfish, for the... Fuck! Sorry, I didn't mean to dox you there. Thank you so much, Redacted, for the 2, who says Redacted Underground. I don't want to dox myself here. Is Underground a dox? Thank you so much, Starfish.
True. Is
unrelated
it true that the
redacted
state?
person?
Is it true the redacted state was something that was on their public profile? Yes or no?
I have no fucking idea. Let me see. Hold on. I assume people know where this person lives. I don't see it on their Twitter, but I know where this person lives, but I didn't want anyone knowing who this was. Is that not fair?
So
Do
you know where
not
the
want
person.
that?
So are you saying that the redacted state here is public information?
It's a redacted state public information. I don't think that people should know who an unrelated person with these two people going and doxing something. Like if they start
This person... if I had New York or LA in my profile or whatever, and you're covering me and you go to my X account, why should you not know that? At minimum, if you're researching something, I would expect you to have at least clicked on the person's fucking X account, which would therefore explain how you would know that if they have voluntarily disclosed that. Also, what Dan is doing here is he's blurring the line between personal preference and like descriptive moral wrong, or describing a moral wrong. Right? He's saying, is it wrong for me to not want to include? No, that's not wrong for you to not want to include that. But when you're using it as a part of a doxing accusation, telling someone else they've morally crossed the line, you should be distinguishing which information is redacted as a part of your personal preference and which information is redacted as a part of the claim. And yeah, putting unrelated doesn't really do that, does it?
Started talking midstream about how like Chud Logic does
Doesn't
X,
fucking
Y, and
matter,
Z.
bro.
I
Stop trying to pivot away. You are fucking disgusting, wretch.
No, you just are
You are
trying to.
falling so fucking hard, bro.
On the
I'm not trying to
point that you-
pivot.
Was I in the server? I got kicked out like months ago, but I was in there, but I typed like one message and didn't look at it.
Because
to get a
the
W.
way it's worded-
Okay, react to them doing fucking gay ops. React to them going and using fucking tools to get breached passwords, breach names. Let's go to page 2 on this. Oh, we don't want to do that, right? You just want to fucking feign like outrage and everything
I've
here.
Caught,
No, you
I've
don't.
caught
No,
onto what's
no.
happening here.
You
have
disgusting wretch, mate. You disgusting wretch. You said unrelated redacted. You knew what you. Yeah, fuck these people. Yeah.
That is hands down. That has got to be the like worst attempt at a British accent I've ever heard. Unironic, like that's like that's horrible, man. That's really bad.
I want them to understand that they've claimed moral superiority this entire time, and they are the same or worse because they claim to be better and they're fucking cunts. They do the same shit. They're not doxing some big fucking creator so they can make a piece. It's not Taylor Lorenz going after libs of TikTok. They're doxing a fucking rando on fucking Twitter.
Well, they're not doxing.
But where did they? Where's the dox?
It's related to someone else.
They're not
And you're
publicizing
sucking
the
the
information.
fucking dick. Oh, really? Giving one information of one person to the other. That's not doxing? Because
Nope.
you might want to watch yourself on this one. You
Well,
might.
if this is a
It's in a
publicly
public
available
channel,
Twitter profile,
I don't know.
if this is
I
a
don't know.
publicly available Twitter profile, and this
Okay,
state is
sure.
public information, there's nothing wrong with putting this in a Discord conversation.
I wouldn't
No.
even go that, dude. He's not. Chud is not. He has to cross his eyes and dot his T's. Dot his eyes and cross his T's. What am I talking about? He has to dot his eyes and cross his T's here because they are looking for anything right now. And under what he's like, absolutely, like I was like, what I did was called doxing, but like under this logic, it wouldn't because I was only using public info. Like that obviously like is not you like with it's not just public info. It's public info that the anonymous account has disclosed themselves.
If it is personal identifiable information, if this state is not publicly known and it gets revealed publicly, then it's doxing. But I don't think this is doxing because, as far as I understand, this is publicly
I love
available
the idea,
information.
and we can come to
Twitter.
common ground. I 100% would absolutely be 100% on board with you that this is not doxing. If
Cool.
we want to keep that standard, that as long as you don't publish it publicly, it's not
He has
doxing.
to stop him from doing this thing, the implied hypocrisy. Either call out the hypocrisy or stop doing this like speculative, threatening, like, are you sure you want to go down that route, buddy? Ask him, okay, where have I been inconsistent on this? He has nothing. He won't be able to answer with anything.
Doxing. I love that.
Well, hang on a second.
we-
Okay.
No?
Public information could be like.
And,
phone
I
book.
just want to
what
clarify.
I mean is
it says Texas on this person's thing. So yeah, so fine. If you want this whole thing, if that's a big thing, it said Novaru in Texas. If you think that blows your point,
bro, you are a fucking. This is Novaru.
you're a fucking
This is
wretch, mate. You
Novaru.
included- you
You've
didn't do
been
this,
exposed, dude. This is
You've been
Novaru in
exposed,
Texas.
mate.
Not a single piece of information shared in this chat is PII. Literally not a single piece of the redacted info is PII. It's all information that the user themselves has voluntarily disclosed and established the link to. This is like, what are we doing here? And they're not just reaching by trying to make this look like doxing. They're reaching by, like, it's so, you could tell how desperate they are to link Chud to this.
Yeah, you've put it as unrelated, redacted state.
Yeah,
as
they
if
are
it's
unrelated to
PII.
this. They weren't doxing
Novaru is a
fucking
public
Novaru.
figure, and it's known that she lives in fucking
So?
Texas. Dude,
Yes?
your
What
manipulation
point?
of information, your fucking Hasbara here is fucking disgraceful, bro. That you've desperately
Alright,
tried
well,
to create a piece of propaganda,
I'm gonna
okay,
have to agree to disagree on that one.
to smear Shimura and Nicandros when it's fucking a public OnlyFans person, and everyone knows that she lives in fucking Texas, man. Wretched,
It says
wretched fucking
unrelated.
trickery, bro.
Is this the best that you can do? Is hinge on this one point? I know.
No, dude,
this is
it's not
something-
hinging on this one point. Your
Do you
entire
not want to go through
fucking
the rest
piece,
of it?
your
Do you
entire
not wanna go
piece
through
is
the rest of it?
undermined
I understand
because
if
you
you
have
wanna
tried to
sweep it under
create
the
the
rug and-
perception of
No,
impropriety.
listen,
Dude, you are
if this is
fucking
your
flailing.
excuse-
You have
if this
tried
is
to
your
create the
excuse to not
perception of
cover it-
impropriety, and there's not in this part. I'm happy to look
You know
at
what?
all of
How-
this,
you know what? Maybe you
but
should
you've
talk to-
manipulated the information.
Hold on. I have an idea of what we can do. I mean, if you want, I have someone else who wants to kind of discuss this.
Who?
What do you think?
Who?
How about your best boy Destiny? What do you think?
Okay, so Destiny's coming on now. Give me 1 sec, guys. Hold on. I just, I'm gonna... 1 sec, 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Shit. Okay. Alright.
Think.
I don't want to speak to Destiny. I'm not talking to fucking Destiny.
You sure you're running?
No, no. Well, sure. If you want to say I'm running, fine. I'm not talking to Destiny about this. No.
Why?
Okay.
I'm not getting roped into your fucking DGG gay op tricks. No, not happening.
Okay.
What he should have done here, so, because they're just going to call him a runner. They're literally just going to call him a runner. I understand why he doesn't want to talk to Destiny, because Destiny is very good, better than Chud, at narrative control and, like, and the sort of legit, the, you know, nuances of debating, which allows him to mislead you into the acceptance of wrong things that are blatantly wrong. And Chud is just not going to be equipped to deal with that. He even missed things here with that. I'm not saying that, like, that makes, like, Chud stupid or anything. It's just, like, you need to be, like, a specific kind of person to be prepared for that. To some extent, a bit of a debate bro yourself, which is why Chud here should say, okay, if we could bring Queeman in, sure.
Not
Then
fucking
just
happening,
don't
dude.
fucking read it. Then just fucking close it, move out, say it's not a big deal, and move the fuck
Should have called, I'm not going to, Chud wouldn't have me on for this.
on.
Why do you need Destiny
be-
to come in? Can't you defend yourself here?
Hey, listen, I'm just saying. He messaged me, said he wanted to come in.
No,
maybe
I'm
he
not
had
fucking
some
talking.
information
Dave,
I don't
Destiny
have.
can get fucked, bro. It's so obvious
Okay.
he's trying to rope me
I'm
into
fine
these
if you want to bring in
fucking
Shamu
gay
or
games.
Nicandros. Absolutely, I'm 100% cool with that. If you want to bring them in, I'm fine with that.
Well, I mean, if
What,
you want to
fuck?
speak to them in order to, you know, allow them to defend themselves, that's fine. I can do
Okay.
that.
Good. Okay. Sure. Bring them. Come on in, Shamu or Nicandros. Let's go. Let's have a conversation.
Dude, it's literally in a profile. It's literally in a fucking profile, dude. Look,
You don't understand. Okay.
This doesn't
I
even
think
seem
I
like,
can clear
this
up
isn't
for
even
you.
a real person, dude. This is like Denal.
This is not
No,
about
that is
them
a real
doxing
person, never mind.
Noboru. You understand that, right?
Dude, AI has gotten so bad, I think non-AI images are AI.
This is a random Twitter user they're trying to go after. Do you think this is the person they were going after?
no, but the point is, in your document, you have created something to create the perception of impropriety.
No.
Yes, you have.
You could remove this line and it would be just as bad. You're just
No.
hoping that this makes you fucking better. Remove it. Go ahead, remove it altogether. Black
Do you know
it
what?
the
Fine,
fuck
I am
out.
being a pussy. Bring Destiny on. Bring that fucking pussy on. Let's
Good.
fucking go. Come
Okay.
on.
All right. Well,
Good. Listen, I'm not gonna be too harsh on Chud on this one because once again, we're going red mode. Once again, Chud does not know the ins and outs or nuances of debate. So it's gotten dark outside. We're going red. We're going red. Chud does not know like the nuances or ins and outs of debate.
we'll do. Hold on. Like old times.
Yes, like old times.
Hold on, let's hit the lights. There we go. Dude, I hate light.
Wow. It's been a while, Destiny.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm good. How are
Red
you?
mode now.
I'm doing great. Okay, so I know the meme is that me and Dan are always scheming together, but I haven't seen this before. I just see you guys arguing over it.
Right. That's bullshit. You tweeted this straight away.
Yeah, well, I retweeted it because it was shitting on you, so of course I did. Doesn't mean I read it, though. Hold on, let me catch up.
So my point
Well,
here...
so just like a blatant admission that you're gonna run with any claim, regardless if you verified its like accuracy. You're gonna run with any claim so long as it makes the opposition look bad. So just like to start things off, like a blatant admission that he's never gonna engage with this in good faith, as if we didn't know that, right? But it's funny to hear it come out of his mouth.
Is the perception of impropriety is being created by listing this as unrelated redacted and redacted state, when it's Novaru who lives in Texas.
Is that true?
Yes.
So Destiny has a tactic, and I've always wondered, like, why, when I used to be a fan, how has Destiny never lost a debate? I've never seen Destiny be forced into a concession, and I always wondered, like, how does he do it? How does he do it? And somebody said this to me once, and it's very accurate, and I've kind of used this myself a little bit. But the tactic is, if you want to argue for a claim, but you realize you just don't have enough to argue for it, you're going to pretend like you're unsure of the claim and you're just asking questions. That way, it never looks like you're going on the offensive or running with the point, and therefore you can't lose. You can't lose because you're never like necessarily positively asserting the claim, even though in the asking questions phase, you're basically subtly arguing for that claim.
Did Shamu confirm this?
Yes. Dan confirmed it, and I've just...
If he thinks he has an own, it's a debate. If he doesn't have a clear own on this and just wants to characterize something as something, it's just asking questions.
Novaru's profile. She lives in Texas.
Yeah, they're not involved with who they're doxing. That's why it says unrelated.
Destiny, you're a reasonable
What's
guy.
up?
Surely you would agree that putting it this way makes it seem like this is personal identifiable information.
Oh, come on.
Unrelated redacted person it's got, well, I don't even know what you guys mean by personally identifiable information anymore. What is your definition of that?
I don't even know.
So someone's full name, if it's not public on the
Holy
internet,
fuck,
address, phone number, etc.
And then how are you counting?
Quinlan was right. He just is not as good as I remember him being. He's just not as good as I remember him being.
I swear I'm not being pedantic, and I can explain why I'm asking. When you say public,
Maybe I've been doing the debate bro shit too long, but I don't think I've gotten better. It seems like he's gotten worse.
look on the internet, like some people consider LinkedIn or like a school website or other stuff to be public. Some people don't. Like,
so there can
like,
be stuff that's
I'm gonna
public.
be
So
charitable email.
Yeah, so once again, people never like to, whenever it benefits them, nobody likes to define doxing. How we all use it, because Destiny just said, when I was giving this definition, I'm like, nobody uses that, they don't say it verbatim, but when they argue something is or isn't doxing, they're doing so essentially under this definition. The person who's doing the doxing must link the personally identifiable information to the anonymous online persona. If the person themselves establishes that link between these two separate things that exist as a part of the same entity, then it's not doxing. But, for example, if there's public info out about me under my real full legal name, and even though that's publicly accessible, if you were to figure out that I was my full legal name, and then go and tell everyone Aiden Underground is going here or doing this, you're the one establishing the link, and it would therefore be doxing.
Like if it's like a public account where they have like from and they're like my Twitter and all that wouldn't be public, right?
there could be stuff that's public in like a phone book.
You would consider that public, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But if you go to a phone book and publicize the information, I would consider that doxing. What I'm talking about is if someone has put on their own profile their state, if you say they live in that state when they put it on their own Twitter profile, that can't possibly be doxing.
What is the for the context of these messages? Why is Shamu pointing this out?
I don't know. We can bring Shamu in and he can explain, because I obviously don't know. And he can give the context.
Okay, well, I guess, sure. So we can ask him if we want, but then...
But can you just answer the question that I asked?
What?
That's too narrow. Doxing includes going after people who aren't even online. Like who? Like Antifa, for example? Well, then, okay, so just remove the online from the persona. An anonymous identity is like, if you want to get like pedantic and autistic as fuck, doxing is when you link personally identifiable information to an anonymous or to a private anonymous persona. There has to be somewhere the link is being established here. Or it doesn't even necessarily have to be anonymous. It's anonymous in the sense of this information is, how would I put this? Well, yeah, I mean, there would have to be some level of obscurity surrounding the figure to make it doxing. So around an obscured figure, like if they're clearly not linking that information themselves or intend to do so, right?
Well, if someone puts that they live in Texas on their Twitter profile, is it doxing to say they live in Texas? Yes or no?
I mean, it depends on
the context. No. Dude, get me. It depends on the context. It's yes or no.
Okay, so they're not to play. Well, so it's not right. So what we all understand doxing to mean.
Yes, we don't use the dictionary. This is an informal word. Like, I know there's some dictionaries have now defined it, but when we're using this word, and nobody's ever using the exact dictionary definition. Because under the exact dictionary definition, numerous examples that we would all agree are doxing would not be, right? It is a more informally applied term.
People understand doxing to mean is doxing is when you try to make personally identifiable information available in a form where people can use it to attack you. That's generally what we mean when we say doxing. So, like, generally speaking, you would say, oh, here's this person's Twitter account. They live in this state or whatever. I mean, like, maybe
I think that's
not,
actually a fine definition.
Like trying to hunt down people that are like geographically near somebody for the purposes of some other thing.
No, it would have to involve publication. When you publicize personally identifiable information, no, because then journalists would be considered doxers all the time. Like, you could technically use any form of info to attack someone. So I don't even know if I agree with that definition.
Thing that, I mean, even if it is publicly available, personally, I think that would be considered doxing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but you've given a very long answer there. But at the start, you said very simply, if someone has got Texas on their Twitter account, it's not doxing to say they live in Texas.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to find people that like live near a guy to like swat him or something, and you're
dude, okay, bro, dude, I have listened to so many of your fucking debates, okay, over the years. Yeah. And you think you're going to get away with this? Oh, if you find someone to swat them, it's a very simple question, and you're trying to overcomplicate it to give the perception that I'm wrong somehow, and it's not true. I'm correct.
Dude, I'm not even saying you're wrong. This is the definition for doxing that I've literally always given. Is when
he sounds like me right now. I say that verbatim.
You're trying to make personally identifiable information available just for the purpose.
He is literally skinwalking me. It's so bad, dude. I don't watch Destiny. I haven't watched Destiny in years. So it's not like I'm skinwalking these new talking points. I can't because I'm not watching.
Just harassing somebody. I would consider that doxing.
Okay.
I think most people agree, even if you wanted to say it in other words, generally speaking, that's how we view it.
So,
but what is the, I'm curious, what is this next line from Nick Candros or whatever, where he's saying, like, anyone know how to gay ops them into revealing more info? What does that mean?
So sure, I agree with you. That's potentially troubling. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know what he means by gay op or more information. So yes, I agree that looks bad.
You wretch, you fucking wretch, mate. You know exactly what gay ops means, mate.
Dan.
I'm just curious. Wait, well, when you read it, like, how does that read to you? Like, what is like the plain reading of that? What do you assume that to mean?
Everyone says, I'm not even skinwalking Destiny. I'm skinwalking someone else who was probably themselves very influenced by Destiny, who taught me a lot about debate. Regardless of where I stand on this person today.
They're looking to play some trick on someone to get them to reveal more information they don't want to reveal.
Okay. And then, so in the context of talking about like a person and where they live, and then they're talking about gay opsing them to see if they can reveal more info, doesn't that sound a little...
I mean, it sounds bad, but I need more context to understand what Nicandros was getting at. Yes, I'd like to hear a response as to, you know, what is he looking to get out of it, and what is the gay op exactly?
Can you spin an example where this would be acceptable behavior to you?
Not necessarily. No,
it's easy.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Any example where the info they gathered is not that where any PII that they happen to come across in the course of looking for something else without the intent of publication of PII, any example where they're not publishing the PII would be okay.
And engage
because then it wouldn't be doxing. So any example where doxing is like actually happening wouldn't be okay here. In this case, the only grievance, at least for me, would be the optics of this.
In this behavior, I don't say this sort of thing. So I'd like to understand more so what, you know, Nicandros is saying before I could really say.
Are there any other things, or is this? Are we just looking at this page of stuff?
We can.
I think there's another page. Yeah. Well, let's read through this one.
I have this scratch under my eye, so one eye looks bigger than the other because the other's like a little swollen shot.
Okay, so what am I looking for
did we finish that other one? The other one, the first page there? Did we finish that? I'm on your stream, so I might be a little delayed.
It could be a first friend to tech tone. Definitely not something going on. Definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know his friends with redacted. So this is Nova again, is it? Is that right?
Let me just say.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry.
So listen, I'm happy to continue to talk about this, but Shamu's here, and Nicandros maybe can come on.
Yeah, we can bring on. Well, we can bring on both of them after, but I just want your impression of this before we bring them on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's some things here that are troubling, yes, and I'd like to understand more of what they were going for.
Sure, that's not quite the answer I'm looking for, but we'll get there.
Well, okay. Well, the thing is, it feels like you're looking for a specific answer.
This is my brain. I'm not looking for a specific. I just
you're asking me. You're asking me to answer for things that I don't know because I'm not Nicandros and I'm not Shamu.
Yeah,
there's stuff here that's troubling, and I like them to I like to understand more of what they're saying and where they're coming from with this. Yes.
Okay. Can we read this page and the next page, and then once we have like an opinion or an understanding of what we think it is, then we can bring both of them in, and then they can explain.
What it feels like you're trying to box me into a certain perspective or a certain answer. That's what it feels like.
I'm not sure. You know, I can't force you to.
That's exactly what he's attempting to do. That's literally exactly what he's attempting to do. It is there if they can't because they can't properly assert that this is doxing. The other strat would be to find Chud in some sort of inconsistency, which the more they get him talking, the more they're going to be able to do. The question is, everybody is inconsistent, by the way, to some extent, but you need to what Chud needs to do. Besides regularly making them get specific, is you need to also be like on their ass about like, what does this have to do with anything? Why are you like trying to change the subject? We're talking about like these people, like you want to not give them all that room to try to catch you in an inconsistency. You want to take control of this conversation.
Do anything, okay? You don't have to. If you don't want to give an answer to whatever, that's fine. You're okay. I don't have.
No, but the reality is, if I don't have an answer for something, it's going to look bad, and it's going to make it look like I'm wrong somehow. Like, it's quite clear what you're trying to do here. You're trying to box me in to make it look like I don't have an answer for this. I don't have an answer for that. These aren't my messages. It's the first time that I've seen this, and I don't know what to make of it.
Wait. Why do you think it would look bad?
Well, I mean, that's the point of putting...
It would look bad because some fucking idiot somewhere could, like, redact obviously non-PII, making everyone think it's PII, and making this case where nobody's doxing anyone look like doxing because they've purposefully and deliberately misrepresented and omitted context that would make you understand that what's being disseminated is not PII and therefore not dox info.
...out on the way it's been put out. You've got the unredacted, redacted thing. So clearly this is presented and put out in a way in order to make these people look bad. So clearly you're trying to come up with some means with which for me to not have an answer to something, and then it looks like something bad has happened.
God, I wish I had this combo instead of Chud, man.
I don't necessarily know because I don't know what the intent of some of these messages. I don't know what the gay op thing is.
Sure. But then if these were put out in a way that you don't think you could fairly cover it to give an actual opinion because there's not enough information, why would you cover it at all unless the point was literally just to sweep? Because it sounds like you're saying you can't possibly give an unbiased view of it because it's been set up to look one way. So it seems like you're kind of...
I don't think I am giving an unbiased view. I think I'm saying there's things here that look troubling and look bad and I'd like more information on. Like, it feels like you're looking for more than that. And beyond Nicandros responding...
Yeah.
Okay,
I
well,
think
okay.
it's fair. I don't think I would like draw hardcore conclusions. That's fine.
Go. Yeah, he's just asking questions. He has no positions here. He has no. Ask him, okay? Ask him. What is your take here, Destiny? Like, what are you attempting to argue? What is your take? And then he'll be like, well, I'm not really sure what's like. And it's like, well, that's obviously bullshit. It seems like you were trying to argue for a specific angle without overtly saying it, and you're using the just asking questions shit as a sort of like cloak for trying to subtly argue something. So, just to be clear, do you think this is doxing? And if you do you think this reflects badly on me, and how? You start asking the questions. Don't let him do this.
Right.
Can we just like?
But hang on
yeah,
a second.
can
No,
we
wait a
just-
second. No. But you are trying to draw hardcore conclusions. You're trying to like
I have
box
been
While
me into
pretending
a
like
smack-
he's not. While pretending like he's not. This is how he doesn't lose. This is how he never loses. Because he'll argue without making it look like he's arguing. So if he's wrong, he doesn't actually have to make a concession.
Right, I'm just,
Why is what I've said not enough for you?
Why can't
Well,
you just
because-
read the fucking page in the next one?
Well, I was trying to
Yeah,
read the
well-
page, and then Dan, you called in, and then fucking
Go ahead.
Destiny wanted to call in.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
What am I reading now? What do you want me to look at?
Well, start where you left off. Keep going.
Okay,
or I can read whatever you want.
go on.
Nicandra says, anyone know how to get? I thought that said goyops. Gayops them into really revealing more info. Shamu says it could just be a personal friend to Tectone as well, but definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know he is friends with this person or not. Nicandra says Tectone is way too obsessed not to do something like this. Language analysis stat. Mister would indicate they're male. And then Substance says, what was the name of the account that leaked the sealed court docs in his Discord? And then Shamu says the entire account is also just responding to Tectone shit if you look at the replies.
Okay, so what in there should I be condemning of or negatively perceiving, do you think?
Well, let's see. The gay ops. The
I've already said, okay, wait a second. I've already said
okay.
that looks
well, you
bad.
just asked. I was answering.
Okay, but I've already addressed that. So what in there should I read and be outraged by? What should I be condemning? Explain.
Okay. So what do you think he means when he says language analysis? Mister would indicate they're male. What are they doing?
They're attempting to ascertain whether or not this person is Tectone. Them being male would further lead you to that conclusion, right? Or disprove it.
So language analysis is, I think, if I'm thinking of the right thing, it's to do with analyzing the way that they speak to match it up to someone else. Because I think there was some,
Stylometry. Yes.
yeah, I think there was
Well,
something.
not even necessarily. It's just going to be what information can... Linguistic analysis is what information can be ascertained by somebody's speech patterns. Like, for example, people from different regions sometimes use or emphasize different words. So sometimes if you're online, the internet has its like own lingo, so it's harder to do online. This is more in the context of like letters between like older generations and shit. You would be trying to essentially garner info from the way they talk.
To do with this account could be Tectone. Is this correct? This is the one that's supposed to be Tectone.
I'm sorry. What are you asking on this?
So I'm pretty sure what this is related to is there was an account that was believed to be associated or linked with Tectone that was leaking court information.
I assume that they're assuming that this is Tectone's alt or someone related to Tectone.
Right. So what?
If you want to know who an unrelated redacted
think,
person is, I'm happy to show you that unrelated redacted whatever in a DM here. If
because
you
I think what they're
clarity
trying
on
to
something.
do is they're trying to establish that it's Tectone's alt. Correct.
Okay. Yes, by like going through and using tools to find out.
Dude, I love
the
chat.
information on it,
Rose
et
was
cetera, et cetera.
17.
Okay, so
Rose was 17.
That's what it seems like. They're trying to find out if this is Tectone's alt or like an unrelated account.
Yeah. So they have no proof for this, except that guy is someone's alt or something.
So they've got no proof for it, and they're trying to establish if it's true without publicizing the information, the private identifiable information.
Correct. So that would be like I accuse. I think you know.
So
think that, like,
okay, I'll just
Jason
make it clear.
Altbeck-
The gay op thing looks troubling. Revealing more
Okay.
info thing looks troubling. Everything else, I don't think I've got a problem with. Nothing's getting published.
It's so easy to press Dan on this because Dan's already like given you the rope to hang him with. He literally at the start of this admits that under his definition, publication is a necessary component for doxing. So you would just ask him, where's the publication? Do you think that like, so you think they use this tool to get dox info, and you think they dox? Where did they publish this information by chance? Oh wait, they didn't? Well, under your own definition, then that wouldn't be doxing because it requires publication.
Guys, and they're just trying to figure out if this is.
Thank you for the 2, Patrick. Aiden, if Jesus returned, what would you debate him on? I'd probably debate him on the concept of not saving everyone from eternal punishment. Because I think that the ultimate moral being, if he had the ability to, which the ultimate moral being is supposedly able to do anything, he would save everyone from hell because he would believe in justice, and infinite suffering is not justice is proportional, and infinite suffering cannot be proportional to any suffering one through their actions has perpetrated here on earth. Therefore, a moral being with the ability to stop injustice would do so and save everyone from hell. So the question would be, why?
Someone's alt account. Don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Next.
Is the next page like a continuation of the same conversation? Is that
Yes.
Okay. There's no redacted on Steam.
Okay, so that's an account name that is not anywhere public. It's just a name that.
I mean, listen, I'm agnostic. If there is a God, he might have his reasons that I'm unable to comprehend. I mean, that's the whole reason I'm agnostic and not religious. I don't believe we have enough information to figure out the answers to our, creation or whatever. But in regards to the Christian interpretation of God, I view that as a little bit of a inconsistency that's kind of hard to get over.
They got from their OSINT tool. So they ran this doxing tool where you put in a Twitter username and it goes through data breaches and it finds the emails, it finds your passwords that you've had that have done, all that stuff. So they put in someone's Twitter username and found an alternate name, okay? And this alternate name, now they're looking and they're saying, hey, this alternate name, I don't see it on Steam. It could be unique
Hang on a
enough.
sec. You're baking a lot of stuff in there. You're saying there's password breaches. Do we know that this information is being, found off the back of a password breach, or is it that a Steam account is linked to an email?
What? I don't understand what you're asking here. They ran a Twitter account through a service that lets you get information about it, like emails, real names, addresses.
Okay.
And various other information that wouldn't be PII, like other anonymous accounts. Like he's emphasizing it like this is the only applications of this tool, as if OSINT has absolutely no utility outside of doxing. And it's not that Dan is stupid, it's that he's being dishonest, and he's being dishonest because Dan himself utilizes OSINT tools. I think he's literally described himself as like an OSINT, I love the LARPers that put that in their fucking bio and shit, but he understands these tools. He knows that there are tons of applications outside of doxing, and he's pretending like he doesn't, and he's inherently baking doxing into the description of this tool to support the presupposition that this is doxing, when under the definition of doxing Dan provided, because this case clearly lacks publication, it's not doxing.
Other accounts, yeah?
Okay.
You following me? So
Sure.
they started with like a Chud Logic, and now
Yeah,
they're
but is the Steam
on
account
Chuddy556.
Okay, but is the Steam account Chud Logic?
Yeah.
Or is
No.
it something else?
It's something
unrelated.
unique that they got from the doxing tool. Correct.
Okay.
So like I started with chudlogic@gmail.com, and now I have like, Piglover69. And I'm like, Piglover69. I don't see that on Steam. Okay, let's try running that through another doxing tool that gets a list of every account that's been registered under that name.
A
So that's what they're
doxing
saying
tool.
Right there. And if you
okay.
want me, I'm happy to send you the complete with everything there. If you think that I'm missing something out, I just didn't want this fucking random guy's deets getting out there. That's it. But I can send it to you if
His
that's like
deets getting out there. Do you mean the deets that he himself voluntarily put out there?
if you don't care, I'm happy to send it.
Okay, so I could put that in the box of I'd like more information about that. It looks bad. Let's get more information.
Okay.
Next.
All right. Well, yeah, keep reading.
The person might be retarded enough to have another account somewhere. And then redacted image. And then clumsy attempt at woke scolding. And then another redacted image. And then, it's just, this account does really, Lamar. What are these redacted images?
you're gonna have to wait for later on that. Just now, assume that there's nothing. Assume that it's not there. It just says redacted image.png.
Okay.
I'll guarantee you,
it
it's
tweets?
nothing.
Is it like a PPI thing?
If you've added the word manually redacted as a part of an allegation involving doxing, you should absolutely know what's being redacted, and the only things that say redacted over it should be PII. Anything else, if you just like personally decide you're not going to call someone by their username, you should literally like cross it out with red and say in text in the corner of the screenshot, things crossed out in red are not doxing and are not a part of this allegation. I've chosen to censor these due to personal preference in what information that I choose to share online. There is no moral there's no moral claim being made about the information that is censored in red. Only the information that says redacted.
It's all in the database.
There should be something clearly distinguishing these two.
The file wasn't archived, literally. You have to use your imagination.
Okay, because obviously redacted image gives another perception of impropriety.
Yeah, which is on purpose. And you can argue that it's on purpose because Dan describes one of the pieces of redacted info as a name. When we're discussing dox info, the obvious conclusion the audience would be led to is somebody's legal name, not their username. So nobody would know that this redacted info is existing outside of your allegation of doxing and merely redacted due to personal preference. It is a deliberate attempt to mislead.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not there.
It's not like he had to make one mistake with with redacting on the screenshot. What he reiterated on Chud's stream is enough to indicate that this is not like a mistake. It's intentional. It's intentional to mislead people.
Just assume you have to. What are they talking about? I don't know. What do you think they could be posting?
Clumsy attempt at woke scolding. This looks like a tweet or something, I'm guessing.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. But again, this, again, it's the perception of impropriety, putting redacted image in there, which to me is suggesting that there's some sort of like bad thing happening.
Well, it could be, yeah, I mean, they're
Like,
looking up someone's information.
If
Yeah,
it's
they are.
someone's,
It is a bad thing. Yes, it is a bad thing. You're looking up someone's shit
No, wait a second.
and you're putting up their stuff.
No.
Yes.
If it's someone's Facebook profile picture from an unrelated thing, that's different to it being a tweet, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay. So you see my point? And Destiny, you see the point as well. This is set up and designed to look as bad as possible to, in my opinion, smear Shamoon the
Call it what it is. It's a lie by omission. It's a lie by omission and a deliberate attempt to mislead people. If doxing was here, you wouldn't need to have redacted a bunch of non-docs that it would just be like, this information was not available on any of this person's public-facing profiles, yet Shamu and Nick Andros publicized it. If it doesn't start with that, then it's not doxing.
Andros.
Well, how do you not set it up so that it's not just doxing everybody?
Okay, is it doxing to put Novaru's account name on the document?
Well, did they know initially that it was Novaru?
What? It's Novaru's Twitter account handle.
This isn't about Novaru. I just...
Desi doesn't even know what's going on here.
Unrelated.
Desi doesn't even know what's happening. It's so good. Why have you joined to clearly try to argue or move the audience in favor of your position when you don't even know what the fuck is going on?
The point I'm making is that you have put things in here that should be on the document. Because what does it fucking matter if Novaru is mentioned on the fucking document?
And then when you re-explain those things, you use vague terminology to make us think that this thing is a component of the allegations, it being dox info, right? It is a deliberate attempt to mislead.
Here. But you've set it up in a way that makes it look worse than it is. So why am I going to accept anything else that's here?
Okay. Oh, you're saying it's over redacted because there are things that are being protected in here that aren't like worth.
Yes,
protecting.
exactly.
Like
Precisely. Yes.
Gotcha. I mean,
you see why that's a problem.
Well, and then take it a step further. Not only is it unnecessarily redacted, but if you're not you're misleading people. If you're not clarifying, you're just misleading people.
I mean, I can kind of understand that, but I think it's really difficult when you're dealing with stuff like this because the accusation is that...
Are you going to cover the sexual queen? We're covering this full debate. We're covering the full debate.
I know nobody believes me, but I guess I'm speaking for my own audience. So I don't know what these two images are. I haven't like reviewed this shit before. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna watch this and then just like skip at the good part. That's a really good idea.
Dan is trying to show here.
Who do you think I
The
am?
general accusations, stuff that I've seen, and it looks like this is following the same. Is basically, if anybody on social media is showing up to support one of your ops, then that means that you're going to try to find who that person is. You're going to try to dox that person. You're going to try to harass that person. You're going to try to publicize information, whatever you can do about it. That looks like what this conversation is about. So if you
looks like, but when we get into the specifics, it clearly isn't this thing. So when I said earlier that I would have personally stepped in and moderated it, I'm only moderating it because of the looks like part, not a description or a positive assertion that it is this thing. It's just worded in a way where it could be easily mischaracterized as this thing, which is the only part I would take issue with.
include other names in there. So if Novaru is here, ostensibly as a friend of the person that they're trying to go after, or the person whose friends are trying to go after, then my guess is the word would be they would just try to harass Novaru as well, because these people, well, you guys, I guess I should say, you people do this to
Hang
every
on,
single
wait,
person
you
surrounding
people,
somebody that you
Destiny,
don't like.
give me a fucking break with that shit. What do you mean, you people? I heard your fucking comment on stream the other day. What do you mean, you people? What the fuck have I got to do with this?
I mean, commentary people. I
Shut
don't
up,
mean
Dan.
you.
Shut the fuck up, Destiny.
Things like you peep, it's not just like slip of the tongue. It's not. It is so fucking deliberate. And when Destiny was responding to me, when he pulled up that clip of me, I don't know if anyone has that clip, but when he pulled up that clip of me, and I'm making a criticism of how he does this, he's like, so technically speaking, like when I'm saying, right, you're claiming that because these people utilize doxing tactics, it's okay to dox them. So the question is, okay, when did J-Stock dox anybody? When did J-Stock dox anybody? So he's looking at my clip and he's like, on the micro, he'd probably be correct on everything. But on the macro, these like vaguely associated groups, they use this type of behavior. They utilize like these tactics on the regular or whatever. Why the fuck? If you're trying to establish someone's guilt and therefore justifying them as a reasonable target of this very serious tactic that almost every community online deems as bad, would you analyze who's guilty on the fucking macro, you stupid piece of shit? What are you talking about?
Destiny, respond.
Yeah. You people as in like your community, the one you fostered on Spicy Chat, and then that community that leaks out into like
Oh
all
yes,
these
the
other weirdo
great
communities.
fucking spicy chat fit. What are you on about, dude? This spicy chat fucking comment in 2026. Who is in spicy chat that's doing this fucking shit, dude?
Do you think that nobody in Spicy Chat is
No.
involved in-
Yeah, like I heard like the person involved in this robbery ended up shooting the Clark, so we're considering the death penalty. But we don't want to apply the death penalty on the macro or on the micro. We're gonna like look at this on the macro and we're gonna execute anybody that's ever committed a robbery.
That's my
Doxing
question.
any of
Who in
those
spicy chat is doing this?
I'm not ready to answer your question right now. My shit isn't. I'm not doing my whole write-up until my case is over. But I just want to hear you say that. Do you think that nobody right now, which is a fine statement to make, by the way, you can say that. You can be of the mindset
No.
right now.
I'm
that
asking for
nobody in
examples
Spicy
of
Chat-
people that are engaged in bad behavior, and you give me this fucking bullshit.
Well, I'm not here presenting documents to you today. That's not what I came here for.
Okay. But you're
I just wanna know
saying
what you were
you
going with Dan.
people,
But you-
and then
wait,
you're
why
saying,
is it so
no,
hard
wait,
for
no,
you to
Destiny,
say-
shut the fuck up and listen to me. I'm saying,
Uh-huh.
is it me? And you're saying, no, it's you people. And I'm saying, who's you people? And it's spicy
clarified,
chat,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And I'm
And the
saying,
people in
who,
there, yeah.
exactly who? And you don't have a fucking answer for me.
No, I'm not giving you an answer right now.
Right.
But you
okay.
can also say, you could be of the mindset.
So
and say, I
how
don't think I need
how
to
is that
bring
my
more people in
responsibility when
Spicy
you're not even
Chat.
going to give me a name of someone in my community that you can point to
I'm
that's
telling
doing
you right
something
now,
wrong?
you could say, it's not. My impression of the people in Spicy Chat is there aren't people in there that engage in that behavior. They don't engage in it in there. They don't engage in it in any other servers. I'm not aware of any of that. But that could be your opinion. That's a totally fine opinion you can have.
No, because you're trying to make an accusation without having any evidence to present now to back it up. You're just
Sure,
acting
but I
like
don't
I'm
give a fuck.
involved.
You don't
Like
have
you're
to-
clearly trying to create this image that I'm somehow involved in this when
Yeah, of
I'm
course,
not.
because
There's
that's
no
my opinion,
evidence
of
that I
course.
am,
Yeah.
and you're trying to do this fucking webbing thing.
Of course not. And then, so when you bring it back to sarcasm, you're able to make implications that you don't have to substantiate. He does this all the time. If you're seriously arguing this, let's argue it. If not, like the gay sarcasm is literally just an obfuscation tactic because you are making an assertion that you can't argue for. So you're going to keep it in the realm of humor so that it doesn't look like you're blatantly lying, which is exactly what you're doing, you stupid fuck.
You came up with.
Like, all you need to say.
Yeah, isn't that what these guys are doing? On that you're looking at this screen right now, where they're trying to gay ops an account on Twitter because they're posting in tech tones replies. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, hang on a sec. That's a whataboutism. That's completely irrelevant. right?
That's what we're talking
It's
about.
not really a whataboutism. If you're telling me that I'm doing a bad thing and then I can demonstrate that you're giving a pass to a bad thing.
Well, no, hang on. I'm not. No, so wait a second. You're such a little fucking dirty little debate trickster. I'm not giving a pass to this. I'm saying there's things here that look bad, and I'd like more information. I'm not giving a pass to it. I just don't have all of the information yet. Dude, you're such a wretched little fucking liar, bro. The way that you talk in these conversations is so transparent.
You okay?
I'm totally fine, mate. I'm totally fine. And you're doing this thing where you're trying to act all fucking calm about this, but you're crashing out on your own stream about it, talking about fucking spicy chat in 2026.
Are you okay? He's talking in like a totally calm, coherent, like is this like a therapy session? How does that make you feel, Destiny? Are we like doing therapy here? Like, what? Am I okay? Let me write a feelings chart for you. What?
Is your impression that I'm the one crashing out right now? You guys have been on meltdown mode for like the past like 48 hours.
Yes,
but
yes, because you're trying to act calm about it, but you clearly are fucking obsessed with spicy chats. You're banging on about spicy chat 2026, bro. But you're trying to act calm about it now.
To be fair, it's not spicy chat. Like spicy chat is like 6 to like.
Oh, so it's not spicy chat. Why is Destiny talking about? No, okay, hang on a minute. Why is Destiny talking about spicy chat if it's not spicy chat then?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, dude, icy chat. Notorious Destiny A-log. A notorious Destiny A-log chat. I've used that. I hate the Destiny shit. I agree with all the people who criticize him, but it's just uninteresting to me. If that were what the chat was for, I wouldn't be in it. What do you think is happening in Icy, Dan? And then also, why we bring up Nuki? That's like a dead chat. That's a dead chat. That was just like an Icy replacement for a while. Where I also don't think, albeit I didn't, moderate in that place, but to my knowledge, there was nothing bad happening in there either. So what do you mean? It's not just not like I don't even know who this fucking sulfur person is. They're certainly not in my chat.
You see what happened there? Wait. Your fucking retarded audience. There's only fucking Indian rape lovers that are left. Your retarded audience.
I don't know anything about Nuki because, as I've said to you guys before, he has been doing like intelligence gathering for like the past year, trying to work off this hunch that there is private coordination happening to do all this, and they just need to find where it's happening to prove it. So Dan joined my server. I'm pretty sure he tried to get into IC. I wouldn't be surprised if he joined Gamma's. He has like alts and shit. And he goes on these like private like fact-finding excursions.
This up.
Does this work?
Your retarded audience.
What it does? Look at it.
You were trying to insinuate I'm somehow
involved. No, Nuki did not trade doxes. That never happened. I know you're joking, but like once again, guys, he's literally trying to paint these chats as doxing chats. So the sarcasm and shit, like, just be fucking careful. Because it's gonna be like, look, someone in your own chat is admitting that it's a doxing chat. What are you doing? And it's like, yeah, that person is obviously, and it's like, sure, it's joking whenever it makes you look bad. Sure.
Involved in this. You were trying to insinuate that I'm somewhere involved, and when I challenged you, you went to spicy chat, and when I asked for specifics, you said you didn't give me any.
The monologuing, yep. What did I say, Chuck?
Oh, wait, you said never trade. I thought you said Nuki traded doxes. I misread that. Sorry. I'm on the lookout for, like, anything they could mischaracterize.
You said you people. You said you people, which was suggesting that I'm somewhere involved. And when I question you about it, now we go from, well, it's spicy chat to, well,
so aggro? Yeah, you should be aggro. We literally have this like community of psychopaths where the leader, who's in a civil case right now relating to his like to his non-consensual disclosure of intimate private sexual images to a 17-year-old, right? That guy is literally admitting that he's being bad faith and retweeting anything that makes Chud look bad. And by extension, I'm sure that applies to like the people under Chud, albeit like I'm not that relevant or relevant at all. So I don't think Destiny's retweeting anything about me. But anything they can use, they're trying to get right now.
Well, actually, it's not spicy chat.
What did I say, Chud? Do you even remember?
I do remember what you said. Yes.
What did I say?
I don't need to give you the specifics of what you said. You said you people, which was suggesting.
I said that it's when I said you and your people. I said, and then I brought up spicy chat as an example, and then I further clarified. I said the people that are in that server. I asked you, do you think that they frequent other servers where everybody doxes each other? and then you started screaming about spicy chat and debate tactics. Is that your impression, or is your impression that the people that frequent spicy chat or frequented spicy chat aren't involved in that behavior?
I don't think the people that are in spicy chat are involved in that behavior, no.
What percentage of this
There you go.
server do you think is also in spicy chat?
Not sure. Don't know. But then again, are they engaging in even this behavior in the server? I don't even know that.
There are a lot of people that are just in spicy to lurk. Like, not people that like the people that actively type, you could probably name in like one list. Right? It's literally just, it's just like Ghoul, Edgar, Swedish Crow, Stylo, Bug, Red Penny, Canadian Caller, Ryzak, Gringle, Bumba, Dr. Phil. Those are like real Deeperama sometimes. Those are like the only people that really type in there. J-Stock, Parry sometimes, but Parry got banned today, which we'll get into later, of course.
Like, it's very tenuous. It's like the most we got is the, there's
Twist, Texty. Yeah, like these are, I don't even know if Texty's in there anymore. These are like all just like unks that like, I think they talk about like picking up their kids from school more than they talk about Destiny at this point.
aspects that look bad. The gay op thing looks bad, right? But that's the best that we've got is, are we saying gay op? I don't know what the context is. I don't know what it means. The Steam thing looks bad. Again, I need more information about that. And now you're trying to link people in spicy chat to this by the sheer thing that they're in the same
I just want you to
Discord.
read the image. I just want you to read to the end.
Okay, but there's a number of problems that I'm coming across, and you don't really have good answers. It's just like,
Well, you've stated your problems. You can not like the answers. That's fine. I think I think they're okay reservations. You can say it seems like you're over redacting stuff to make it look really bad. That's a fine opinion.
You want to lay it out on the table. You want Destiny to specifically clarify what he's arguing. Say, you could literally talk like him, just so like we're clear. What is it exactly that you're arguing? Make him specify so he can't revert to the just asking questions Destiny.
You can have. I think, yeah, read the rest of them, bring in Shamu and Nicandros, and they can defend their perspective.
Absolutely.
his followers from my POV. This redacted guy is some tard who watched my video and seemed to agree with it. I doubt it's him. And so they're looking at follower lists, I guess. Is that supposed to be bad? Like, am I supposed to have a outraged reaction to that? It doesn't seem to be a problem to me.
You can just keep reading.
Yeah, most likely thing is like a mod or something, but I guess it specifically follows Pink just to do shit like this, Lamau. And then
I missed redacting that. Go ahead.
they've had 2 username changes, run the Dox tool 2. So this is to check past Twitter usernames from the sounds of it.
No. No. No.
Okay.
Do you want me to show you what this gives? I can, if you want to, I can run it on you and show you what it gives, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Well, let's focus on this, and then maybe we can look at that later.
Okay. It's an implied threat. Come on, dude. Come on. You know what he's fucking doing. It's like, would I prefer you do this to me? No, but technically like, obviously it's me, so I wouldn't be comfortable. But so long as you don't really publish my personally identifying info, it doesn't really affect me that you know it, right?
Okay. Okay. So run the Dox tool 2. I'm just going to toss it over to one of the unrelated...
I'm sorry, just so we're clarifying this again, I don't know if Junk is still here. Did Gilded Poo actually call into Dicker's stream and think that these were actually called Dox Tool 1 and Dox Tool 2? Better yet, why is Gilded Poo a caller in Dicker's, like, other than for the sake of debating the guy? Why I don't know why Dickers was so friendly to some of those ACC tards after my draw. It's like, Gilded literally said on his stream, if it isn't his child, it isn't his problem. In the context of his adult friend admitting to asking a 17-year-old or 16-year-old to film CP of themselves, he says, essentially, not my child, not my problem. And because this was about my drama, Dickers just brushes past that. It's like this, you're obviously distracting here. And I'm like, am I supposed to just like ignore that this guy just said, not my child, not my problem, in the context of his adult friend admitting to asking a 16-year-old to film CP? What?
Redacted friends. So who is this supposed to be?
I will message it to you. Hold on right now. 1 second. Here. Hold on. I don't know who that is, so I didn't include them.
Okay, let me see.
Do you know who that is?
Dude. Himpleton. That's a fucking YouTuber, you fucking idiot.
Well, I've never heard of him.
Why have you redacted Himpleton, you fucking moron?
Because they're unrelated, you fucking retard.
But if you're alleging doxing, you understand that the info you're redacting, the audience would assume that is a part of the claim that this is being shared as a part of. So unless you're specifically clarifying, you understand that everyone's going to walk away from this thinking this is dox info. And if you understand that and don't do anything about it, you're misleading the public and lying by omission.
Hard. Okay, but this is the problem. You are redacting the name of YouTubers that are known in this space to create the perception of impropriety. Exactly the issue I've got with this.
I think you're... Are you all right?
I'm fine. It's just this document is
it
fucking
says it's
dreadful.
Unrelated and then redacted.
But the point is...
That's not nearly specific. People are just going to think that is unrelated dox. Unless you are explicitly clarifying.
Again, this makes it look like, oh, unrelated redacted. And it's some fucking total shitter YouTuber guy. Well, what is he actually saying?
I don't know how to. I don't know how to
toss it
make
over.
this any clearer to you.
No, you have created this
reading.
document to make it look as bad as possible to smear Shamu and the Kandros. And
this is going to be
the worst.
If this is the best that you can have to cover this, is going to be hard.
Okay.
It is, because they're using doxing tools on the guy.
Yes,
they're getting up his other accounts. They're doing gay ops.
Just to be clear,
if you want to hinge on, oh, Dan, you framed this in a bad way. You know what?
No, it's no. It's not that you framed it in a bad way.
I don't even sign on to that.
It's not that you framed it in a bad way. You framed it in a dishonest way.
By the way,
you framed it in a dishonest way. You've dishonestly framed this to make this look as bad as possible.
Just listen for a second, okay? I'm this guy that you guys love. You, Queeman, Gistical, all these people. You love to say Dan's this fucking retarded evil villain that says his fucking plans in public like a fucking moron. Let me tell you, I'm happy to say, when this was going together, everything that says unrelated redacted was literally because they weren't related, didn't want to have them in. If I wanted...
They weren't related, so I personally didn't want to have them in. So why not clarify that this piece of info that uses the same word as the other piece of info that you're alleging or dox info, why not explicitly clarify you did this out of personal preference? Yeah, guys, you guys know that green guy that used to call into my streams? He's, like, really evil and shit. Like, he shared my address. What the fuck, Green? This is him telling Noid to join VC, but it was unrelated, so I decided to blur it. But, yeah, I mean, this guy was, like, releasing my address and stuff.
Wanted to be nefarious, I would just have it say fucking redacted, okay? At no point was I like, oh yeah, this is gonna make it fucking look bad.
You did the bare minimum to give yourself an out. If you were actually trying to not mislead people, it would have said something that let people know that it wasn't dox info. Like, the only reason for, like, if you were willing to even include that, that indicates that you had the ability to clarify. Like, we're aware that you should be clarifying here, and you just chose not to, which contributes to the narrative of malice more so than it does ignorance. And then it's not just like it only happened in the screenshot. It happens in Dan's verbal retellings to Chud when he refers to a piece of redacted info as a name and then moves on, which Chud doesn't catch him on until later when we figure out that that name is somebody's public-facing username. So he didn't just attempt to mislead you in the screenshots, he does so when he's actually elaborating on the screenshots with his own voice.
Better. If anything, the reason I was doing it is so that fucking cucks out there wouldn't be like, whoa, why is he bringing this guy in, mate? Fucking redact this information,
yeah,
mate.
But you're talking
why the fuck
about...
you bringing Novaru into this?
Novaru
so I want to
is
avoid that. But you guys just fucking bitch either way. That's it.
Himpleton is a less known...
Why do, like, all the, like, retarded boomers, like, think it's an own that, like, somebody has, like, a British accent and then they just, like, badly mock it? Tommy did the same shit. It's like, wow, they have an accent. Hilarious.
YouTuber guy.
They're not related to this. That's it. That's why they say unrelated.
Okay. So calling a woman a huge slut.
Do what Dan is doing to Chud. Say, okay, Dan, if we were to go through past examples of you sharing information on a given story, you've removed the names of people who were unrelated to it in all these instances, correct? Obviously, he has not. So you're going to catch him on that, and you're literally doing to him what he's doing to you.
Is 100% Foyd lingo. The person behind this account is a woman. So again, Docs Tools 2, yes. Maybe I've got an issue with that. But I don't fucking know what this does.
I can send you, I'm happy to send you a screenshot
Okay.
if you want. I can run it on you and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Okay. So then the Canadros says, also these memes they post, fake plastic whore, that's Foyd tongue, a Freudian slip. Yeah, true that. And then we've got XCOM I status redacted, 100% Foyd. Who the fuck even knows what the names of these girls are? Spectators already zoned the fuck in. Notice him calling Rev a sweet person. So this is a tweet. Okay, what am I supposed to make of this? This seems fine.
Yeah, they're digging through their posts, trying to identify who they are. This one here is a photo of I'm not sure.
I'm
what it
listening.
is.
I just
Yeah,
need to
they're-
make
oh, yeah,
coffee.
this is definitely a Foyd for whatever reason.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck.
And this guy's Zitter ID is redacted.
This is my new like. Everybody's got a wiggler. This is mine, man. I'm listening. I'm just making coffee. Hold up.
Whatever that account's old username was. Okay. So someone's just sent me something. Is it true that one of the doxing tools is a League of Legends name history checker?
No. Thank you. I'm so glad that, like, I prefer that you don't fucking bring it up, and that's the reason I didn't do it, but I'm happy to link it to you, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Wait, can you link it to me?
Well, it's not
Yeah,
that,
sure.
it's not that whether I'm okay with it, but you're acting like it's some, spooky, dark doxing
Well, I'd rather
tool.
not publicize it unless, like, you want that type of stuff happening.
But it's,
Wait,
it's,
we
it's
don't
a
even
li-
have to go. We don't even have to go over specifically what it was. You can just ask the questions. If these were tools where you could plug in names.
Sorry, I'm back. My coffee is being made, so I'm just gonna get up to get it in a sec. And I lied to you. I was not listening at all. But I've already seen this. I've pre-watched, so I know what the gist of what's happening.
And pull up people's like names, addresses, or whatever. Would that be problematic to you?
Yo, thank you so much, Starfish, for the 2. Saul Goodman, Wiggler, when? Any day, man. Any day.
Depends what you're going to use that for. If you're making a video, okay, and it's to find out a certain piece of information, it's possibly okay. If you're using it to...
Yeah, so it would be like, okay, like, in the context of doxing and not being okay, it wouldn't be okay when they use it to dox someone, which they haven't done here. So unless there's like another thing here that like you think is like unrelated to doxing that's like morally condemnable, then it would actually probably be fine here. I just wouldn't personally be fine with it because people like you, Destiny, can mischaracterize it. That's why I'd moderate it. Not because I think anything morally like wrong is occurring.
Get someone's address and post it on the internet, that's wrong.
Well, let's look at Shamu and Nicandros.
Hold on, wait. So let me just be super clear. So
Let me just be clear.
If Docs Tool 1 was like, I'm friends with Kash Patel, and he can look up every single piece of information about this person, you're fine with that as long as they don't publish the information anywhere.
Well, I know, it depends on why they're looking it up. If they're making a video...
Depends on the context of that. Like, in that hypothetical, are they saying that to the person directly? Because then the problem would be that that is a threat. Right, that's what the issue would be. Not that they've actually gone and done it, but that they're threatening to do it or attempting to utilize intimidation, right? If that's not happening here and it's something said to an unrelated party in private, then yeah, it wouldn't be a problem to merely state that you know PII or could access it. Unless, like, you're saying it with the trying to lead people into the position like, I could dox or I will dox. Right? If that's what you're trying to do, then that wouldn't be okay. But if you're just merely disclosing that you're able to see that info, then it probably wouldn't be an issue.
Video on a topic.
Like, that's an issue so much as it can indicate an issue. Not that it's an issue in and of itself.
right?
Hold on.
And it's to get a piece of
that's why I'm
information.
separating out. That's what I just said. That's why I'm separating out the action. So if they have access to like the personnel files of everything related
Well,
to this
do they
person,
have access to the personal files or everything?
I'm just asking.
No, you're asking
If they
some
did,
stupid hypothetical.
would that be a problem?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends. It depends.
Also,
on the
they weren't
context and
making
why they're
a
looking.
movie, or not a movie,
Okay,
a video.
if there's some
This is
random
over.
Discord shitter and they're looking up personal information for their own interest with an uncertain aim of what they're doing,
They
with
were.
it,
Their videos
I'd
were done.
Probably have.
This is after their videos.
Sure, maybe I've got a problem with it. Yeah.
Wait, does he not understand that these people make follow-up videos? Like, for example, Shamu's made multiple videos on Tectone, and to make those videos that involve like some level of research and investment, Shamu also streams and makes tweets on this situation. It's not like once the video is made, there is no longer a reasonable explanation of trying to research something. The research is ongoing. So much as there could be future material for a video, there could be material for a tweet, there could be material for a live stream. Like, believe it or not, people like Shamu are also invested in this content-wise, not just for the sake of them making the content.
Oh, well, maybe I've got a problem with it. Maybe that's bad. What do you want me to say? It's bad. Okay, can we move on?
Okay, so you're calling in, Dan, to let me know that, like, your personal preference doesn't align with this. So you're not making, like, a strong moral claim, are you? And then if he says, wait, no, I am. I say, okay, what's the strong moral claim? And then you could attack him on it. If he can't, it's like, okay, then why are you telling me about this? If this is just your fucking personal preference. Am I your therapist? Like,
Well, I don't. Yeah, sure. I don't really understand. Like,
You'd be fucking losing your shit if this was someone that you didn't like. This is the biggest. Oh, maybe it's bad. I'd have to see more context. It's like, I just want you to know.
yeah, he would be, because he knows these people and he understands what they're trying to do here based on the context of who they are. Doxing is bad, and if there was evidence to show or indicate that that's what someone was trying to do, then obviously he'd denounce it. But clearly, his knowledge of who these people are and their given reputations probably contributes to the charitable interpretation of these messages. Because at the end of the day, these messages look like something. They are not something. They just look like it.
That you're being like extremely sidescucked. I hate to say it. It's fine.
I don't think I'm being
I think it's
sidescucked.
okay.
No,
I
no,
would do the same thing if it was
wait a
my
second.
homie.
I don't think I'm being sidescucked, okay?
Nice one, Dan.
Because I think
Great admission that that you just didn't need to offer but decided to anyways. Like when Destiny comes in here and admits that he's just going to engage in bad faith.
that Shamu and Nikandros have got a lot of credibility, and I do have some trust in them, right? There are things that are concerning here that I'd like to see a response from them from, but I don't think I'm just immediately saying they've done nothing wrong. I'm just saying, well, some of this stuff looks troubling, and I'd like to see what they've got to say about it. But some of this stuff seems to be...
Snarkers are sad people, that's for sure. Not necessarily.
You know, presented in a way to make it seem worse than it is.
Okay. I disagree with that framing. And I think that if it was the other way, where I just included random people's shit in there, that you would be like, you know, like if they would just be like, oh, great, why are you including random people in there?
Okay. But I mean, you know, my problem is you've set this up in a way to make it look way worse, in my opinion, to smear these guys. So now I'm digging into it a bit. I'm finding all these problems with it. So sorry, is it the case that the second docs tool is a League of Legends name checker? Yes or no?
So, because they've clearly given up on this point. That's why Destiny is doing his... You know Destiny doesn't have an argument he's confident in asserting if he's not arguing and pretending like he's just asking questions or hasn't been solidified on a conclusion yet. That's how he doesn't lose. Because if you don't argue it, you don't have to concede, do you? Right? So he's just asking questions. You know that they know that they have nothing. So any little thing that they can grasp onto, any minimal mistake here, that is what they're going to spend the rest of the debate harping on. Because they have nothing else.
No. You know what? Give me your shit. I'll run it, and you can tell me if you think it's...
Yo, thank you, Dickers, for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
a League of Legends name change.
Wait, no, wait. You don't, no.
No, fuck this.
Nice to see a bigger guy help out a small fries.
Because he's
Bring
cope.
in, what is Shamu and whatever the other dudes.
Okay, I've got the unredacted messages here, so let's see what we think of it when it's unredacted. They've had 2 username changes. Run the LOL archiver. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Hibbleton's
we're
friends.
just doing that. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm showing it because it's not a big deal. Like, this is my whole
You're
fucking
literally
point.
pulling up a docs tool. But
Oh,
okay.
fuck off, dude. Give me a fucking break.
It's an OSINT tool. It is an OSINT tool, which because it's an OSINT tool could be used for doxing in the same way that fucking Google can. Don't let him keep describing it this way, unless he refers to cars as a vehicular manslaughter tool and knives that people use in their kitchen as a stabbing tool. Don't fucking, like, it's just like there's not even an attempt to engage with this honestly.
This is the problem, is when it's you just lied to me. It is a fucking League of Legends name archiver. You lied to me.
You are an actual
okay,
fucking
wait.
retard. You know that, Chud Logic, right? I want you to understand that you're a fucking retard. Can you just look at me and be like, yes, I'm retarded. Ready?
No, not at all.
Chud stole that line from you, by the way. I DM'd it to him, and he came up with it.
You're not. Okay. Give you a URL. Okay.
See, this is my point, and this is what I've hopefully, shown, is that
This used to happen when I'd play War. Not that it's a bad thing, because to a more minor extent, I've done this to others. But I'd play Warzone with Chud, sometimes off stream, and I'd talk about a drama, and I'd be watching a Chud stream, and I'd be like, that sounds really fucking familiar. And it's like, wait, I made that argument.
when you show it unredacted, the
Go ahead.
mystery goes.
What is that right
the
there?
mystery goes.
What is that link? Click the fucking link. Don't pull it up on stream. Click it
No, this has
privately.
only happened a
mystery
few times. Chud has enough takes of his own where he's not like stealing people, but like I'm just saying it's like a funny thing.
Goes, and then it doesn't look
Do
half
you
as
not,
bad
do you
as
not
it
want to
does.
click that link? Do you not want to click
Where
that
have you
link?
sent it to me?
In our group chat.
Okay. Let me have a look at this. Is this what's being used? Okay, because there's that, but then there's another one as well.
What is
Which
the
is
URL?
Imitation is the yes, I am flattered by it. I am flattered by it because everybody likes to pretend I'm like just some like spurgy little like useless fuck in my own little corner rotting away and I have nothing of value to offer to any conversation. And all it does is prove to me that I in fact do have some valuable insight. It lets me know I'm worth it. It actually doesn't let me know, it reaffirms what I already know.
Okay.
What is it?
The
What
one
is
that you
included
sent
in that
me.
URL?
Okay.
Yes, what's included in that URL?
So the one here is lolarchiver.com, which I think is
Okay.
the one that Nikanjos is referring to. Because he said
Mhm.
two
And-
username
yes.
changes, which suggests he's referring to his League of Legends username, yes?
No, it's Twitter, but that's fine. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. But you've sent me a different link, which is, a whole other...
What is the URL? That thing before the .com. What does it say?
Well, I can't say it, can I?
You can't read. Well, you've said it
Why?
already, but why don't you the part right before it?
Well, this one says OSINT, and the other one is
Yes, which is what this tool is.
W.
Okay. And what's the other part after that?
Database
They're the same
lookup.
fucking site. Why are you so daft, mate?
Yeah, but the one that he's using is the League of Legends one, though.
Bro, are you fucking with me right now?
No.
So wait, well,
Wow, Dan, am not super. Wow, Dan, the fucking boomer. He's not a boomer, but wow, Dan, Chud Logic is not like super versed on like the nature of OSINT sites. This is insane. This is crazy. Let me like performatively indicate to you how crazy I find this like obviously not crazy thing. Like that's actually like, an understandable mistake. I wouldn't expect most people to be familiar with this. He doesn't sound like he's sure. Destiny got something wrong. Destiny literally didn't even know who was being spoken about earlier. And notice how nobody's like, except for me, of course. That's crazy. $5 from Taya. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, Taya. Never even let me in his chart, you guys. Still love over you, though. Chart? Your chart? My chart? A chart? I don't know what that means, but thank you so much for the 5, Taya.
actually, I'm just curious. Who told you that it was just a lol archiver? Who was messaging you that?
I won't reveal that information.
Fuck.
Wait, we need like the Jaws theme playing, because Destiny is like suspicious of a certain individual prowling about.
No, I really want to know.
Do you understand? I don't know. Okay.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, you see how it's okay. The sweep is.
No,
I'm.
that's not the
You know,
issue.
I don't think I'm
Yeah.
sweet. Let me bring Shamoon in. Let me bring Shamoon in. I'm at the end of what I can talk. No, wait a
Me
second.
and Dan are not aligned on this. The reason why I was pushing for answers from fucking Chud earlier is because I know Chud is going to hardcore sweep fucking all of this. That's why he's hedging on the things he would never hedge on ever. If you saw a server where people were doxing people, there is no world where if that was like,
Wait, hang on a sec, Destiny. They're not doxing them. They're not Destiny. They're not doxing them here like you did in your fucking chat when you revealed someone's name. They're not publicizing the information. This is not doxing.
Your 20-second speech relies on a presupposition that I'm contesting, and to allow you to finish the speech would allow you to reiterate this presupposition that has repeatedly been argued against, and you've had no good rebuttal for why it would not be doxing. So actually, I'm not going to let you finish your speech until you argue for this presupposition. Thank you.
My 1 20-second speech, okay? If there was a server full of people that were using OSINT tools to full-on dox randoms on Twitter...
No, stop saying dox. Stop saying dox. Dox is publicizing the information. Dox is publicizing the information. Dox is publicizing the information.
This thing, but now he's going to hide behind this definition of...
Okay,
well,
so being performative as opposed to like actually like engaging with the argument. Got it. So like performatively indicating something, but not having to actually provide any reasoning for why you believe in this thing that you clearly believe in and are signaling to chat you believe in. Cool.
It's not as doxing if you have a server full of people that are doxing people. As long as they don't actually...
No, wait a second. Server full of people. I've got 2 pages here. I've got 2 pages of video creators.
Wait for more.
And I think you could have asked him before. You could have asked him who told you it was a law.
These are not randoms. These are video creators that I know. Wait a second.
It was probably Queenman.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Listen. Well, yeah, Shamoon wants to come on and talk. Shamoon wants to come on and talk.
He's not going to reveal it because now he realizes, like, oh shit, this tool probably goes a lot further than I thought it would. And now I just want to reveal the name.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what this tool is, okay? So I'm happy to, agree that maybe it's more extensive than I think it is. Because I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. I don't know.
If this thing that allows you to look up a whole bunch of personally identifiable information about somebody, do you think it would be kind of weird?
Okay, but wait.
A server full of people that were using that. There's one isolated instance of 2 people using it. That's a non sequitur. Non sequiturs, Steven. Please argue for how the whole server is doing it, or concede. Thank you, dude. You need to beat him at his own game.
Well,
no, don't do that. Don't try to go, because I've seen someone try this with him, and they did win on Substance. But he was able to performatively signal to the chat, like, this person's, like, some, like, debate pedo, like, autist, like, laughing at them and shit. So you obviously don't want to be, like, super, like, autistic about it or whatever.
Identifiable information. What information is this generating? What can it give you? Can it give you someone's full name?
It can give you every password that's ever been breached, their full name, their address, their social security number, every place that they've...
Yeah, and then if you publish that info, that would be doxing, which these people didn't. So it wouldn't be doxing. What's, like, the issue?
Lived. And what do you think of it? It can be on this website. Does that help you?
We kicked tons of people from IC, right? If you got kicked from IC, it is not personal. I know that people like to think it's always personal. It's not personal. I don't even know some of you. We're just cleaning out chat because there are a lot of people that were there to just lurk and like screenshot shit, which is like dumb. Not that there's anything in there that I wouldn't, be okay with people seeing, right? There's 100 people in there, and like, I could be held accountable if I was doing anything. But if you got removed, it's literally just because I think you'd be a better fit for Gen Chat, or you've never typed anything.
Well, the thing is,
do you know the site Mt. Gox, MTGOX? You familiar with that back in the day? The biggest Bitcoin exchange?
Chud is very familiar with that site. Get it, guys? Gawk?
You're being so retarded. You're like, oh, this is a Magic the Gathering site. I don't know what you're on about.
The thing is,
no one uses this site for League of Legends. No one uses this website for that.
Shut up. I will admit, I could be wrong about exactly what it's used for, because I don't fucking know, okay? But if someone is using the website to look up...
I don't hate Taya! Shut the fuck up! I unbanned Taya! Taya got unbanned days ago! I don't know what the fuck you're still bitching about, and not Taya. People that are bitching on Taya's behalf. Taya got unbanned. She's just not in IC, because IC is a place for Spurgs, edgelords, and fucking degens. Taya would be a better fit for General.
Twitter names or prior League of Legends names or whatever the fuck it is, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. If they're using it to find a password, I'd have a problem with that. It depends what they're using it for.
Sure. So then, if there was a website like this that was commonly being used in these servers against people that these guys don't like, you're okay with that.
Well, no,
as
no,
long
it's,
as
Depends on what you mean by against. If this was being used to dox someone, I wouldn't be okay with it. It's a simple. What does he say then?
it depends
none of
on
it
what
is
the
public.
context
Why
is.
do you have to keep?
It depends
Hold
on what the fucking
I can't-
context is.
Does your own audience realize you're hiding so much every time you filibuster? I can't tell
I'm
if
not,
they realize
I'm
it
not
or if it
hiding
is-
anything. I'm not hiding
Okay,
anything.
then
I
let
don't
me
know.
finish a single question. Then let me just finish my question.
on then,
You,
go,
you won't let me
go,
finish it because you
go,
know what I'm going to ask.
go,
Okay? Yeah.
go.
The question is if they're using a tool that lets you look up somebody's asshole, okay, shows every piece of information ever, you're saying that as long as they don't put any of it in outside of that Discord, you're okay with that?
No, hang on a sec. That's not what I said. See, look, you're accusing me of filibustering, giving me a
No,
bullshit fucking
I
question.
asked you. That's why I just asked you, and
No,
I'm
no,
giving
no,
you the chance
no,
to respond to
no,
that.
you're
Yes.
acting. Okay. I don't
Then say
think
if you are or not.
if they're taking the information that they're getting from that and putting it into the Discord, yeah, that's publicizing it. and
Okay,
that's
for
doxing.
some reason she had the removed role, so I removed the remove role. Okay, I'm gonna go until we stop talking about autistic Discord shit. I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, let's just fucking talk. We're watching the content of the century. Let's just like talk about like one user that's like accidentally had the removed role in a general chat. Spooky, dude. One sec. All right, I got my coffee.
And I'm not seeing
They're
that
doing
happening
that.
here.
Okay, so then
And with
if
these
you-
two people,
okay,
I can't speak for anyone else. I don't know what anyone else is doing.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it from
So-
these two people in this Discord.
They
no.
are. They literally are. One of the things.
wait.
Oh, God.
So do you think that it's meaningfully different if somebody says, here's an OSINT tool and here's the username? Do you think it's meaningfully different to publish what's generated by the OSINT tool versus just saying, here's the OSINT tool and here's the username? Do you think those two things are meaningfully different things?
Sorry, say that again.
Is it meaningfully different to say, go to www.docs.com and look up ChudLogic versus here's all the information about ChudLogic from docs.com? Are those
Yes,
two things
those are
meaningfully
Depends on who you're doing. Depends on who you're doing it with, right? Those are meaningfully different things, right? Those are meaningfully different things because, for example, it would be like me telling you people to use like Filmot. You could technically go and use that to go and like go through someone's like fucking transcripts to find out their docs info, right? But obviously, me sharing this publicly accessible tool, I'm not doing so with the intent of you doxing requires intent, and you would have to argue what Destiny's trying to argue here, you would have to establish intent. The person he's sharing this to is another public-facing creator who has researched a litany of dramas, personally done freedom of information requests, etc., and has never engaged in doxing. So there's no reason to believe that the person who you're sharing the tool with is engaged in doxing. So yeah, it would be meaningfully different. It's meaningfully different in terms of intent, right? And outcome. When you're doing it like this, the outcome and possibility that someone actually gets doxed is minimal.
Means different. Yes, of course they are. Yes, obviously.
Okay, that is an absurd standard, and I think
Well,
you know
luckily,
How is that
it
an
doesn't
absurd
matter.
standard? How is that an fucking absurd standard?
You're telling me just to
Posting
be
the
clear,
public information is different to giving someone a tool
I
to
didn't
find
know-
it. Yes.
I'm just saying then that if I'm in, if a Discord group leaked and you see me, Dan, and Netanyahu in there, and I say, hey, you guys should check this out, www.docs.com, look up ChudLogic, you would say, well, as long as they don't post what they find on the website in the group chat, then they didn't really dox.
It's the difference between you posting a link to Keffel's Kiwi Farms thread and you posting a fucking Keffel's address in your
I don't know
chats.
what that had to do with anything. I'll repeat my thing, okay?
No,
I
it's
were to
exactly
post an
it's
OSINT
exactly addressing what you're saying.
It literally definitionally isn't if you have to use an analogy. It's not exactly addressing it.
It is
If I
exactly
posted-
addressing it.
You can't
It is
addre-
exactly
you
addressing
can't-
it. There's
You can't address something using an analogy. Like the implied point brought by the analogy would be addressing that thing directly. Like if you're so fucking stupid, you need your hand held through an analogy to interpret the broader point being made directly about the thing we're discussing, then you could offer that. We could do that for you, but like You just say, I didn't realize I was talking to a fucking retard. Like,
Docs on Kiwi Farms. There's a difference between posting the link to Kiwi Farms and posting the docs on Kiwi Farms. It's exactly the same fucking
Somebody
thing.
post a link to Kiwi Farms exclusively to point.
if I like analyze your analogy on the surface level and don't like use any cognitive effort to like interpret it, which is something I should be doing because I'm like a person that is able to engage with stimuli and has an IQ above 80. If I go and do that, then actually it's not addressing the thing. Okay, but like, why would you do that exactly?
Somebody to a doc. Oh, here's a question. If I were to link you, hey, check out what's in Destiny's thread, and it's a link to the last post, do you think that's the same thing as linking, hey, check this out in Destiny's thread, and I link 500 pages ago to a post that has my address? Are those two things the same thing to you?
He's not. Yeah, I'm aware he's not stupid. I know he's not stupid. I don't think he. Some spicy chat retards him like, Aiden said Destiny isn't stupid. Holy. Whenever I say anything about. You need to learn to have some respect for facets of your enemy. Not necessarily like positively denoting any given behavior, but you have to understand that your enemy is sometimes good at things. And understanding this allows you to better combat them. And the truth of the matter is, Destiny is good at some things. Yes, you don't persuade and convince and lie to successfully this many people and establish the cult audience that you have without being good at something, right? He's obviously good at narrative control. He's obviously a good speaker and a good liar. And he's obviously not stupid, right? Like, we're living in reality here.
Of course not. So linking to Kiwi Farms or to a whole Kiwi Farms is not the same as linking specifically to a piece of doxable information, right? So
No, of course, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's my point. So if I link in a Discord chat, if I say, here's an OSINT tool, and look up ChudLogic.
Hate your enemy, but respect him. That you don't have to do that at all, actually.
On it, you're saying as long as I don't publish what I find from that search, it doesn't count as doxing if everybody else can click the link and type that in.
Well, no, because you're not publicizing the information in a forum, no.
Okay, so I'm just curious. If I were to tweet out, it's really interesting. ChudLogic has the same on Twitter. You guys should check out what's on www.dox.com. That also wouldn't count as doxing somebody because it's just the tool.
No, because your intent is clear. No, because the intent in this instance would clearly be to send people to the PII, an audience that is like, that has been okay with publication in the past. You're sending a broad audience specifically towards PII, denoting your intent to have the audience see this PII, and based on your prior knowledge of this audience's behavior, you understand that at least one of them is going to spread it. So when you share this, you're sharing it to direct an audience to PII that you know they're going to spread. That would be doxing because the intent and the outcome is exactly the same. In this case, it's one creator sharing with another trusted creator an intelligence gathering tool where both parties understand that nobody involved here is going to post this information if they see any PII, which they didn't, which is why this isn't doxing. And also, the intent for them sending that between each other was for the sake of research, not doxing. If it was, we would have seen this PII published.
Wrapped up in these like absurd fucking spin-off hypotheticals.
Easy one-to-one. That's not an absurd hypothetical.
It is.
At all.
You're trying to
It's
box
only
me in with
absurd.
all these
It's
ridiculous
absurd.
examples, bro.
I'm not boxing
Well, my
you in.
stand
It's
is
absurd
my
because-
stand is pretty fucking simple. Okay.
Okay,
if
sure,
you
that's fine.
find,
I just want to understand the standard. You can have that standard. That's fine. But
Yeah, thanks for the 5, Taya. Much appreciated. I'm in general, y'all. Thanks for having my back. And legit, thank you for being a good host, Aiden. We joke, but we all love you. That's very nice. Thank you. I needed that. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's very nice. It's very nice.
I'm just saying then, the standard very simply is that you're saying that if you link a docs tool and you give somebody something to search on it, as long as you don't put what you guys all find in the docs tool in your group chat, it's okay to do that type of stuff, and you wouldn't consider that doxing personally. That's totally okay to you.
well, I don't know if I'd find it totally okay, but I don't know if I classify it
It's
as
not
doxing.
Okay.
No.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
These people, their defense is that they thought that this Twitter user was Tectone's alt leading.
Well, I tell you what. Wait, stop. Listen.
But they
okay.
were wrong. But they're wrong. They got the wrong guy.
Wait a
They
second.
doxed the wrong guy.
They've not doxed anyone. I've entertained the
Oh.
conversation. I've done my best to
Good.
answer the questions, but I don't obviously know because I'm not fucking Shamu. Okay. So why don't I bring on
When you
Shamu?
say- So just as a
Wait,
just
no,
as a quick-
stop.
you bring all these things in.
I'm
Yeah,
done
bring them in.
talking to you
Yeah.
because I've answered as
you're
much as
not
I
gonna-
can.
that's
I don't
fine.
know.
I
I've answered
understand.
these.
I understand. I know. But I just want to make sure so the audience and for the two people in your audience that aren't brainwashed or whatever, right? The reason why you keep saying
Brainwashed,
I don't
bro.
know, I
Give me
don't
a
know, I
fucking
don't
break,
know,
dude.
it's because you don't know how much information that people are sitting on right now, and that's why you keep asking for specifics so that you can craft a hand-tailored moral standard.
You're right, Toki. If I'm in IC too long, I think my own chat hates me. So sometimes you need to be grounded a little bit by YouTube chat.
Whatever you see,
No,
rather than creating a hard
dude.
rule
I have
now,
said
based on
repeatedly.
what you don't know,
Dude,
that's
no.
exactly what's
I
happening.
have
That's
said
why you're giving the most
repeatedly.
overly broad definitions.
No,
or the
I'm not
most
giving a broad
hyper-specific
definition.
possible. That's why you're bringing the up.
What definition was provided that's broad? Just you make him get specific, otherwise there's like a total gish gallop. He's trying to litigate as many like bad points as possible, so you don't have enough time to address them all.
The guy would before addressing like any actual question we asked. That's what's happening, but
No,
that's
no,
fine.
no.
I think any reasonable human being,
Wait,
here's my
dude,
assertion,
you know
any
you're
reasonable
fucking
human
trying to do
being
this.
say,
Now
if
who's
you link a
filibustering now?
doc tool-
Who's filibustering
if you
now?
link a doc
Who's
tool in a person's
filibustering now?
name, people would say, well, of course you're doxing that person.
Who is
Obviously, that's what they're
filibustering
saying.
now? Who is filibustering now, dude? I'm saying I've got a standard. There's stuff here that looks troubling. I don't know the ins and outs of it clearly. I've got some stuff wrong, and I'm happy to admit that. So why don't we bring on Shamu and we can question him about this, and he can fill us in.
Sounds like a good idea. Good plan, gang.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm adding him now. There we go. So give me a sec.
Yo, thank you so much for the 5. Autism 420. Thank you so much. That puts us like almost halfway to stream the goal. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for the message. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Give me a sec, and I'll bring him in. Okay. I'm just waiting for him to accept.
W autism?
Weird.
W autism?
Just curious. Am I gonna find like past shit of you calling stuff doxing?
So they can't argue that this is doxing. So now they're going to try to find, because they've gone into this trying to get Chud. How we do it doesn't really matter. Desi's giving the game away at the start. He said he didn't even look at it. He retweeted it because it was shitting on Chud, right? They've come into this with the goal of getting at Chud. Now that they can't get him on substance in regards to the doxing allegation, and even if hypothetically this was doxing, it does not reflect on Chud in any way. It is your responsibility to moderate your own community. Like, ultimately, like, and you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, oh, well, then that's how you could do anything you want in other Discord servers. Well, Chud wasn't even in this server, right? At the end of the day, the responsibility extends so far as what you can control and who you keep in your community. Chud had no way of seeing this because this was assuming that this, which it isn't, just to be clear, but let's assume for a minute it is what they say it is. Chud had no way to see this because this server prohibits leaks. Another reason why this would not be doxing, because it involves publication. This was a private server that members of the public would not be able to just access. You had to be let in or invited, and to my knowledge, and also like leaks were prohibited. He had no way of knowing this. So his responsibility or involvement sort of ends there because it's only his job to moderate for behavior he's aware of. Thank you for the 2, Toki. Holy shit. Get it. Get it. I was like, oh, another one. Get a job, Lamau. Thank you, Toki. Much appreciated. You're making this a job right now.
This exact behavior in the past?
I don't think so, no, as far as I know.
Okay. If I do, is that going to be weird or?
Who's the mole, Aiden? I honestly don't know. But it is funny to think that it's Parry just because. At first I was like, yeah, you're jumping the gun, Kathy. You're jumping the gun. Then I see this Parry stream that we're about to watch, and he could not have looked more suspicious, right? Do I think he did it? No, I don't have enough here to assert that he did it, right? I'm not a snarker. I'm a commentary streamer. I'm not going to run with a claim that I'm not comfortable getting into a debate and arguing for. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think that Parry was the one that did it. What I will say is he just so happens to be like the best candidate. Not that he did it. Not that he did it. It's just funny because he literally looks like the best candidate. And then he goes and he does this stream, and even like people that are like, no way, he brings them to becoming moderates. Like, holy shit, he could have done this.
No, like where you like go fucking all in, balls to the wall when someone doesn't publish it.
Possibly, we'll see. I'm adding Shamu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Me and the CIA aides are coordinating for private on a private research project to figure out who the mole is, at least to a point where I'm comfortable believing privately that the person in question is the mole. The CIA aides is combing through everything.
Well, Diddy Dan and Epstein desperately trying to smear me as some kind of doxer or something with some bullshit redacted thing of a public OnlyFans person. So let me like walk you through what this actually is. This Twitter user, their entire purpose online, the entire thing that they do online is to harass Pink, who has a protection order.
Do not, dude. When I was watching this, I was like hoping he doesn't do what I think he's gonna do. No, I don't think he doxed, but do not sit here and talk about the person being bad, because then they're gonna turn and be like, okay, so you doxed them, but it's okay because they're like a bad person. That's how you're justifying it, which like isn't relevant, because on principle, it's unequivocally wrong no matter who you're doing it to, right? It's unequivocally wrong no matter who you're doing it to. So you shouldn't need to argue that the person is like bad or not, right? All that looks like, and all they can mischaracterize that as, is an attempt to justify the target, not necessarily refute the tactic. I was hoping he did not fall into this trap.
Protection order because of harassment and stalking and SA that the courts ruled they found reasonable grounds for. That's their whole purpose. So all I did was like look at the account. It had 4 followers. It had Tectone, Asman, and Novaru.
I tried to friend him because I wanted to DM him and tell it like as if he was gonna listen to me. But I just wanted to tell him, like, don't do what you're about to do. Do not do what you're about to do.
Novaru is another friend of Tectone who lives in Texas, which is public on their Twitter. So you redacted that to make it look like I was doxing their location.
No,
but it's
disagree.
fucking public on their Twitter. You slimy piece of shit.
I like that you're going after Chud's defense because you don't have your own.
Let him.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, lay it all out. Go ahead.
So anyways, so Novaru was friends with them. So I was like, okay, that's strange. So maybe it's a mod or something. So then Nick Andrews said, well, let me look at some of the usernames or whatever. And then that was it. It wasn't to dox like who they were, who they personally were, their real name or anything like that. It was just, well, maybe it's like a mod or something. Maybe it's a Tectone alt. So he looked and saw what if they changed their username or something. That's all it was. But nothing was posted there.
Well, sorry, Shamu, is that exactly what I said was happening?
People.
Just to be clear, is that exactly what I said was happening, more or less? It was look up usernames, right?
Yeah, well, the thing that they left out was that this person manipulates and doxes Pink, or not manipulates. They harass constantly. This is all they do online is harass Pink and doxer.
Steve, this is good for you.
So
he's doing it.
He's doing it. You guys were covering for a rapist. Amazing. Great job, guys. Awesome stuff.
Oh my, I was sitting there, man. I was just like sitting there. I was like, do not do what I think you're gonna do, please. I beg of you. I hate backseat debating. I hate it because you just get like so frustrated. You see the trap. To be fair, you're not in the moment. Like there is pressure being in a situation like this, especially when as much as we downplay the guy. Yeah, like there's gonna be a little bit of pressure debating Destiny because he's like the debate guy, right? So obviously some of these things are not as apparent in the moment, but like when you see the traps the other party's setting or the statements they're going to be able to mischaracterize, you just sit there and you just like wish you could fucking get in that call.
Gotcha. Okay. So you guys saw an account that you guys perceived were engaged in the harassment of Pinky Chew, and so you guys wanted to unmask the account.
No,
to do that.
we thought that it was like because Tectone and his mods like harass her, right? This is like something that's very common. The harass. That's why she got part of the reason why she got a protection order. So I thought, well, it's like that's strange. So maybe it's like a mod or something. So that was Nick Andrews' idea.
That was previously unknown, and you were trying to figure out the identity of it, correct?
Yeah, but it wasn't to make public. It was to let Pink know because this person was harassing them. So there was no doxing whatsoever. This was trying to aid somebody that has a protection order because they were sexually assaulted from being harassed.
Okay, when he says that though, it makes it sound like he might share it with Pink.
Rambling on this. I'm asking you a very simple.
I know what he's saying. I'm thinking like Destiny. I'm thinking right now, what this guy's saying, how can I mischaracterize it? Right? And that's just like another way to do it. You have to, as I said, you have to dot your I's and cross your T's.
Simple question. You were trying to figure out the identity of an unknown account, correct?
No, I wasn't. There was no identity. It was like
you
a.
knew who the account was?
No, but
It's easy. Yes, he was trying to figure out this identity. You don't say no. That's obviously what you're trying to do here. But you're trying to find that identity in the case that that identity belongs to someone who is violating a protective order to spite the person that a court found they likely sexually assaulted, right? Not to disseminate or share that info if it is that of an anonymous online user, right? That's your answer. So therefore, if you were not gathering that info for the sake of publication, it wouldn't be doxing. I don't know. You have to, because he's going to get him on this. He was like clearly trying to get this person's identity. He just wasn't doing it to dox them.
I was saying that it could have been like a mod or it could have been a Tectone alt. So
Okay.
that
so
was
you were
that was
trying to
Nigandra's
take an account
idea.
that you didn't know the identity of, and you were trying to figure out who it was, so that you could pass that information along to Pinky Chew, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, what's the difference between that? Is that not just ethical doxing?
That is not like releasing publicly information with the intent to harass or to be malicious. That is helping somebody that has a protection order.
What's the purpose of giving it to?
Well, sharing it with Pink wouldn't be doxing because you would share it with Pink if the account is Tectone. Because then they could do something about that in court. And that wouldn't be doxing because you're not publicizing the PII of Tectone, whose PII is all out there, right? So it wouldn't be bad to share with Pink because the reason if the conditional turns out to be the case that it is this person, Tectone, that would then necessitate you sharing it with Pink, you wouldn't be doxing anyone because all his info's out there.
Pinky Chew.
What was the purpose of giving it to Pinky
And
Chew?
if it's
Because she
and
has
if the conditional goes the other way, where it is an anonymous online person, then the information isn't relevant to you and you have no intent to share it, making it not doxing. So no matter which way you spin this, nobody was trying to dox.
protection order, and she could have used that for her case.
What would the protection order cover here? People aren't allowed to make fun of her online? Is that what the protection order says? Nobody is allowed to make fun of this woman online.
No,
they were
Tectone
harassing-
specifically. Tectone specifically, right? It's a conditional. This is either Tectone or someone else. If it is Tectone, we're gonna share this with Pink's lawyers, which wouldn't be doxing because you're not publicizing it, and the person in question already has all their info out there. But if it were Tectone, we're sharing this info with Pink so that legal action can be taken. If the conditional is such that it is not Tectone, then it therefore would not be shared whatsoever with Pink or anybody else, and not be doxing.
Her, he was found. There was reasonable grounds to find that he was stalking and essayed her. There were people harassing her. That's all the account was.
We're going to debate that. I wanted to debate Destiny on a comment he made 6 months ago. Destiny was in the Darius server looking for people to debate. I was fucking high and tired, and I joined, trying to debate him. I waited for 30 minutes and I left. On a point from 6 months prior, just because everyone had urged me to do it, not because I wanted to. And the only thing, had he actually, I am so glad I wasn't brought in. I would go right now if this were happening right now. I'm glad I wasn't brought in because you want me to litigate a point from 5 months. You just want me to lose to Destiny. You literally just want Destiny to have a W. In this case, this is fresh. This is all fresh. I've just watched all this. I can reference specific parts. I can reference specific statements that he's made. My argument is clear. And I would happily get in there and debate this right now.
Twitter account was it you unmasked?
Yes, that there was nobody unmasked. That never happened. It was just like curious that it was like this account is so heavily harassing her. And the reason why Novaru is important to that whatsoever is because Novaru is another person that hates her and harasses her. So it's like, well, that's weird. They're just following
Star is sweeping for Dan and Destiny.
Tectone and Novaru.
Different to say, go to www.docs.com and look up ChudLogic versus here's all the information about ChudLogic from docs.com. Are those two things meaningfully
Yes,
different to you?
those are meaningfully different. Yes, of course. about. Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
That is an absurd standard.
What's her take? I'll ask her to have a chat about this. What's her take exactly?
So it's like, well, maybe it's a mod or something. So it's like, well, if you can see something like that, you can pass that to Pink. That might help her in what she's doing with her protection order and everything else.
Wait, guys, give me 1 second here. I just gotta pee. Hold up. I'm listening, though. I'm listening. 2 seconds, guys.
Who was the
But-
account?
I don't know. Nobody ever. I mean, it was like a very whatever thing. Nobody. There was.
What
I
is that
no one ever
very
figured out
whatever
what the
thing?
account
You
was.
have no
It-
idea. You didn't find any information about the account. You don't know any
No.
emails. You don't know any past users or anything like
The,
that.
the thing that I think Nick Andros used was like some League of Legends thing, where it's like you
I
could look
love
up
it!
League of Legends usernames.
Yes!
Yeah. Wait. So then why would you use a League of Legends username?
I
on the
don't
Twitter
know.
account?
Dude, well, the League of Legends
Wait,
thing I
so
think
you're-
has
just wanna
like
be clear,
Twitter
hold on,
and
I
stuff
just
like
wanna-
that.
Wait, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand real quick, okay? Because you're laughing and giggling, but you're saying there's a woman who was sexually assaulted and is being harassed online, and you're trying to do a serious good thing here, and then the joke is that you're like using a League of Legends name lookupper to find a Twitter account. How does that make any sense?
Well,
Explain
I
that to
don't
me.
know what it is. I don't know what it is.
If you
But
don't know what
I
it is,
like.
then
I
why
think
are
it
you-
looks
wait,
up
wait, wait,
like.
earlier I asked you if you
No,
guys
because
the account or what you found
I
it,
was
but if you don't
there
know what
because
it is,
I'm
why
a
are
part of
you-
the logs. I'm explaining to you the context, which you guys took
Oh.
out to maliciously
Okay, wait,
smear
then
people.
Don't you name a person who knows what it is
Hilarious.
should be in here? Why are you
All right,
here
I'm
if you don't have
back.
any information about it?
Sorry, I was listening, by the way. I was listening to the whole thing. And definitely didn't just pre-watch this or anything. Because why would I do that, right?
Well, you can get him in here too if you want.
Okay, yeah, because it sounds like you have no idea what's going on, so I don't know why you.
It sounds like I know exactly what's going on. You just don't like the context, which is why you took it out. Because
No,
you were
I
trying to
love
smear
the
people.
context.
What is Stardust's take on this? Well, I'm cordial. I've been cordial with Star. I don't think she likes me very much. But I've been cordial with her. And I'm happy to speak to her on this. I'm gonna ask if I talk to her. I'm serious about this, by the way. I'm not gonna play about this. Like, if you guys are like just like being flagrantly like with the jokes and shit, like racist, you're just gonna get banned. It's like not funny. It just really isn't, and it just makes people not want to debate me or go near my community. And I would appreciate it if like you didn't do that. Thanks. Because last time I wanted to debate her, chat was fucking horrible, dude. Chat was so bad. I literally had to like say to her like, yeah, I'm sorry about how chat's being. Are you still down for the convo? And she's like, no, not anymore. She agreed to it. Speed Racer explained. Oh, wait, hold up. Chud is being performative and he's lost all principles. She agrees with how Dan frames this. One sec. Wait, it's actually fine. Hold on. I'm gonna. 1 second here, guys. Stardust. Why can't I find her fucking channel? All right, I commented. Let's see what she says.
And I think you know that.
Well, luckily,
Wait,
How
wait,
is
shut
that
the
an
fuck up,
absurd
Dan!
standard? How
Hold
is that
on.
a fucking
You-
absurd standard?
You're telling me, just to be clear, because the same on Twitter, you guys should check out what's on www.dox.com. That also
Shout
wouldn't.
out Worst of the Internet. You guys should go check out Worst of the Internet. He does great coverage of Girl World and great coverage of which.
Somebody watch this. Let me know what she says. Okay? Somebody have this up and let me know what she says.
For doxing people is that I think that some people are engaged in long-term harassment campaigns and it bothers the fuck out
And
of me.
also,
I
and also, again,
and that
nobody
the
was trying to
exact
find the
excuse
real
that you gave.
identity.
Really?
Nobody
That
was
tool
trying to
didn't
find the
look
real
up-
identity of
No,
anybody. This was
wait, wait.
usernames.
You just told me that you didn't know what the tool looked up, and now you're telling me it doesn't look up real-life identities. What's the answer there?
I don't know if it does or not. I
Then
actually
why would
don't
you
know.
say that nobody's trying to look it up when you don't know.
Because the stated
don't know. You
intention
can't answer
in
it.
the
No, no.
thing is that it was like, well, maybe
is
it's a
the thing?
username of a mod, maybe it's an alt of Tectone, and then you could pass that to Pink.
If it was an alt of Tectone, wouldn't that be knowing who the real life person was? Wouldn't that be what you found out? If it was a mod, depending on who it was, wouldn't that be the real life person? If it was nobody,
No, it
wouldn't
would
that
be
the
either.
real life
It would be
person?
like a Discord.
No, I have some people. The problem is there's some people that are just so autistic they don't know time and place and will just spurg all over the place regardless of, they don't care about optics. They don't care about like you can. I'm not against edginess. I believe humor pokes fun at everything, but there's a fucking time and a place. And if I want to go debate somebody who you all don't like, then yeah, like if the jokes constantly center around their race, we're teetering on the line between being edgy and just like straight up being racist, which obviously I'm a fucking lefty, I'm not down with and shit. If it's jokes, like I'm fine with jokes, but sometimes jokes are used to like be legitimately racist, and like I don't want that to happen here.
Discord username or what they use in chats, dude.
That would link to a
No,
real life
who
identity,
the
right?
fuck? How are you supposed to know who's who like a mod actually is? That's retarded.
True. Why would you use a League of Legends name lookup for a Twitter account? That'd be retarded too, right? It'd be even more retarded to come in and try to defend it without even knowing what the tool provides for, right? So I don't know why you're here doing it. Where's the Nicandros dude?
So Nicandros
I
has
don't
sent
know.
me a message. I'll ask him if he can join. I can read out what he said here. Neither of us have access to the LOL archiver tool.
You've racist mods, embrace the spirit of the community. That's not even true. I mod people under the expectation that you have to make optics concessions. People have not taken mod or not been mod because they haven't been able to rein it in optically. Like, that is a requirement. Like, I see mods as an extension of myself, like in the context of, public image or whatever. That's a requirement. I literally do everything to not foster that sort of community.
Then for what we could do, because I've seen people on Kiwi Farms use it to check the name history of Twitter accounts. So as I suspected, they're trying to check previous usernames, exactly as I said. But it wasn't League of Legends. That was retarded, but it was Twitter, sure.
No. Okay,
I mean,
so wait, no, that's totally fair. So I'm just curious then, can you get this from Nicandros? That's the only time then, that's the first time and the only time they've ever linked to that particular tool and they've never talked about it or used it before?
Exactly, Raven. He's fucking trolling. You know what sucks? When a guy, to work around your ban of the hard R, goes and creates a Discord server where the Discord tag is the hard R and then encourages everyone else to adopt that tag so that you, as the server owner, can't change it because it's coming from another server, and then that same guy comes into your chat to complain that your mods are racist. That really sucks, doesn't it? When somebody fucking lights a fire and then complains, look over here, guys. Look at this big fire. This is crazy, guys. It's you. The call is coming from inside the house. I have made every conceivable effort to make sure that this community is not racist. And it is the fucking morons like you who are unwilling to make optical concessions, who haven't grown up since middle school and can't fucking understand anything to save your life, that make this process so hard, so difficult.
He described it, Chud. You would agree that's a fair assessment of what he just said, right?
I would agree with that.
Kiwi Farms once, and so they thought maybe they could try it.
I've never even seen this tool, but are you trying to say that they use it a lot or something?
I don't know why you're still talking. Why are you saying they when you came in here to defend it as a we? I thought that was the whole point of you being in here.
No, I was giving context because I'm in the screen. I'm one of the people you're trying to smear.
Yeah, but now you're saying they.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
But you came in to defend it as a we. I don't know why you're still talking. You got gaped. You should probably leave.
I need to lock back in. Any chatters that come in here to just try to distract from the segment are gonna get banned.
For
no,
Nicandros.
dude, you didn't get gaped, bro. You're just
No, I gave context.
Dude,
You're just being
you're just
manipulative
fucking
piece of shit.
showboating to your audience of fucking rapist-loving Indians that still watch you because that's all that's fucking left, Destiny. You're just showboating to your retarded audience, bro. It's cope, bro.
Why don't you answer the question? Have you used these tools before?
Has Nicandros used this tool again?
Or other tools?
Was that the first time that he ever used that tool? I'm just curious because it sounds like he started Kiwi Farm, so he must not have used.
So I got banned for. When did you get banned? What were you banned from? Who banned? You're not even. I don't think you're banned from the server. Oh my, now chat's gonna be all fucking annoying. You know what? Unironically, anybody that comes in here to go direct chat, to go start talking about the Discord server again, so I can get distracted and have to address every incorrect claim or like make personal moderation decisions pertaining to individuals that nobody cares about, you're just gonna get banned. Hold on. I'm literally checking if you're banned. One sec. Dude, fuck my fucking life, bro. Holy shit. They never do this to the bigger guys, too. It's always the smaller guys. They, we're fucking with them. It's always the small guys who have nothing to fight with, who are just trying to make it. Just trying to fucking keep the lights on. Those are the guys that we need to go into the chats of and fuck with, right? It's okay. It was from Icy. Okay, so I would imagine that you're one of the people I described that would probably be a better fit for general, away from like the fucking degeneracy that's in Icy. Not that you were banned. You're not the only. Okay, so you weren't even banned. Call me in and stop running, or oh, so you're doing the alt shit again. Bye, Raven. I'll see you in 2 weeks. See you in 2 weeks. But I appreciate the 2, nonetheless. I'll still ban you if you give me money if you're being an annoying fuck. Sorry.
Use it prior to
So
that
I can
date,
explain
right?
what's happened here. I can explain exactly what's happened.
No, Chud. Come on, ask him. He was DMing
I'm
you.
the
You could offer
autistic
up information.
retard that
That's a
can't
really
read the
simple question.
room, and I think it's hilarious to start talking about the fact I was banned from your chat for 30 minutes with a million spam alt accounts, because I'm autistic and have nothing better to do. You know what? Why don't you go get a job? Why don't you go to college? Why don't you go make something of your life? And stop being such a sad, pathetic sack of shit, bothering me in my chat, or for the bit that isn't even funny, that nobody's like. The bit is you're just like an annoying child. You're an annoying man-child. Aiden, Toki told me you have headmates. You call him multiple slurs and that you hit. Yeah, this happened. Yeah. No, so true.
What? Sorry, what, the Candros?
Am I drunk or something? I'm being totally coherent with everything I'm saying. I'm not slurring my speech, and I think that I'm being completely reasonable. So I don't understand what about anything I'm saying would indicate I was intoxicated.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about to fucking talk about what the Candros sent me, you fucking retard. You're jumping down my throat. Okay, here we go. So, what the Candros has said is that it's the only time in the logs where he's ever mentioned it. He asked one of Himpleton's friends to check the name history, and there was nothing. So he used a third party to check the Twitter username history to see if there were any other Twitter usernames. He's never used it himself, and that's all that it was used for in this instance.
Okay, that was a lot of yapping. So my question was...
Wait, sorry.
is this
What?
the
Sorry, it
first
says
time-
what is not clear? What is not clear about what I said? What do you mean?
I don't know what all that
yapping?
other explanation was. My question was, this is the first time that he's mentioned that tool, and he hasn't mentioned it since. It was just that one time.
According to the Candros, yes.
Okay.
Are you asking him that, or are you basing that off his last message?
No, I've asked him that, and he's told me.
Okay. All right. Good. Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Well, slow
then-
down. There's more information. There's
What?
more information. There's more information.
Okay.
So I don't believe.
Aiden, go participate in a troll debate over this point that I'm annoyingly litigating for a joke so that I can scream a slur on your stream. Is the bit is just like you're an annoying child, right? Is that like that's the funny part? I maybe I'm just missing it.
If anyone else has mentioned it on the server, because the server isn't full of doxers, he said.
But now it's not 2 weeks. Now it's a month minimum, possibly for life. I have to consider.
There's apparently 2. So one was the LOL archive reference from before, and the other one was.
Am I mad? Of course I'm mad. I'm fucking fuming. I'm pissed. This guy is banned for life. Yes. Because when people just do these little things just to fuck with me with no benefit to themselves, it's literally saying, hey, Aiden, I hate you and I'm maliciously plotting against you and figuring out ways to sabotage your stream and make your life harder. Why would I not hate you over that? Why would I not look at you and be disgusted by your presence? Right? It's just like this shit, man.
From today. And Nicandros mentioned it today in the server because he was worried this would be taken out of context.
Like, I want to get mad over, like, somebody, like, making a stupid point. And also, I don't want to get mad at, like, people that are acting like annoying children. I'm 21 now. I don't fucking, like, I shouldn't have to, you know, babysit. And with talking to some people, Raven specifically, at other points it was Soul Skivity, I feel like I'm babysitting. I feel like I'm listening to them talk. I feel like I'm listening to someone actually retarded. And I feel like I'm talking to a kid.
Which is exactly what's happened.
Yep.
I mean, there's not.
You guys. So this is exactly what I thought. You guys have totally misrepresented this to make this seem way worse than it is.
Like, I'm done being a babysitter, dude. I'm like done being a babysitter. You're either a serious person that's like capable of like coherently like speaking, or you talk like a retard, and you should probably go like to a home or facility that can accommodate your needs and not be in my chat.
Gotcha. And to be clear, we're misrepresenting this because we said it's a doxing tool, and you've
No,
admitted
that's not what I said. You fucking, you're such a fucking
Because
Destiny.
remember, initially you said that you had a source tell you that this was a League of Legends account lookup. Who was that person, by the way? Wait, Chud, I'm just curious. Do you think that the person that told you that is trustworthy, or is that a person you're not going to trust anymore? Was it Queeman? Was it Justigal? Was it Substance? Who?
It doesn't matter who told me. It was a mistake.
They lied to you
No, they didn't lie.
No.
They didn't lie. There was a misunderstanding. Okay, there was a misunderstanding, and and you're trying to rail on this. You're so slimy, and you're trying to rail on this.
Yes, so here's the problem. When I'm talking to you all day and you never ask me in private to unban, you only wait until I'm focusing and covering something else to ask me to go like engage in personal moderation decisions, because it is like a purposeful attempt to derail the stream, fuck up the stream, to spite me personally, right? I was with you earlier today in VC. You never ask. You only ask when I'm live because you want to be annoying. And you got it. I'm annoyed, okay? You were annoying and you got it. I'm annoyed. And I'm so annoyed that I am banning you from for life and never want to see you again, okay? You win.
Because you want to act. Because you're trying to act.
Just say who had the misunderstanding. Tell us who had the misunderstanding. Just say it.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I'm not going to say.
Why?
Okay,
If it
dude.
was just
The amount of
you don't wanna
times
say-
that I've been in a conversation and you fucking messaged me back in the day, you fucking wretch, to fucking pump me full of your narratives so that I go out and be a good little DGG robot. Fuck you, bro. I'm not going to fucking tell you who it is.
Chud,
Doesn't matter.
Can you name a single time I've
If you're
ever
not yeah, that's the goal, and I kind of fed into it. It's just like, actually, like, I don't even want to fucking stream that. It's crazy. I hate you on a personal level. Unironically, I fucking despise you. You were banned from my server for life. I hope you eat shit and die.
done that in your entire life?
Yes, I can.
When?
Well, I can't remember exactly, but I remember you
Okay.
doing it. Yes, dude, this is fucking years
I remember
ago.
it
It's
happening.
fucking
Yeah,
years
I know.
ago,
The
bro.
only
It's fucking years ago.
conversation I ever
During
remember
the
having with
fucking
you,
Max
I was trying to
drama,
get
during the
information
Mr.
from
Girl
you
drama.
About
Yes.
the minor that you were DMing early on. That's the only information I remember you like messaged you extensively about.
Oh,
when
fuck
I
off,
bailed
dude.
you out
Give me a
from-
break.
You remember that,
You're
right? When
trying
you
to
were
fucking
accused?
pivot off to that. You defended
I'm
me
not
on
trying
that
to
years
pivot
ago,
anything. I'm
and
telling
now
you,
you're
you
desperately
made
trying
an
to bring it up
accusation
as some
right
sort
now.
of gay little trick.
Chud,
Not fucking
you
interested,
made an
dude.
accusation that I'm pumping you full of DGG narratives. I don't know. Have I ever even redacted our logs? We can just go look it up. Have I done this? Why
You
would
have
I do this, Chud?
absolutely messaged me, and you want a specific thing. You have absolutely messaged me to feed me a certain
be
narrative or give me a
specific. I'm
certain
just like,
angle when I'm
it's
having a
a
conversation
general
on stream.
thing.
It's not even that big a deal. I'm just highlighting to you that I'm not necessarily going to tell you who's messaging me. You're doing this
But
stupid
you had no
fucking
problem
distraction
telling
shit, and
everybody
we've
that
moved
I'm pumping
away.
you full of narratives without any
And we
examples
do,
whatsoever.
and we've
Chud,
moved
you've
away
been
from
an
the point.
anti-fan of mine for how many years now? How many of these narrative pumps have you told all of your friends? Certainly, you would have shared it with them, right? If I'm pumping you full of narratives, that sounds kind of juicy, right? I'm like telling you lies.
Dude,
and
no, because I
misinformation
don't
to juice the
spend
narrative and
much
shit.
time talking about you or paying attention to you. We've moved away from the original point. We've moved away from the
okay.
original point. Listen, I'm happy to admit the fucking LOL archive thing was a mistake. I thought it was a League of Legends thing, and it's not. It gives you more information for other accounts. But the specific point here, The
it wasn't really a
specific.
mistake, though,
Listen,
right? Somebody-
Yo,
listen.
thank you for the 20. Balls Mahone. Based content crash out. True.
No, it
And you
wasn't a
tried to lie
lie.
to
It was a
us.
mistake.
Mhm.
No, because
Somebody lied to you. And
shut
you tried to lie to
up.
us.
Shut the
Assuming we
fuck
wouldn't
up,
know.
bro. You're trying to, dude. The point
It's so
is,
rich.
It's just like, and it's not even Raven. It's like earlier, like somebody for the bit, like got Chud to leave my server and shit, just like sever my connections to personally spite me. And it's like, it's just like childish shit like that, man. It's just childish shit like that. It's like I'd prefer you punch me. I'd rather you punch me in my fucking face. That would probably be like less insulting.
For a guy that spams doxes in his chat, and Dan too, to be like trying to harp on this. You guys are so dishonest and disingenuous.
No,
It's
no,
unbelievable.
Wait,
no.
what were my doxes for again? Because somebody was engaged in the long-term harassment campaign of somebody else. Why did you try
I
to
have
unmask
no
that
idea.
account?
You,
Wait, why did
who's
you try to
do is
unmask that
Doobie?
account?
Is Doobie trying
Why
to
did you try to
long-term
unmask-
harass you, bro?
Yo, thank you for the 10 or the 8.99 New Zealand. Let it go and say happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well, sir. Thank you so much.
Some guy in a chat.
See, you're
Wait,
worse
did I
because you
dox-
do it
did I
and you
dox-
lie
wait,
about
wait,
it.
Did I dox Doobie? Did I dox
I am
Doobie?
not doing anything like that.
Wait,
I am
you're
not.
on 14
I
I heard an accusation. Did I dox
You're
Doobie?
smearing me as doing some weird shit like
Oh,
that,
I
but I am
did.
not
Oh,
doing
no.
that.
Okay,
You're
Aiden,
lying
but that's
about
what
me.
this space. No, it isn't. This is a space inhabited by adults, and like, if someone is supposedly like a viewer of yours or whatever, right? They wouldn't want to. The bit wouldn't like legitimately mess with shit you're doing or trying to do, because when it subverts your goals, they're no longer a viewer. They're somebody that has made it their mission to like just inconvenience you in any way possible. And people like that are horrible like people to keep around. It's just like, it's horrible people to keep around. They have like, they behave like children, and it's just like to inconvenience you.
They're mistakes,
Because
maybe.
you're incorporating me into this weird DGG web shit, which I have no idea about.
What
It's
is the DGG web
ridiculous.
shit? Is it some
Shimo, I'm
marching
gonna be
order?
honest with you.
You guys
You
are
should-
supposed to be
So
talking
no,
about
this
the web-
space is not like being like a 22-year-old high school dropout who like has a Twitter account exposed showing that he wants to sleep with dogs, and then like deciding to dedicate all your jobless time to creating 1,000 alt accounts to annoyingly ask to be unbanned when you had the opportunity to do so in private earlier on and never did. That's actually not what this space is. That's something else. That's like more of like a disability home you're thinking of.
You
Shit,
suck
is
at
that like
this.
the new
Like, maybe
term you're
Andros
using?
is better. Like, just I would let Chud handle it. You're fucking garbage at this. You're getting raped. I hate to say
Okay,
this.
Okay, that's
fuck
not
you,
even
Dan.
true. That's not even true. But
He is
listen,
absolutely
shut
getting
up.
raped.
The
I'm
LOL
sorry.
archiver thing. See, Destiny, you're harping on at this because you think you've got a point, okay? And you're showboating to your retarded audience, and they're gobbling this up. I know what's happening. I've seen it before.
To be
okay?
clear, I justified everything I've said. You just accused me of pumping you.
I think
full
you're
of
taking this.
narrative for
Well,
years.
I only take it personally because, like, I think of motivations, right? I think of like what motivates someone to go do something, and it literally just always comes down to this person, like, wants to inconvenience you, like, and your life because they hate you, and it's like, how am I not supposed to take that personally?
And you can't even
Okay.
think off the top of
No,
your
no,
head of an
dude, you're
example of you ever
totally
doing
okay,
this.
dude. Dude. Okay,
dude.
The point I'm
Dude, if you
making
just keep
is,
saying that,
oh,
dude.
shut the fuck up, bro. The point I'm making is, you've messaged me at times when I've been in a conversation with someone, okay, to say certain things to me that are designed to twist, you know, my perspective in a certain angle or what he's saying in a certain angle. So the fact that someone's
Wait,
messaged me
is it
about
not just-
something
wait,
as a mistaken thing, not even an intentional thing to try and twist what I'm
Ah.
saying, it's a mistake, and I've admitted the mistake. It wasn't a League of Legends thing, and you're harking on about this fact. Now we've got the facts. Address the facts.
just
Now we've
curious,
got the
simple
facts.
question. Yeah, wait. Simple question. If I were to DM you, let's say that you're having an argument about something that I know something about. If I DM you and I
Yeah, competent non-disabled adults don't do shit like that. Like, it was when I was 15, maybe. I don't want to be a babysitter anymore. That's essentially just all this says. That's what this crash is. I just don't want to, like, babysit, like, people that are so retarded when they talk, you can actually hear it. And you know, like, holy fuck, the dude that's speaking right now is, like, retarded. Let me try to not, like, let him know that I know so that he's not, like, offended. Like, those types, it's like, I've tried it, man. I just don't have the patience for it anymore. I just don't.
give you information about what I know about the thing, is this what you're saying is like twisting the narrative?
No.
More pedantic bullshit.
No,
Just
not
like
at all.
retarded,
If that
pedantic
penetrates
bullshit.
you, oh no, I just want to. No, it's fine.
No,
you can
no,
have the opinion.
address
I just
the
want to
point.
clearly
Yeah, keep
state
making
I'm not going to
weird
answer these
stuff.
stupid
I just want
questions
it
anymore.
clearly
Address,
stated for the
dude.
record. I
This
just want
might
it
be
clearly
impressive to
stated.
your audience,
Why
but no
can't-
one
I just
else
want
is
to be-
impressed by this.
I just want it
Listen.
clearly stated. If I DM you, let's say that you guys are arguing, Destiny never even got to a diamond in StarCraft 2, and then I message you and I'm like, actually, bro, I got to Grandmaster in StarCraft 2. Would you say that that's a way of me
Answer
twisting the
this.
narrative or pumping the narrative?
Listen, we've
Just
got the
banning-
full facts now.
That I would normally. I would. Except he came back in here on alt, so that gets banned. So then he comes back in here on another alt, so that gets banned. And then I have to literally go and change like my entire chat settings just to like accommodate a fucking man-child. Like, why would I want to do that? Like, I don't want to make people like wait before they can fucking talk in here. You know what I mean?
Okay,
not gonna
Nicandros,
answer. Okay.
Nicandros, right? Ask someone to use this tool to check up someone's previous Twitter usernames. Is that doxing?
You know, not just hold
Stop.
on,
Answer
not
the question.
just username.
Is
It's
that
also
doxing?
fucking
No,
names in there.
No, shut up.
You know,
Shut up. No, he
Oh, we don't wanna
said.
go to that part.
No, he has stated that he's used it to check up previous Twitter usernames. Is that doxing? Yes or no?
I would say yes, because the fucking real name is in there, and when you first
No,
create
no,
your
no.
Twitter account,
Okay, so that wouldn't be doxing by Dan's own definition, because as he said earlier, right, Dan admits and agrees that publication is a necessary component of doxing, which this lacks, right? So I don't know how Dan would consider that example doxing at all, unless he thinks looking at someone's PII is doxing, which is obviously a fucking ridiculous position to have.
Usernames.
I'm answering you,
Twitter
dipshit.
usernames.
Yes,
Yeah,
in the Twitter
no.
tool.
Bro,
Hey,
you
are
are
you going
so-
to tell me I do this for a fucking living? Shut
Yeah,
the fuck up.
nice
both of you.
swerve
You
there,
are
nice swerve
actually
there, Dan.
retarded.
I'm not
It's not a
retarded.
swerve. I'm
Fucking
answering
little,
your question.
you
You have to talk.
fucking Jewish
Shamu,
freak.
you're literally
Nice
raped.
swerve there.
You can't debate for anything. You're literally raped on the Twitter tool.
Yeah,
okay?
right, dude.
No,
What-
I'm happy to change like the chat settings if I have to, but like if I have to change chat settings for you personally, you're just banned for life. Like, nobody should be like that high maintenance that I have to change my entire chat settings to like accommodate from like them being like so autistic they can't read the room and they think like anyone is laughing.
Whatever,
Twitter.
Dan.
Even
You're seething. You're
Chud's chat
coping.
is telling you that you're
You're
getting raped.
upset.
You should just remain silent. Saying that you're obsessed thing, it's not a good look. You have no arguments. You're garbage at this. All right? Go back to make
You're
fucking
fucking
YouTube videos.
mad. You're mad, Diddy Dan.
Wait, I
You're
just said that
mad.
you were mad. Are you copying my
Okay.
arguments? Bro, come on. The
Okay,
tool we're
dude.
talking about, the Twitter tool, gives you usernames and it gives you names. Now, do you know when you first create a Twitter account?
no, no,
like,
no.
let me finish.
Wait a second. No,
Well,
'cause
no,
you're
I'm still
trying to
talking.
swerve
No,
away.
you're gonna let me finish.
It's a
fucking
very simple
talking.
question.
No, I'm gonna keep talking.
Go on then.
When you create a Twitter account, you choose a username and you choose a name. And if you do that on mobile, it might be your first name for like 10 minutes. And do you know what? If you run that Twitter tool, it might show that Chud.
Yeah, but that's obviously not going to be applicable to like actual like I can't think of many creators that even for a second would have just like hit when their full first name would have been the Twitter @ right? I don't think many people would do that. And also, I don't think, unless you're setting your name, I don't think it would, like, the @ would be automated based on what you input your name being. And somebody whose full name would be Doxinfo, meaning somebody who is not public about their full name, they probably wouldn't have input that under name, which would then give the automated @ suggestion with their full name in it. In the unlikely event that that is happening, in this exceptional event where you come across PII, you just don't disseminate it or spread it, and then it's not doxing, which nobody did here. And per Dan's own definition, doxing requires publication, and that didn't happen, and he's not even trying to argue that it did. So what the fuck are we still doing here?
Logic originally signed up for Twitter as Jason Stevens, right?
Whoa!
And you'd be like, oh shit, you changed that real quick. Did you know that Twitter tool does that? It's not just usernames. It's addresses that you had in your bio. It's links that you had in your bio.
wait,
it's names that you had in your bio.
Okay.
It's everything. So don't
Yeah,
give
but
this
if you're
it's
not
just
publishing
usernames.
it,
If
if
you're
you're
not
not
publishing
publishing
it.
some shit like that, that's not doxing. You can research on. I file FOIAs all the time, but I do not release real names. You have to do research for this stuff. You might have to file FOIAs. You might have to do these things, but it's on the person and what they publish that they're responsible for. Everything else is more manipulation by you guys because you guys have some fucking bizarre beef with like all these people that I don't even know the history about. But
who have you filed a FOIA against?
everyone I've done a video on.
Can we,
Like,
can we see one?
Can you see the FOIAs that I filed?
just one. Just one.
No,
It's
because that
public
has docs information. That
Okay,
has
you
docs
can-
information.
Show me an
I'm
email.
not going to
Show me
publish
an
or share
email.
that.
Stop.
That's fine. You don't
Stop.
have to. So
Stop.
just to be clear,
Show
you're
me an
being-
email that you got a receipt of a FOIA. I know what it looks like. Show me a receipt. You can just
Oh
say,
my God, Dan.
No,
it's
let
in
me
all
see
my
one.
videos. This is ridiculous. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'll
fine.
pull up
Is there any
one, I
video?
guess.
Go ahead, or to Steve.
What? So I actually don't know, 'cause
Nothing
I
from
don't- I'm not
Star?
on this level of fucking PII shit. What do FOIAs give you? Is that
It's
just
when
like
you
No,
How
How
does
this
he
is
not-
what people do.
Destiny, I'm not like super big in these docs. What is a Freedom of Information Act? Are you serious? Doesn't this guy do like full-on research streams prior to his debates where he's looking at things like the nature of law, he's looking at things. How has this never come up for him? How does he not know what a fucking FOIA is?
To make videos, they do research. If someone was arrested and you want to have
Let's
like
be
the
honest.
court documents or
No.
something.
What you guys do is you go to the KF thread and you copy paste the information from there.
No,
I
I
know
do
how the
not-
commentary
I
committee
do
works.
not
It's
do
okay. It's
that.
okay. It's okay. But go ahead. What do you?
No, I do not do that. Most of the stuff I do isn't even on there. Like a lot of the things are very niche things that aren't covered on there or they get covered afterwards or something, but I'm not just copying stuff. No, I do most of the research by myself, but I don't publish any of it. I don't put anything out there maliciously because I'm not doxing. So thanks for the smear job, fucking
is
assholes.
doxing. This is doxing.
Dan,
Yeah.
let's get back to what we were talking about because you swerved away. Okay, if my
I was
Twitter
doing this-
app-
Listen, well, they're not even trying to hide it. Like, an attempt wasn't even made to, like, obscure what this is. At the beginning, Destiny says he didn't even look into it. He's only retweeting it because it makes Chud look bad. They're purposefully asking questions to try to link Chud to this, with the attempt of linking Chud to this, when he has no involvement, right? They understand. They've redacted info in the course of their docs allegation. They've put redacted over pieces of information that were not doxed, or like the name Himpleton. Dan redacts Himpleton in the docs allegation so that you would go and then think that that's a dox. Nobody who was like not coming at this with malice and like intent to be dishonest, in their heart, would do something like that. It is like very obvious what the game is, and they're doing a horrible job at fucking hiding it.
if my Twitter at is if my Twitter at
Oh my, dude, Elder Drazi, we're doing this again, man. So Elder Drazi, I remember this. This was before my time in Spicy. This was before I had intersected with Chud's community or like knew Queeman. But Elder Drazi was like, I don't even remember the situation.
is Chud.
It was like she
my
had done a
previous Twitter app,
PowerPoint presentation to like accuse IC of doxing. But it was using information. It was just reposting like the thing that was on his profile.
is Logic Chud, and someone uses a tool to look that up, and then even if they publicize that previous name, is that doxing?
Under that case, that would be very silly. But what about if your previous username was J.
Is it
Stevens,
doxing? Yes or no? Is it doxing? Yes or no?
Yes, it could be if your username was something I.
Is what
Yes,
I've explained
yes,
doxing.
yes. Well, I mean, in that example, it's retarded and simple. But yes, it is. If you look up
What?
and you're going,
Hi,
Chud.
but-
If
okay.
your first Twitter
A Twitter
handle was
username is not
JC
PII. Okay, it could
Okay.
be, and if the previous name was someone's name and you published it, that would be doxing. But I'm giving you an
Okay.
example where it's not my name and it's another iteration of a username. That can't
Chud,
possibly be doxing.
Would you mind if can I show you an example of this? Would you be okay with that?
No, answer, dude. No, you're swerving away again.
I'm not. I'm going to show you so that you'll be more accurate. Would that be okay?
Hold on, I'm gonna have
No, I don't
Queeman
care
call
about
in.
what you're trying to show.
One sec, I'm gonna ring him. Yo, I'm live. Do you mind if I ask you? I'm not super familiar with the Elder Drazi shit. I know you summarized that for me a while ago. Stardust is right now trying to like make a claim
Yeah, I
against
know.
that.
Yeah, it's so basically what happened is Elder Drazi on his TikTok, Instagram, and his PayPal, not just like as the PayPal thing and not having a business account, but actually listed on the PayPal donate page. He had like his full name, state and city, I think.
Mhm.
And people made a couple jokes. Basically, they would say, "She surname on my first name till I Drazi," and because that would sound funny if you said it with his name. and he got upset about. I don't think he was actually upset about that, to be honest. I think this guy knew that his name was there. I think the claim that this was doxing is like total cope. What he was really upset about was basically people were looking through his Twitter account and saw that I think it was wife, or he was in a polycule.
His Elder Drazi Twitter account, just so we're clear.
Yes, his wife and his ex-girlfriend, he's in a polycule, like I said, had done BBW OnlyFans content together, and people were making fun of that, and I think that's what really upset him. And then he started crying about the dog stuff. But then people reached out from the Discord to talk to him and help him clean up his OPSEC, and he was lazy as fuck and didn't do anything for ages, so it didn't seem like he gave much of a fuck, to be honest.
Okay, so but this was all utilizing like information was publicly facing accounts, like
yeah.
Then it wouldn't be. I don't know how you're gonna argue that's doxing.
You can like there is okay. Here's the argument I accept. Generally, when it's public facing accounts, I expect it to be like willingly, voluntarily.
Yeah, if it's not intentional,
there. So there's a chance that this guy is so retarded that in numerous places he used OAuth with like Google or something to sign in, and it auto-populated his name into those fields, and he never changed it. But he posted on those accounts a lot. There's no, it really doesn't make a lot of sense for that to be the case. He had a lot of posts on those accounts. It wasn't like these were accounts he'd forgotten about. They were, active accounts, and people were just making fun of stuff on there. So I think he was just upset about that basically and cried doxing.
And people even reached out to help him clean it up. I mean, that like also kind of removes the malice. But I understand like if somebody accidentally, like if I leak my fucking credit card right now, like obviously you guys can't go use that. But yeah, if it's on there for a while and it's all from his publicly facing accounts, I don't know how she could argue this is doxing. I asked to call her, but she didn't respond, so we'll have to see. But thanks for calling and giving the TLDR.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's not doxing. Like, there's, based on the way he's just explained it to me, unless he's lying, which I don't think he is, like, because he doesn't do that, but like, if it is, as he's just explained it to me, that would not be doxing. And they didn't fix his OPSEC after being told. Okay, so if he's blatantly told, hey, your OPSEC is up on this account, take it down, and he doesn't take it down, that is essentially like showing that it is not accidental. If you know that it's there and choose to leave it up, that is you voluntarily keeping this information on your public-facing profile. It's not an accident, right? Therefore, the dissemination of this information would not be doxing. If you take it down like months later and indicate you no longer want this out there, you're not really that much of a public figure, I think people should avoid, if it's not relevant, maybe spreading it, but if they did, not that I would consider that doxing. That would just be a courtesy thing, right? Aiden is literally the reason why Snarky exists. He banned Destiny Snark. Is that true? I didn't know that. I didn't know that I'm the reason. Is that true? Can we get this to desk? Can we get this on Dan Saltman's desk?
Show me. I'm saying that if you look up a username, if someone is specifically trying to look up a previous username, okay, and especially if they don't publish that previous username, I don't see how that could possibly be doxing and why I should care or be concerned about that.
Okay. Well, I disagree, I think.
Well, you disagree because you're retarded and you've got some ridiculous definition of what doxing is.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, you do, because you're suggesting that somehow, if someone's got a previous Twitter username that isn't their actual name, that can somehow be doxing to publicize that.
Well, the thing is, you're failing to understand is that this website doesn't just look up Twitter. It looks up everything.
Is this from tonight? This is not from tonight. This is from the other day. This is from the other day, right? This is from tonight? It's beautiful, really. I don't know what to say. I'd like to thank the Academy first and foremost, I'd like to this is the second time I've tuned in and this guy's been at 38 viewers, Dad. I never like to make fun of anyone's viewership, but he's taken this dig before. So it's just like, it's honestly, man, just the cherry on top.
Understand that,
Data breaches,
but if you're
yeah.
okay, and yeah, maybe I've got a problem with using the website, but if someone is using it for that specific purpose and that's all that they're looking at, why should I fucking care about that? As long as the person I know and I've got some trust in, why should I be concerned with that?
I'm just curious. Let's just.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to be curious. about
Also,
this.
by the
Fuck
way,
off,
Dan,
dude, I'm
I
so sick of
posted-
this, man.
It's so retarded. Dan, I
you're using
posted
it,
the
Dr.
FOIA
Cool, that's
response
fine.
in the
I understand.
chat.
You gotta
I don't
take
know
your
why
time.
that's
It's all good.
important to you, but I did post
Check
it. So
Donos.
if you want to
Yo, thank you so much. Thank you for the GOAT trophy. Sorry, definitely not Ryan Tom. Thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. Much appreciated, bro.
look at it, whatever, but it's like it's so ridiculous. It's like, no, they get everything from keyword. They can't possibly file FOIAs and do research on their own. Like, you're retarded.
This
You're
isn't the
gay.
FOIA.
That's a response in an email to a FOIA request. That's not the actual records request, but that is the response they give you. And then
how
if you're
would you
willing to pay for the
file
documents, they give you them.
$14? Yo, thank you so much, Ryan. I didn't realize I was 14. Dude, the fucking like trophies and the stickers and like the sparkles and shit. Like I can't keep track of it anymore, man. I feel like an old man. I feel like the fucking youth today. Back in my day, we used to just be Streamlabs.
Do you file a FOIA request on a Discord username?
No, you file with your name and everything else typically.
No, I mean, how do you look up a FOIA request? Like, how do you make a FOIA request?
You go
of
to
another
the
thing?
Destiny
account
doesn't know how to make a FOIA request.
or whatever, wherever the arrest was and everything else, and you get a records request, and then you send it to them, and then they tell you how much
So
they
you already
want
have to
for
have
whatever.
What's Streamly goal at? We're over halfway there. Right now we're at, with I think excluding the GOAT trophy, we're at like $70. $70. Which is more than I could ask for, but
The court files are.
So you already have to have their identity, right?
Yeah. Most
So
of
what
the
are we
time,
talking
if they're
about? Why are you
arrested or
bringing up
something like
FOIA
that.
requests? That has nothing to do with the conversation we're having. I don't know why you even brought this up. This is retarded.
Well, Dan and I were talking about it, but no, you
No,
guys
it
were
was a
saying
minute.
that you get all your things from Kiwi
thank you,
Farms. I'm
Ivana, for the clapping seal. Thank you, Ivana.
saying that no, I do my own research.
Good job.
You know,
All right, I
I
gotta
do this
watch
stuff
it.
all the time, but
Yeah.
no. The reason why
Good job.
FOIA requests were brought up because it's like I do requests all the time, but not publishing that information.
I'll read sticker
means that you're not
everything as soon as
doxing,
we're
right?
done
So
with
you
this
can
debate.
do research, you can do all these things, but if the person isn't publishing it, then it's not doxing. But you're trying to smear me as that because you guys are fucking assholes.
No.
No.
You are
You
looking
guys
up
have
a
got
random.
nothing. You guys have got absolutely nothing.
They've got.
You've got
No, it doesn't even
nothing.
make sense. It also doesn't even make sense what you're talking about for the FOIA request thing. This is a whole.
It
dumb
does
type
make
of-
total sense. Don't let him fucking lie.
This is
it's
totally
very
baseless.
easily
And
understandable.
I listen. My
Pathetic.
mistake here is being good faith to any of this. This is total
keep
bullshit.
filibustering,
It's a
keep
total
filibustering,
fucking hatchet
keep
job by
filibustering,
Dan.
Keep repeating the same thing.
Check DMs. Why is everybody trying to fucking distract me right now, dude? What the fuck? We're getting news. DGG, listen up. We're getting news. We're getting news that Snarky chat has been leaked. Under successful missions, they've listed General, Skulls Unlimited, CPS Squad, and Misinformation Station. I don't know, Dan. This is a bad look. Disavow. It's gonna be a yikes for me, dog. We've got the War Room, Zionist smears, mods of the Snark table, requests from Hassan. On the personal info sharing section, we have H3 private info, last known locations, Ethan's bathroom schedule, nudes of Snark for Hassan, for Anissa. It's deeper than we thought. It's deeper than we thought. This is a bad look, man. It's a bad look.
Thing over and over again. Okay.
Yes, I am
So
because
so
you've
the
got
FOIA request
nothing.
has-
You've got these gay
dude,
fucking
that's why you-
hypotheticals, but
Well,
you don't
right.
actually have anything
You can tell who
substantive
has
to get
something and who
Nicandros on
doesn't,
or get
because when
Shamu
a
on
person
at all.
rambles, they're afraid of being asked questions. That's how this works.
I'm not
right?
afraid of being asked questions.
Huh?
I will
Of
answer
course
any
you are.
question
That's why
about
you
what
keep
we've got in
rambling.
front of us. But you're trying to pivot off into these ridiculous examples, right?
We pivoted off to Foyerland.
So ridiculous, because
looking up information about people you already have their full name of. So I
Destiny
don't
has
know
to
why we're
convince
over
his
in that
audience
area.
that there's this grand
And the
conspiracy. Like, this is
meta-narrative.
how they
Do the
work. This is how they
meta-narrative. Yep.
move.
Do the meta narrative. Yep.
You have
Just
to
remember
create this
that you're going
grand
off of
conspiracy.
one
So
thing
you
right
just have to say
Remember
this
that right
cat
now.
shit,
You're going
retarded
off
stuff.
of one thing. So really get it in. This is the only time. This will be it. This is the one thing you have to defend. This is it, and you're done. You're off
Why
the
does
hook
he?
after
Oh,
this,
sorry,
right?
I'm
I'm sure
Shamrock.
you can put out whatever else that's like manipulated.
They don't let Dan keep doing this thing where he's like, I have an own that I might be able to use in the future. You shouldn't be able to reference your little future owns unless you're fucking gonna litigate it right now. Someone needs to just like interrupt Dan when he does this and say, what's your point? Make the argument. You're clearly implying this is not the only time, so what's the other time? Oh, wait, you don't have another time? Well, then that's, like, weird, because why the fuck did you just imply that there was?
And, you know, and we can do it again. I don't give a shit, but I know what I do, and
Okay.
you know, I know you guys are lying about me, and you redacted those names of an OnlyFans creator who's huge,
listen,
by the
I
way.
think
You
that's fine.
redacted that to
I
try
think
to
that's
smear
also,
me.
Listen, good. Then fuck
Smear
Dan.
merchants.
So
Smear
then,
merchants.
So then Dan is wrong, right? So then you would say that there is no evidence of any of you guys in this server or any other servers using this tool or tools like it that look up people's real life information, right? You would easily.
Nope, you're clearly implying there is, so I'd appreciate it if you, like, produce that information. Or else, like, I don't know why you're going on this, like, weird diatribe. Like, are you autistic or something?
Stand by that.
And by the way, looking up usernames, that's not private info. That's
Excuse me.
public
Could you
info
give
that
me
they
an
used to have.
I love
So-
that you guys are arguing for
Wait,
this. This is
wait,
cinema.
wait. No. So I'm just curious.
No, you guys are getting wrecked.
You would agree with that, right? You would say-
Embarrassing.
no, because you win, right? You agree with that statement that I just made, right? That if we were to look up,
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
if
How we
we
doing?
had,
How's
let's
it
say
going?
theoretically, if people.
Ooh. Wait, hold on. It gets good here. Wait, one sec, guys. One sec. This is what we've been waiting for. And I'll tell you why. Hold on. The reason we've been waiting for this is because for so long, Queeman has had so much to say about Destiny, yet when I searched, I never saw any debates. And I saw like a kick or keep thing, and Queeman was not debating him on that. Now, according to Queeman, he gave him pushback on the catfold. I don't remember, but to my knowledge, like as so far as the Snark narrative is concerned, this is the first time I think we're gonna see Queeman face Destiny in like a live, serious debate format. To my knowledge, I can't think of another example where this happened. They debated on Jay Stocks at least twice. Okay, well, we're going to pretend for a second like they never did that. This is the first time we've ever seen... can we just, like, pretend for a second that, like, your examples that, like, disprove what I was saying? Just, like, pretend those don't exist for a second, okay? Now I'm right.
People had seen everything that you guys had typed in these servers. The only time
Oh,
you
Queeman.
ever use a tool that could look up somebody's real life identifying information. This is the only time it's ever happened.
Thank you, Will. Pile poop with a face.
Are
Much
you
appreciated,
talking
bro.
like my time online or what? What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
So are you saying like in that server or something? I have no idea what else goes on in that server. But I mean, most of the time it's just them.
The reason why it should have only... The reason why you should hope... It is like a celebration that I didn't get dragged into that debate with Destiny that night. Because I was literally just doing it because I was being, like, asked to. Because I'd asked him to debate me 5 months prior, and I just didn't have the point memorized. I was going to go in there and debate Sling. I didn't even know what... You were so lucky I didn't get put in that. I'd debate Destiny right now, because we've got our points established. It's fresh in my mind. But Queeman was the chosen person. He's the only one that should be debating this guy directly, Dad.
And
that's
boosting
true.
their fucking
Let's say that
tweets.
You have no idea then, okay? If you were to find out that kind of stuff was going on in that server.
Because Queeman, in a good way, is obsessed and knows the talking points and was a... people say that I'm a fan of Destiny's or whatever. I was not, like... I watched his mainstream debates, and I was a fan of that, right? I was a fan of his debates. I was never in DGG chat. I was never like, I was in the Twitter and the Reddit for like a month or so. But I was like a commie back then, so obviously I didn't really find a whole lot of common ground. But the he's aware of all of this guy's tactics, how he operates.
Upsetting to you?
Well, personally, since you guys lie and redact everything to smear people, I probably would have to look at it. But anyways, but I'm sure you guys will get to that.
Don't worry,
That
nothing will
wasn't
be
the question that I
redacted.
asked at all. You know that wasn't a question I asked at all, right?
Yeah, whatever. This whole you redacted a giant creator's name to try to manipulate people with this last
Don't worry
post.
about the redacted thing, okay? So if you found out that these types of tools were used in the servers that you were in, that would upset you, right? Because you don't know about it, right?
It depends on what they're using the tools for and if they're publicizing private information. If they're publicizing private information, then yeah, that's doxing. Using
And
people,
reaching out
if
to
you're a
people-
researcher though and you make videos, there's lots of things that you use, but what matters is if you publish it. If you're using it to harass somebody or anything
right
like
now.
that.
Yeah.
It's
So,
like a, it's like a,
let's say
it's
that
like a
you would've
knife. You can
found
use it
out-
to chop celery or stab
let's
someone.
say-
It's what is the tool being used for?
He used it at the worst time, man. At the worst fucking time. He saw the message too late. He should have done it earlier. When he needed to use this was when Dan was calling this a doxing tool. This is what I did. Wait, look at this, dude. This is actually funny as fuck. He used it like too late, so it just comes off like really awkwardly. Crazy stuff.
Go get some more tea.
Yep.
Let's say that you were to have unmasked that account that you said was harassing Pinky Chew or whatever. What would you have done with that information?
I was going to give it to the person who had a protection order because they were being harassed and stopped.
What tool did I searched? I saw the top result on Google and I screenshotted it. That's the tool that I use. It's called the YouTube search function. And for whatever reason, they just haven't taken this down yet. But like, yeah, that's literally all I did.
And that protection order protected them from all bad words on the internet. Is that what you're saying?
Google's a dox. True. True. So fucking true.
They aren't supposed to harass. If a mod of his, right, if they're like coordinating harassment against her or someone close to him, then yeah, that's bad. Then
Okay.
I'm sure she would want to.
Yep.
I'm sure that she would want to know about that to tell the
The
courts
idea
or
is
whatever
that there might
else.
be tech
Yep,
tone
take a
or
breath.
someone
No, just one
directly
person, one person.
connected,
Don't
and
help them,
therefore
don't
the
help them,
protective
don't
order
help
Don't
would
help
be
them,
applied.
one
You can DM
person.
him like you were before.
Yes.
It's okay. You can keep DMing him, okay? So my
I
question
like you should
was,
have the
I'm gonna ask
conversation,
again.
disgusting fella.
I'm gonna have okay. And
True. Listen, this was the energy we needed. And it's so funny because 2 days ago, I literally had a convo with Quinn. I'm like, when you talk to Desi, why have you never like debated? Like, because I only saw the kicker keep interaction. And obviously Quimman explained that there was something about Catholics. I don't fucking remember. But I'd asked him because I was always wondering, is there like an epic showdown between Quimman and Destiny? I asked him about this 2 days ago. So maybe part of me likes to think maybe to make it about myself. Maybe is that in the back of his
ask the same
mind.
question again, okay? Listen really carefully. I know you like to ramble on some random shit. If you would have unmasked the account, if you would have figured out the real life identity,
You
of the
just asked this
person-
question. I told you I would
Yeah,
take
and
it to
then you
Pink
started
Chew.
yapping.
Your
You started
brain is
yapping.
like, fuck.
started
I already
yapping.
answered your
Fucking
fucking
lowlife.
question.
Listen to the
idiot.
answer, you disgusting lowlife
So
pervert.
let me ask it again. You're having a lot of trouble with this, okay? If you would have unmasked the account and figured out the real life name of that account, would you have passed that information on to Pinky Chew?
No. Why?
Because it wouldn't be relevant. The only reason they're looking into this account is because if the account was Tectone, it would be in violation of a protective order that's put in place to protect a woman that a court found he likely sexually assaulted, right? So that's why if the conditional is this account is Tectone, right? If the condition meant that this is Tectone, that's the only case where Pink would be DM'd, because that's the reason to DM Pink. If this is Tectone, if it isn't Tectone, why are you gonna go DM Pink? It's not like this other party can violate a protection order that's only pertaining to Tectone.
It had nothing to do with that. It was about user just being like, oh, is this a mod or not? It had nothing to do with like
Okay.
getting someone's real name or
How would
something.
you have known? Do you know the names of all of Tectone's mods?
No, I no. Oh, you mean like their user?
You could
yeah.
cross-reference that.
You
with the
could
chat to see if
cross-reference
they've
it.
got.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask again. You're not understanding me.
I-
If you
I'm not getting the answer that I want in an attempt to maliciously frame this in the most dishonest, misleading way possible because I'm a washed up, revenge porn leaking fuck. Let me just ask you again so I could just like get you to give me the answer I want. Thanks.
I am
use the
actually
tool
perfectly understanding you.
to
I've answered you
unmask
twice now.
Count. You figure out who the person is, their real life name.
No, you are
Would you
inserting
have
that. That was
Is he gonna win this civil case? Is he gonna? He could win. This is not like pro or against SNA. When I was seeing this at the time, I thought he might win the civil case. Because I mean, what is he up? She's up against a lot. This Pixie person, she's up against a whole fucking lot, and I hope she wins. I hope she wins, but will she win? That's like my question. Because it seemed like there's a very real possibility, based on the last time I checked in on this case, which was like a month or two after it happened, that he could win this.
not. That was
No,
not
then
the
you
point
just
of
say
any
no.
of.
And dude, if he wins, oh my god, dude, if he wins this, because retards don't understand like what court decisions mean, he's just gonna wave it around.
That
Okay,
and
no,
that
we wouldn't
wasn't
do
what
it.
anyone was trying to do. But you want to push that because you're trying to push this crazy fucking narrative that all these
Yep.
people are trying to ruin you and everything. When the reality is that you shared
I'm gonna ask the
unconsensually
same
revenge.
What is Fatty's play here? Ignore it? Are you talking about Dioria? I mean, yeah, that's obviously his play. Look what he's doing now.
Porn. You were sexting Rose when she was underage, and she was sending you shit and all that other stuff. But you want to try to use this.
Actually, it was
to
a
try to
man.
blanket all
Keep pivoting,
this.
keep pivoting, keep pivoting.
Did you
So
say
my
yep
question
to
is-
revenge porn, Destiny? Did you say
my
yep?
question-
You
my
did
question
share
is
revenge porn?
very-
Why'd
very,
you tell
very,
me
very
Destiny?
simple.
Say
Pivot
yep.
time.
Very, very, very simple.
Can we get that on record for the court, please?
Queeman,
That
this
was-
is the
that was
first
good court
conversation
documents.
of
That
the
was
7
awesome
we've
court
had where you've
documents.
actually been brave enough to be mean to me, by the way. So congratulations.
This is true, okay? This is true. But who cares? Because it's happening now, all right? Who gives a fuck? Who cares?
What
You only
Kev was up to? You
needed
keep lying
2
about
or
this, but
3
keep
other
going,
people in
loser.
here in
Keep
order
going,
to
loser.
Fatty hate is Are you Danny, are you an unironic Dioria fan?
Loser.
I've noticed a lot of Queeman snark. Listen, you're allowed to snark Queeman, and my God knows his chat snarks me, right? But there seems to be a specific type of person that I notice snarks Queeman. I snark him, right? But there's gonna be amongst the chatter types, and a lot of times it's Dioria fans.
Keep going, you fucking worthless.
So
low life,
Shamu,
dude.
I'm going to ask the same question again.
Go back to
very,
Cuba.
very, very simple.
Kasano.
Very simple. You got Queeman coaching you. You can do this. He's probably DMing you too. Okay? Very,
Worm.
very, very simple. Queeman, were you the one that DM'd that it was just a lull archiver to
Yep.
Ah, okay.
I
Interesting.
misunderstood. Yep.
Interesting. You misunderstood, even though you had no.
Oh, this like minor mistake that you've already admitted is wrong. I'm gonna argue on this, even though you've admitted it's wrong, because I'm trying to litigate a bullshit point with no basis that I've given my criterion for doxing that's disproven that this instance is doxing multiple times in this conversation. I'm gonna harp on this little thing so that we don't actually have to debate the substance. He's literally admitting that he was wrong. So what is there to debate? What answer could he possibly give if he's saying, yeah, that was a mistake, that was wrong, let's move on to like the main point? What are you looking for other than to dishonestly harp and focus? It's a pivot, really. It is a pivot. If he's admitting he's wrong, to continue to stay on this is just a pivot.
Were you part of that room? Did you click that tool? Did you? Look
I
at
was not
anything
in
on
that.
it?
I was not in that conversation. I just looked up afterwards to try and check.
So
the
that's
logs
kind
to
of
find out what's
interesting. So
going on.
you were messaging Chud, you were in his DMs trying to twist a narrative about facts that you didn't possess. That's kind of crazy because didn't Chud just accuse me of doing that, but couldn't give a single example of it?
I thought I
Shimu,
thought I
I'm
had the
gonna ask
facts.
you
I
a
was
very
wrong.
simple
I
question.
thought I had
Shimu,
the facts. I was wrong.
Shimu,
Dude,
very, very
we've
simple
admitted
question.
it's a
Shimu, very simple
mistake.
question. If
Yeah,
you
everyone
would've-
says it's a
if this
mistake.
tool
The
would've
end.
been
That's
used-
it.
I gotta make a.
if
I'm
this
gonna make
tool
a
would've
drink,
been
bro.
used- Shimu, Shimu,
I'm listening.
No,
but-
Shimu, super simple question. If this tool would have been used to unmask the real life name of this person,
Why would you
have
want to
passed
drink
that
right
along?
now?
You already asked that. What is wrong with your brain? You literally have already asked this question. I told you no. I was only interested to see if it's a mod or not. You're
then
just
Not a Diorio fan, but I think all the bridge burning is lame and anti-content. I mean, like, I mean, most of the bridge burning is he's created conditions where the maintenance of a bridge is impossible. He reestablished a bridge with me, and I maintained it for a while, and then I went on stream, or it was either on stream or in IC or both, and I leaked the nature of some of our private communications that I believe pertain to a publicly litigated drama. So I thought it was absolutely, I thought, principally speaking, this would be totally fine on my end to leak, but I understood that by doing so, Diorio would cut me off completely, which he did, right? I got blocked on everything. But I don't want to maintain a friendship where I have to fucking walk on eggshells. If I have to moderate what I'm allowed to say to you, we can't, I don't know if we could be friends, right? I assume that goes for people like Chud. Chud literally did everything in his power for a while to maintain the bridge, a point that I criticized him for, because he looks, in some of the DMs I saw, he just looks so cucked. It's like these two are trying to keep a relationship going that obviously ended a long time ago. Just fucking bridge burn. That's what you two have essentially done. You're just pretending to be friendly to each other. But the maintenance of bridges is impossible because of Diorio's behavior. So if you don't like bridge burning, your issue is with Diorio's behavior.
It's what is going on up there, dude? What's wrong with you?
You don't know the real life names of all of Tectone's mods. How would you know that?
You literally already. I'm walking across the room because I'm making a drink too. But it was about a mod username.
Defend sending it to Pinky Chew. Why wouldn't you send it to Pinky Chew? If she's got a protective order against Tectone, and Tectone or someone close to him is harassing her, yes, pass that to Pinky Chew. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, that's cool. So you're willing to unmask accounts that you perceive as harassing Pinky Chew online, and if you figure out
Nick demands unyielding loyalty. I gotta start doing this more. Obviously not like him.
Try use unmasked and play doxing when.
But just keep people around sometimes. Just step on me, man. It's not even like they're saying something that offends me. It's just they step on me for no reason. Nothing but kind to them.
Doxing is specifically the publication. We're talking about privately sending it to a relevant party.
So, okay, that's fine too. So then just to be clear, if I were to figure out the real life identity of somebody and I just sent that to somebody else, you wouldn't consider that doxing?
Nope. Depends on if you believe the other person. It depends on if you believe the other person was going to publicize that info. If you send that to someone believing they're going to publicize the info, then you're just publicizing PII by proxy and therefore doxing by proxy, which in essence functions as doxing, essentially, right? But if you're sending it to someone for a legitimate reason, other than the dissemination of this information publicly, right? Which would be the case with Pink, who has actually avoided overtly discussing many aspects of this or talking about it on her public profile, to my knowledge, besides a subtweet I saw once. You have no reason to believe this is not going to be used for anything other than legitimate legal purposes. So this wouldn't be doxing because you wouldn't believe that the person you're sending it to on the other end is going to publicize this.
That's not technically doxing, though. But that's not for a legitimate purpose.
It's not even just not technically doxing. It's not even kind of doxing. I get what Destiny's trying to mischaracterize this as doxing by proxy. What you're doing functionally is the same thing, which I think if that were true, that would be fair. If an action achieved the same thing as doxing without you doing the dirty work yourself, you're essentially doxing, right? I can agree. The problem is, that would only be if you were sending that info with the intent of it being publicized and have reasonable suspicion that the person you're sending it to is going to use that information for the sake of malicious publication. If you know this person enough and have analyzed past behavior to not have any reason to believe they're going to publicize this, and you also understand that sending this to them, there's legitimate legal basis for the use of this information other than its publication, you're probably in the clear. This wouldn't be doxing by proxy.
Wait, let me ask again. If somebody would unmask an account on Twitter, they figure out who the real life identity was, and they sent that personally identifiable information to a friend or somebody else, you wouldn't consider that doxing?
No, I would consider that sending someone's dox information, but not doxing.
What about in a public Discord?
You would hold on.
Or
if they send the information in a public Discord, that would be doxing.
Okay.
The publication is what I see as a key element of doxing.
I don't know if we would count this one. Okay. I don't know if you count this Discord as public or private, because it was.
I would count it as a public Discord. That's 100-person Discord.
There's 100 people in that motherfucker.
I don't think that's.
So, all right.
I don't even think the Discord is public. This is obviously not. People say 100. They did this with me. Oh, 100 people. That's a huge number. In reality, not necessarily, no, because amongst those 100, an even smaller fraction is actively monitoring it. I was in that server. I typed once. I was in there for months, and I didn't read any of the chats, right? The question is, right, is there explicit rules against the publication of information in the server? And are the people who have published information, have they been banned? If the server is locked and invite only, and leaks are actively punished and therefore don't really happen that much, then no, by definition, it's private. A house is still private property, even if it's been broken into a few times. That doesn't really change. If there's a lock in between you, the average chatter, and the information contained in that server, it's private, right? It's risk. There's risks in it, right? There's risks that it could be, information from it could go public. That doesn't change its status as private.
So you don't really have anything, do you?
Dan, I thought we were cool, Dan. What the fuck, bro?
I mean, you're honestly, I'm gonna be for real, Shamu, I gotta be honest, man. You're fucking caught up in shit, and I feel bad, bro. I do.
Oh, fuck off, Dan. You're such a wretch, man. You're
So
presenting
you guys
this in
got
the
nothing
worst
else now,
possible
then?
way.
You guys have nothing else now.
Is this what you've
Is that
got?
it?
You've got a link to a
do
tool.
you see what's happening right now?
You've got a link to a tool that was used to look up Twitter usernames. That's the best thing
I
you've
just
got
want you guys
to condemn
defend
here.
this. I want you to defend it as
Wait,
hard
wait,
as you
wait,
can.
wait, hold on,
I
wait,
will
is
defend
that
sending
true?
that to Pinky. You should
wait,
send
is
that to
that true?
Pinky if you
Is that
think it's a
true? Hold
moderator
on.
tech tone.
Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, Chud Logic, was that true? This is just a tool that allows you to look up Twitter usernames?
No, I didn't say that, did I? I said it's what it was used for. I didn't say the tool is only for that. Fucking listen, you little wretch.
And that's also not true,
no,
by the way.
my bad. Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay, so you know the search that they ran on this tool.
Well, I don't know the search. I've been sent a screenshot, and obviously I can't verify it because I don't know what, I can't verify the screenshot. I'm going off some level.
Hold on, Chud. So somebody sent you another fact?
Nicandros sent it to me, yes.
That they don't have.
Well, don't they literally say in one of these screenshots that that's one of that's the specific thing they're looking for past usernames? Don't they literally say that here?
Of the information about.
What's Nicandros?
So he's asked the person themselves to elaborate what their intent was. Fine, you could choose to not believe it. They're totally lying or whatever. Even if that person has a reputation that lacks overt lies, like Nicandros does. But his narrative would also be substantiated by what they're saying at the time.
Ross sent it to me. So, okay, if you just listen for a
Nicandros the
second.
one that
Who's
ran the search?
filibustering now, you fucking pedo? Who's fucking filibustering now, dude?
Yeah, keep going.
No, dude, you're a filibuster. You complained about me earlier. Now you're doing it.
Yep.
Nicandros sent it to me.
You want to say it one more time?
Nicandros.
This has been fun.
Oh my god. Nicandros sent it to me. Okay. So I can't verify whether Nicandros is telling the truth. I am definitely relying on some trust in Nicandros, having known him for a little while. He could be lying to me.
Okay.
Right? But I don't believe.
Sure. Okay.
Based on the
understand that.
screenshot saying about the username and the fact he's a screenshot of looking at usernames, I think it was just used by a third party to check previous usernames on Twitter. I don't classify that as doxing. Do I think it's like the best online behavior? No, probably not. I think using tools that Kiwi Farms use isn't necessarily the best online behavior. But I don't think it's quite the same as posting someone's name in fucking, chat like you fucking did. So the point is,
so
right?
This is called admitting to the smaller crime, right? We say, well, I don't think it's okay,
fuck
right?
off, dude.
But
What do you mean admitting to the smaller
What's the smaller crime?
crime? That's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you,
Yep.
dude.
You're going to repeat the same shit you just said. I don't know why you're going to repeat it, but go ahead. Why?
Just keep emphasizing doxing by definition requires publication. Where is the publication? This happened on April 7th. So you would assume by now, unless it's taken them like over a month, they've probably ran the search by now and obtained any information that came with it. So if the intent was to dox, why haven't they done that yet? They've had over a month to do it from the day they said they were doing the search.
I know why. It's because you're nervous. Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I could have an issue with you.
There's literally nothing. Like, I could believe that an inexperienced debater would be legitimately nervous in a conversation with Destiny. I'm sure Shamu was a little bit nervous. But there is nothing that Chud is saying here that indicates even like a hint of nervousness.
Using the tool, but in this case, it doesn't really seem to be of use for anything beyond checking the username.
I understand.
And that's what Nicandros has said to me, and I believe Nicandros because I trust him. That's where I am with this. So what is your response to that?
Again?
What is your response to that?
Again? Are you okay? My response is, one, I thought Nicandros said he didn't run the search. Did I misunderstand that?
No, Nicandros said a third party ran the search. He asked a third party to look up previous Twitter usernames.
and the third party was using a tool that he posted in the Discord, but he didn't use. But he posted it in the Discord and asked somebody else.
He mentioned it. He mentioned it, and he says, "I'll throw it across to a third party." So this is backed up by the message exchange.
Okay, so then the third party only searched for Twitter usernames?
Well, I don't know what the third party did and didn't do, right? I can't
Isn't that
tell
what you just said, though? Didn't you say earlier?
No, I didn't say that.
Because initially I thought you said it was used just to look up Twitter usernames.
As far as I understand and know, based on the information that I've got.
Now I just asked you if it was used to look up Twitter names, and you have no
who
idea
cares
at
what
all?
it was used to look up? It's whether it's published or not.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, that's great. That's
Yes,
okay, so
finally. This should have been half the length. You just have to keep asking if you agree that doxing requires the publication of obtained info, and they ran the search over a month ago, and you're alleging doxing. Where was the publication of the info they obtained? Where was it published?
it was a full docs that they were running on this account. They didn't find anything, I guess, right? So nothing was published. But that's what this was.
What do you
right?
mean it was a full docs they were running on this account? A docs is when you publish it, you lying pervert.
No, you said doxing is when you publish something. You said if you send a doc.
Yeah, it's a docs when the PII... A docs is PII that is used for doxing. If it's not used for doxing, it's just PII.
To somebody that doesn't count as doxing.
I said you
somebody.
send docs information, doxable information.
Doxical? Was that
PII, personally identifiable information, right? It's PII, like they will, through this presupposition that this is doxing, they're trying to fit that presupposition anywhere they can, describing an OSINT tool with a wide variety of non-doxing and non-malicious applications, describing it as a doxing tool, right? Describing this as docs info. All of these assertions require you to enter this with an understanding that what happened here was doxing, and they have no right to use that presupposition when they've never established it through argument. It's just begging the question. They're assuming it's doxing to prove that it's doxing.
Doxable. Doxable. A-B-L-E. You deaf
I gotta write down all these words. Sorry, what is doxable mean? What does that mean again? Is that like a username? Is doxable or?
Is it something information you could use to dox someone, you moron? What do you think? What do you think I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. I've never heard the term doxable in my entire life. That's why I'm asking.
As in information that if you published it, it would be doxing.
Doxable? What does this mean? You could probable, right? And then the term dox in front of it. Is he literally unable to understand that? You could add that to any verb. Right? If someone's running, you could say, I mean, runnable. That doesn't really work there, does it?
So it would just be dox, not doxable.
No, the docs is when you publish it. It's doxable information.
It's personally identifiable information. It only becomes dox information when it's used for doxing. Doxing requiring publication, which you've never argued has happened here. So no doxing has occurred. Therefore, the information gathered would not be dox information.
If you used it, it would be doxing.
If it's a conditional,
like
yes.
Username doxable or?
It depends on the username. If it's their public-facing main username, then no. If it's a username that leads back to, say it's like...
We love a hypothetical syllogism.
Stevie B, that could be doxable.
Okay.
Oh my god, dude, this is fucking ridiculous.
You guys did a full docs lookup on this account. That's what you did, right?
Who's you guys? Who's you guys?
So just repeating it.
Who did it?
Whoever's in the server.
No. No one in the server did the search.
They were posting the tool in here, and they were the ones requesting the information.
They mentioned a tool. They mentioned a tool and said a third party would search it.
Who's the third party?
One of Himbleton's friends, apparently. That's what the logs say.
How many times does this need to be reclarified?
You know, maybe that's fair. So then my question is it an ordinary practice that for this particular server, you don't actually do the lookups in the server, but you always request it from a third party? Is that ordinary?
I don't do lookups in that service. So
wait,
I've got no idea what's ordinary or not.
Sorry, hold on. I have a question because there's another.
Wait. Queeman, I'm just trying to understand. You said that they didn't look it up in this server. That's really good. So there's no doxing happening on that server. But you said they passed it off to a third party. I'm asking, do you know who the third party is? And is it ordinary that they?
No, I'm purely going off of the law. I'm going off of the evidence.
If you're purely going off
says
of this,
in the
then why
logs
do we need
he's
you
giving
in here?
it to a third party.
Why do we need you in here?
Says
Queeman, why do we need you in here?
Why are you here?
You're reading the evidence.
Dude,
you are lying about the evidence.
Dude, you know he's like fucked. You know he's fucked. when he has to start asking why Queeman is even there, dude. He's rattled. He's legit rattled. I haven't seen him do this before.
Queenan, I'm lying. Weren't you the one
You can try and tell me to
earlier?
leave because you just got totally blown the fuck out, and you were like, "Oh, well, I guess that would be fine," and I had to come up with a new narrative. But you are totally lost on this.
That you just listen. You love to see the protege use the tactics against their mentor. The "you just got blown the fuck out" thing. That's a Destinyism.
Retard.
I'm lost on this, but weren't you the first one to confidently assert a totally false fact to ChudLogic?
I made one mistake in the course of this conversation.
But you didn't make a mistake, right? How did you even know what the Docs website was?
Because I went and checked the logs.
Well, he clearly didn't.
Check the logs
If he got it wrong, we would assume he's probably not familiar with if his description of the site, you can't simultaneously attack him for not being familiarized with the site and thus making a mistake when he's describing the site, while simultaneously implying that his knowledge of the site is suspicious, which is what Destiny's doing, right? He either didn't know enough about the site or he either made a mistake due to a lack of information about the site and didn't know anything about it before talking about it, or he's super familiar with it, indicating that he's possibly using it, right? You can't do both at the same time. Unless you want to look like an inconsistent fuck, which this guy's clearly not worried about.
And then you assumed, how did you know that it was just for Twitter? When you clicked the website, does it just say Twitter?
Well, it's called LOL Archiver, and it says, when I click on it, it says League of Legends name history checker.
You don't see the side on the left that says Twitch tools, Kick tools, LOL Archiver, database, search engine, Twitter tools, TikTok
I assumed
tools,
those were
reverse
different
lookup,
tools.
phone
I
reverse
assumed
Yeah, nothing about any of those would not be. So if the purpose of the site states that it's searching League of Legends names and shit, nothing about any of those categories or tabs that you just mentioned would exclude that being the purpose of the site, right?
This was LOL Archiver was for League of Legends, and the other tools were for other things.
Oh, was just off on the side, so you didn't really think about that.
I assumed it was a different search.
Sure.
There
was another tool they ran that Nicandro said he ran, by the way.
Real quick then. I'm just curious then. Then why is your story
You
changing?
are harping on this one mistake because your broader narrative has fallen apart.
do
I'm just
so
curious
make
why,
the actual criticism or shut the fuck up.
Then why not just say now, no, I stand by what I told ChudLogic. It was just a LOL account lookup. Before you thought that they weren't involved, the things on the left. Now you're saying they were involved, the things on the left. Why? Do you know which searches the person ran?
Dude,
wait, why would he have
what
to
are
pass
you not
it up?
understanding here?
Steve, I gotta take over.
I thought it was a League of Legends archiver. I thought the tools on the side were different tools.
My question is for
Please
Shamu if he's still here.
What's
so
up?
you had to send it off to another person because you couldn't run it. Why?
You don't even know what's
Because it costs
going
money.
on.
No, I want to.
Hey,
Hold on.
money.
I'm asking.
Nothing. I never sent anything to.
Yeah,
you don't even know what's happening.
W moderation.
Yeah.
W moderation.
Maybe if you unredact the people's
Loving the ChudLogic debate moderation going on here. Very
names,
takes his job very seriously.
so you'll be able to understand your own laws. Take away the smearing, and you might be able to understand what
Wait,
happened.
could it be because it costs money to do it that someone might have to? Some features are paid, and you have to pay for certain features like data breach and things along those lines. I might have to send.
Just acknowledge you just accused Shamu of sending it off. It wasn't Shamu, was it? That's in the logs.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let's harp on, if you want to harp on every individual mistake, you could just do that. But obviously that would make you look like you have no argument. So he's only highlighting that for the sake of making a hypocrisy point.
All right, my fault. Why did you guys have to send it to someone? Why couldn't you just
No,
go to the web?
Nicandros sent it.
Why couldn't Nicandros do it himself?
Because he said he doesn't have money.
Because
he didn't have the
I can explain
subscription.
this. I can explain this.
Okay,
Because-
and for the first thing,
Well, sorry, do you want me to explain?
This person,
Sorry, do you
no,
want
I
me to
want to
explain it or
keep
not?
going.
Do you want me to explain it or
Because
not?
before
I'll tell you what, I'll
Low
explain.
Archiver,
How
he
about
did
I
another
explain?
one. He
How about
said,
if I
"There's
can
no. This
explain?
person is not on Steam. It could be unique enough to Sherlock. What is Sherlock?
Oh, Dan, can we just point out, sorry, Sherlock is one that doesn't search breaches, by the way. Also, Dan, can we just point out, you actually lied in this conversation earlier, didn't you, Dan?
About what?
Well, you said that the Steam username was different to the Twitter username, but it wasn't, was it? They were just searching the same username.
Oh, wait, Dan,
that
you
the
lied
case?
about that.
No.
That is the case. I've got that in the logs, you lying fuck.
Another lie.
You lied. Another lie. Wow.
Another lie.
You lied
no, I
to
don't
me.
believe so.
My
I'm saying
only
to you right
mistake
now,
is trusting
lying
you, Dan.
fucking rat.
Never trust a Jew. Typical.
Why are you
They
guys
talk about this
typical.
person's username being Mr. Right, Dan? Here's the
Yes.
substantiation for that. Here's the relevant Twitter account, and we can show the rest of it. We can show
Wait,
the
hold on.
logs.
I gotta peek. 2 seconds.
Here's the
Okay,
logs
what
that
am I
you
looking- all right,
redacted.
I'm looking at this.
So you redacted. The username that's redacted was in these logs.
Yes.
The username in
I'm
these
listening,
logs,
though.
you redacted it and said it was different to the
Okay.
Twitter username. It's not,
Sure.
is it?
Okay, yeah, the Steam name here is the same as that one. Yes.
Okay. So you were
Well, what is-
wrong or lying earlier, weren't you, Dan?
Oh, well, I guess in your case, I could say I'm mistaken. I'm sorry. In the docs tool that they ran, my bad. They entered the same username twice to get email. Like, if you want, as I said
So
before,
they were
and I've
using,
offered
so they were
multiple
using a
times.
single username. I mean, one
No.
username was posted in there. They didn't post the docs tool. They didn't run the docs tool.
They
in
did
there,
post the
but
docs.
somehow
They post twice. The two of them, Sherlock and
They did-
LOL Archiver.
they did not post LOL Archive. They mentioned it.
Yes, they did. Oh, sorry, they mentioned it. Okay. I didn't. If there's a meaningful difference to you guys, that's fine. I like that. As
I
an
just want to be
excuse.
specific, Dan. If we're
I
being
want you
specific
guys to
about
be
everything, I want to be
specific.
very
I want
specific with your
Subject to
allegations.
be explicit
what
on his
Dan,
specifics
Dan,
because
what are you accusing
I know
Shamu
you
of?
guys
What
have
are you
gone
accusing
fucking balls
Shamu
to
of?
the wall.
Answer my
on people
question.
looking
I'm back.
people up.
What are
You
you
bro-
accusing Shamu of? Answer my question now.
I'm trying to find the actual real life identity of an anonymous Twitter account.
And so this is a lie.
And then
It's
being
not
able
true.
to send it
So,
off to
so
someone else.
trying to find or trying to dox? Trying to find or trying to dox?
Oh, sorry. Trying to dox the identity off of a
You-
username
you
to
think-
send it off
okay,
to
so
someone else.
where's so you think
Trying
Shamu-
to
Shamu's trying
dox
publish
the-
it?
Okay.
That's what you think.
What? Dan said earlier that publication is required. So has he just gone back on his own fucking word?
For the purpose of harassment.
Well, I mean, could be. I have no fucking idea. He said he hated the person, right?
Nice one, you fucking retard. You have no idea.
Fucking
Nice one, you fucking
sneaky
retard.
little fuck, man.
Okay. Is this like a win for you guys right here?
Yes.
Like you're putting in
Dan, let me
people's-
ask.
Yes, this is a win. You tried to come in with you've tried to enter with a doxing claim when the case you're describing doesn't meet doxing even by the definition that you gave.
Dan, let me ask you this.
Careful,
Is Tectone incredibly accused?
Dan never believed the publication was required. Yes, he did. Earlier in this conversation, he says as such. He gives an example, and Chud asks, okay, so the public, and he agrees to that. Yes, earlier in the conversation.
Of being a rapist with a protective order?
Oh, I think so. But
Is that
I'm
true?
not-
Okay, so would it be logical to make sure Tectone isn't violating his order and harassing his victim?
Oh, for you? No. You're not the fucking police. You don't have a PI license. You're not allowed to be going out and fucking looking up people's
You don't need a PI license. None of this is illegal.
shit in data breach engine.
So this if this person
the
is
answer
leaking
no, not for
documents
you.
and harassing
You're
this
not
person,
their fucking white knight, retard.
I shouldn't say anything about it. I should just
You only need a PI license if you're doing this. You don't need a PI license to practice the skill. A PI license, I think, essentially allows you to do this for the sake of payment,
it's like,
which
okay,
nobody
yeah,
here
just
is
let
being
them-
paid.
Protector-
So I don't know why a PI license would even be required. All that does essentially, doesn't that just give you permission to get paid for it?
No, you're not you don't have a license to do this. It's
If
against
it's
the
one of
law for you to do
Tectone,
it.
if
Is it?
it's against
No,
the
not for
fucking
you.
law, are you
Yes,
kidding
it
me?
is. Yes, to
If
look up
this
data
guy
breaches.
is harassing
Yes,
and
it is.
leaking
Yes,
and
it is.
leaking court documents and harassing, and
Yeah,
you can
that's
find
bad.
out, oh, that's
bad.
actually
Yes.
one of
And the
Tectone's
police should
mods.
fuck.
What law?
Yeah,
Then
that.
you
Wait,
then
wait,
what?
just to be
And
clear,
then you can let them know.
nobody in that server, as far as you can show from the evidence you've shown so far, I haven't seen it, has actually looked anything up on a data breach site from what I've seen.
Oh, okay. That's cope because well, first off, I love this idea that
I need
this
to
type of
know.
thing now is
I
not
need to know what Alex Pratt thinks, because if Alex Pratt thinks that Dan is right and it is illegal, then it's obviously legal. If Alex Pratt thinks that what Shamu did is legal and didn't violate the law, then Shamu needs to go to prison. Whoa!
doxing. Because this is great. Because you guys are
It's
gonna have
not doxing.
there is gonna be so much compilation that I will put together of the both of you guys going fucking nuts over people looking up people's information, and then you can be like,
I've
oh,
never, I've always been specific about my definition
Dude, you
of
did-
doxing.
you-
Publishing
okay.
for the purpose of harassment. That is
Okay.
what I say.
And if you
Every
don't publish
time
it,
I'm
if you don't
specific.
publish it, it's fine.
You're correct. Correct.
So
you
if-
can
if,
look
like,
into
if
whatever
you-
you want on your
if you-
own time.
hypothetically,
on your own
if
time
you- if
privately,
you harass
can look
me-
up what you like.
If you harass me on Twitter and I'm like, this guy, I think he's fucking some other dude's alt, and I look you up, I'm okay.
Do you have
to,
a
like,
protective order?
I'm still
Were you
talking, thank
sexually
you.
assaulted?
You can
Why
look
do you
it up
think
as
that?
long as you
What?
don't
The
publish
protective
stuff,
order
Dan. You
doesn't
can look
apply.
up what you want.
All right,
The protective
gotcha.
order doesn't apply to random people on the internet. I don't know why you keep bringing up the protective order.
No, harassment and stalking was like part.
Yeah, and if he's doing it by proxy through someone else, then that could be a violation. If Tectone's doing it, or I'm pretty sure if he just has someone else do it on his behalf and is coordinating it, that could probably be reasonably interpreted as a violation. No.
Part of the thing. So
Wait,
if
Shimmy,
that,
sorry,
Random
Shimmy,
people
what
on
you-
the internet?
It's not a random person. The idea was that it was someone that
Well,
might be connected.
okay, obviously it doesn't apply to random people because the information didn't get sent to Pink. They obviously found out this was a random person, thus the information was never sent to Pink. So clearly everyone understands this.
Thanks to Tectone because they had very few followers and they were all just like Tectone, Asmongold, Nova, and all these people.
The only way to know that would be to dox the account.
no, the
No,
idea was
you
just
wouldn't
to
be
look at the
doxing if you don't
usernames.
publish it, would you?
Yeah.
Yes,
Planning on sending
true.
the information to somebody involved in a public
Would be
court
planning to
battle.
send it to the relevant party to be used in a legal case, not published
in
for
a
the purpose of
public court
harassment.
battle,
You
right?
lying rats.
You have no idea. Don't call me a lying rat. You lied about every single part of this. You score me.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie? I admit it's a
Desi's losing optically as well. He sounds like a bitch here. Sounds like a whiny bitch.
one mistake.
very
I've not lied
first
about
lie,
a single part.
it
of
wasn't
it.
a
You've
mistake, though.
lied
It was a-
about
it was a
every
bold-faced
part
lie.
of it.
It was not a bold-faced lie.
It was
you
a
fucking
mistake.
disgusting
How is it a
pervert.
lie?
Oh, it was a mistake.
What's the lie?
Why would I
What's
bother
the
lying about
lie?
that? It could be disproved in a moment on a public website, you fucking
You
idiot. I'm
bothered
sending all the
lying
evidence
about it.
over.
Okay, I've used this defense before too, and nobody accepted it, to be fair. Quim's obviously not lying, but...
You lied about it because you knew that I said that I didn't know what the website was.
Fuck,
'cause I
you're a
did. You thought
fucking
Dan
idiot.
wouldn't have
Dude. You're
advertised
so
it.
washed, bro.
Oh,
I
you
can't
see
believe
I
I
give you
actually
an
thought you were
exact-
good at this shit.
You
back
see
in
how I
the
give
day,
you an
bro.
exact
It's so
explanation
sad.
and you're squirming.
It's
you're
so fucking
passive.
sad how
This is a
far
lot
you
harder than
fucking
just
fallen.
like circle jerking with your friends, right? If you can
Dude,
call them that, right?
remember all the
It's
shit
kinda
you
hard,
said about
isn't it?
internet freedom and the definition of
Isn't it like-
doxing
isn't
when
it
you
like
were getting...
Just like full circle here, because I was legitimately a fan of this guy at one point. I probably wouldn't do what I do if Destiny didn't exist, and that's like the disappointing part of it all. You know what I mean? It's just like full circle, seeing a former fan turned anti-fan face the real Destiny, not the Destiny that was sold to people like me back in the day. The real Destiny, the washed, failing, uncharged sex criminal. It's very, it's full circle. It's very satisfying. Thank you so much for the 10 and fixed. Don't call me a lying rat. Sniffs and a tear runs down his cheek. True.
He's
Hard? Is
slandered
it
by
pretty
Cat
difficult?
10 Barge and Carefools. Remember that shit? You
Cat
fucking
10
lying
Barge?
rodent.
What is that?
Remember when you were getting slandered by fucking Cat 10 and Barge, the fucking dogshit journalist, Carefools, all these fucking people coming after you, saying all this shit about the doxing you do, all this shit. You had perfectly clean definitions of doxing back then. You were perfectly pro internet freedom and posting on Kiwi farms and all this stuff back then. And then all of
What
a
was
sudden your
my-
stand as a fucking swab.
What are you even talking about? Hold on. Was my complaint back then that I was being doxxed? Or I don't even know what you're referring to.
No, I didn't say you were complaining about being doxxed. But if you want to keep playing like a fucking retard,
I'm
go
just
for it, man.
asking you to
Queeman is the
clarify because
spiritual successor of the ideal Destiny. No, Queeman doesn't do enough. He should. But I don't know. Maybe I don't watch him a lot. Maybe he does do like political debates and shit like that. A lot. Maybe. I don't know. To be fair, I just the politics segments. I've not really watched many from Queeman.
emotionally fucking yapping out,
You
like,
were
everything. You
accusing,
just brought
they
up
were
the drama
accusing
from 4
you
years
of
ago. Yes.
doxing and all this shit for posting Careful's Kiwi Farms thread. You were being accused of coordinating swatting and all this sort of shit against Careful's. You took issue with that back in the day. Now
I
you
don't
use that
think-
same tactic against other people.
Yeah. I think you're confusing this with the accusations that you guys like to make against me that you took from Mr. Girl saying that
When have I
don't
accused you of swatting?
ban
When have I accused you
war.
of swatting? When have I
Did
ever
I-
accused
did
you of
I-
swatting?
Oh, well, let me just ask you, because maybe I'm wrong. Have you ever said that I doxed Anne of War because I posted her Kiwi Farms thread or directed people to it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then there you go. Do you see?
Wait,
how-
he did say that? I thought he said that Destiny contributed to it. I thought he said Destiny contributed to it. Did he just overtly say that was doxing? You could argue that that was and still remain consistent, right? In this case, you understand what the purpose and intent of Kiwi Farms is when you're directing random members of the public who you know a giant amorphous mass of fans has no vested interest in keeping PII private, and when you're directing them to a site that is known for the distribution of PII, you understand that any PII on that site will be reposted publicly at the time you send your audience there. Therefore, when Destiny's making the doxing by proxy argument, that would actually work here because you have enough to understand that the person you're providing the info to is going to publish it, right? In this instance, when it's between two creators with good reputations who are only going to send this to another party if it's a potential violation of a court order, another party who has done things to keep her whole situation on the DL, right, besides a subtweet, there's no reasonable indication that the recipient is going to publish the information. Therefore, it would not be like the doxing by proxy thing that he's trying to insinuate it as. The Anna shit would be, because before he sends them there, he understands what's going to happen.
You see how you just asked me a question? You see how hard this is when you're not just like in
Yeah,
your
if you
semantic
post-
circle jerk room? Queeman, sit the fuck
I
down and
don't
shut the
post
fuck up.
key
You're
reforms
retarded.
links because
Queeman,
they
you're
all
retarded.
have names in the
You're done.
URL. They
Queeman,
have names in the
you are
URL,
so
retard.
Cooked and gay
They have
right now.
full
You
names
are
in the
so
URL, you fucking
cooked
idiot.
And gay. I just
They have
turned you
full
into
names
the
in the URL.
living
They have
British
full
twink
names in the URL, you
cockleaf.
low-life
I am running
pervert.
around with
Go
you
look
right
after your
now.
son.
You are
Get off
hanging
the
off
internet.
my body.
It's embarrassing.
I am smacking you on the
Do
grill.
key
That's a good
reforms
charge. That's a
have
good charge.
the names
Shamu,
in the
Shamu,
titles?
Shamu,
Yes or
Shamu,
no?
Shamu,
Yes or
Shamu.
no, Destiny? Answer my
Shamu.
question.
Yes or no?
Answer my
Yes or no?
question, Destiny.
Yes or no?
He should have said, oh, really? Want to video it and send it to a 17-year-old?
Do key reforms threads have the name in the title? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. Which Kiwi Farms thread?
Yes. Anavoise does, doesn't it?
I don't know. I haven't been to a thread in
Yes.
20 years.
That he's
In your
lying.
fucking
He's
chat
lying.
box.
He's lying.
20
He's lying.
years. 20 years,
do I-
yeah?
and I
You had it
link
on
to
stream 2 days ago,
post,
bro.
do I post the link to her thread in the chat thing?
Yes.
Yeah, guys, he doesn't know that Anna's like thread has docs on it. Yeah, no, totally, man.
Okay, and you know
Who like buys this shit? I always ask this question, but I've met I've met people on here that are just, and somebody says to me, and they're right. I have to not like fight people for being cattle. I just need to win the cattle over to my herd. Okay. I just like see like cattle and it's infuriating. It's like, wake up, dude. Wake the fuck up. But like, I just like, I wonder like who the fuck buys this shit?
that.
Yes.
Thank you for the 5. How about nope? Sorry, hold on. What a sad showing from Destiny. AG4, thank you so much. How about nope? Much appreciated.
Okay, then why is it that when I just asked you, have you ever accused me of doxing? Why did you say no?
I never said I didn't accuse you of doxing. I've accused you of doxing. You have doxed. I said you haven't accused you of swatting.
Yeah, that is exactly what he just said.
When were we talking about swatting
He
in here?
Dementia Destiny?
Queen,
That's what you
lost.
got accused of
Queen,
coordinating against Cat Tembush. Where this came from, you
Queen,
fucking retard.
Queen, you're lost. Queen, you're lost. Okay?
I'm
He just gives, dude. I have like, I didn't expect like as much as I dislike Destiny. I was expecting a better performance. I didn't think he was gonna win because we're doing an analysis on substance, not appearance, and obviously we're all biased against Destiny. So he obviously wasn't really gonna win, at least in our eyes. But I honestly was expecting more. I like thought there would be. Maybe I just haven't watched him in so long, but like, I like always knew that like I always have it in my mind. He is good at debate. He's good at debating. This is just like I could go in and confidently defeat this. I wouldn't even be nervous. This is just like pathetic.
being perfectly
Shamu,
clear with you, you fucking
If
idiot.
you would have pulled up a real life name for that Twitter account, how would you have known if it was Tectone's mod or not?
Huh? What'd you say?
If you would have pulled up a real life name on the Twitter
It's just
account,
disappointing, dude. Pieces of shit exist. And it, like you could point all day about what piece of shit there. You could point at them all day and say, look, this is a piece of shit. But it is just like so much more disappointing when you see someone who you believed once had potential and they've become like this. He was always like this probably, but like there definitely at one point was potential there for this guy to do some good in the world. And instead of doing some good in the world, he decided to essentially, he decided to become whatever this is. This just like spiteful, like aging like creature that can't debate like he used to, is like banned from like, or isn't able to get like the mainstream combos he once had, has to lie and obfuscate to cover up his like very obvious like wrongs in the context of like sexual misdeeds. I just I don't know what to say.
How would you have known if that was a mod of Tectone or not?
I mean, I wasn't pulling up anything, but
Check Destiny's Twitch. DM it to me. Just DM me your link.
I would. The only thing I was just interested in seeing if it was mods, because do you agree that
mods?
It would cross-reference
you would
usernames,
cross-reference the usernames from the chat or the Discord? But do you agree that it would be bad if Tectone was directing his mods to harass somebody that he has a protection order against? Do you think that would be bad?
If you pulled up a real life username.
Okay, so you're not going to answer?
Cross-reference. No, not. If you're going to cross-reference that with what? What would you cross-reference it with?
Dude, everyone's already said this. The Discord, so they have usernames in the Discord, and then probably the chat.
Sure.
No, they don't use real life names. But again, you're harping on a point where it's like nobody is publishing information, so it's not doxing. But you keep going back to this because you're kind of scrambling.
True.
Make me the villain? Fine. I'll be the villain in your story. Just don't forget the fucking chapter where you created me. You want to make me...
See, this would be cool if like I posted it, but it's like you, and like you're just like you, so it's not even funny. He can have funny moments on Twitter. He can. This isn't even funny. No, it needs to be more. Desperate? I'm trying to get the guy's attention so he comes on stream. Yeah, that's going to require a little bit of effort on my end. I'm like a nobody. Oh my god, you're putting in effort. Yeah. What do you cry about it, bitch?
To find a way to make this smear work. But
if it's not doxing, so this is why I know you don't believe that. Because if it wasn't doxing, you'd have no problem just answering my questions honestly. You would say, "Yeah, we would do that." Yeah,
but dude, you've asked these same questions like over and over again. You're just like scrambling to try to get to this. No, you literally asked this earlier before you and Queeman went at it.
Okay, then remind me, what did you say? How would you be able to cross-reference a real-life name? Let's say all you could find on the Twitter account was a real-life name. How would you be able to cross-reference that with Tectone's Twitter mod?
Yo, thank you, and Fixed with the 10. Putting us $6, I think, away from streaming. Thank you so much, Fixed. Destiny's best debate performance was in April 2022. True.
Twitch or YouTube or whatever else.
But see, now you're trying to walk it down where it's like, if you found that, you'd have to find the name or something, but none of that happened. You're like coming up with hypotheticals to try to manipulate your fucking audience to think like, oh, these people were doxing, but nobody was doxing. It was a smear. And with that,
if I
actually am out of time. I had to.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
I had to stop. I did have to stop it too.
Yep, you're good.
But anyways, great smear, guys. Awesome. I think you guys got blown the fuck out. Pretty embarrassing.
True.
What is this bitch talking about? What is she talking about, dude? Oh my god. Like, I feel bad for her sometimes. Legitimately. I think people are like a bit mean. Like, I used to think people are like a bit mean to her and shit. Like maybe to like an excessive level or whatever. And I was a little bit like I know what it's like to be the person that is just naturally like dislikable and like always fighting against that image and shit. So like part of me, I like felt like I felt empathy, I guess, or whatever. But like with shit like this, I just don't know what you're expecting. You're a sucker. Obviously not if my mind changed on her. Obviously not, right? I'm saying at one point I was empathetic. I had empathy, right, with her. She's been a retard for 4+ years. I haven't really been following that closely. I mean, like, to me, like, in the past, before EHD, like, I just saw someone who was just, like, very, like, easy to, like, take digs at, when she wasn't necessarily doing anything that I considered that, like, flagrantly, like, egregious compared to others. And I thought that, like, people, like, took it too far. I like, when I remember when she, when Southern Dingo was fucking, when Southern Dingo was, like, saying that shit to her about, like, the racial shit to her, and then, like, people were talking about, like, her labia and stuff. Like, I thought that was weird as fuck. But, like, you relate too much to the lol cows? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had empathy for another human being once. My bad, I guess. I didn't realize that was...
Yeah, this is pretty weak.
Yeah, you do
all the
not
facts
deserve
are on
any
the
more oxygen
table.
for this shit, so fuck you, you fucking low-life pervert. You belong in prison.
Thank you
Truly.
for coming in, Queeman. It's funny because
On stream tonight, Stardust said, what Destiny did wasn't that bad because most guys do it. Would you be okay, Missy? Because I know I've called people pick-me's in the past, and you've taken exceptional issue with that. Would you be okay if I was to refer to Stardust as a pick-me right now? Would that be too misogynistic for you? Just checking.
Who's the champion, and you said like even more retarded shit.
You got completely fucking raped, dude. The clip's
Why
just gonna
would
be
you
great.
reveal-
Trust me,
why
we're
would
gonna
you
boost
reveal
those
that
like
you're the
crazy.
one?
Seriously, man, you're gonna fucking
Why
love
would
it.
you reveal? Can I give you? I'll give you some free advice. Listen, okay, you guys should do mock debates or something, because like this circle jerk shit that you guys do. Why would you agree to debate me?
You got
if
totally
if you're
raped.
just
You
coming
posted
here doing all
Anniversary
the circle
refunds.
jerk
All he can do is posture because he can't win on substance. So he's just like, why is he even still here?
Right, with the full name
Doing
in the
all
link in your chat.
all
That's
the circle
doxing.
jerk shit. Why would you do
You
that?
got raped, you
I
fucking
just
idiot.
don't know why.
Worst you've been raped since you were 10 years
Oh
old.
my god.
What's up, Gooner42?
God,
Fuck
you
yourself, you
totally raped
disgusting
me on
lowlife.
talking about how I there he goes. That's good. You guys should do mock debates. Remember when Justical had that E-rape defense room set up? You guys should set that room up again, because then you deleted it, right? And then you can practice like
Dude,
debating
I don't know about all this
DGDers,
fucking J-Stock
and then
stuff,
you guys
man.
would have
You,
the
you
ability-
bang on about... I don't fucking pay attention to this. Like,
I fucking hate J-Stock. Okay, I despise the dude. But yeah, I can't, like, I don't know, like, Destiny's, like, obviously, like, just completely, like, motivated, like, Destiny is motivated to bury this guy, and it's just purely out of spite. That's all he does. It's just spite. It's all spite. And I'm a very spiteful person, too. Unfortunately, I can relate to him a little bit on that. I love to find new ways to make people who I feel have wronged me suffer. But the problem is, he's just the one that's done all the wronging. So the spite doesn't really come off as cool. It comes off as just like narcissistic and shit. Cause like, you were the one who fucked over everyone else. It's not like in his mind, he's like the guy that's been pushed over the edge or whatever. It's just not true. Thank you so much for the 5, Taya. I'm gonna call Green after this. Thank you so much for the 5, Taya. Sitting here doing nothing, making money. Get my man to stream goal. Thank you so much, Taya. Much appreciated. That is super. You guys have been on fire tonight. Thank you. Really. Last couple even before the raid, we were doing like, we were at like what, 80 concurrent, and after the raid, we've sustained over 100 concurrent for like hours. You guys have been crazy tonight. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna actually keep going. Just because you guys have been so locked in tonight.
what you do, you're fucking obsessed with it. I got no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't have any kind of back and forth conversations related to any of the topics about me and Justical?
We've discussed your
Men with J-Stock? No.
times, yes, but not at length.
I'll be cordial with the guy, but I'm never gonna trust him. Like,
At times, but not at length.
if you're somebody that takes issue with me and is unwilling to vocalize it to my face, and I have to like figure out inadvertently that you take issue with me, and then like out of nowhere, and like that's how that, like, I just feel like, you know, how am I supposed to know that you're not, if we rebuild a bridge, how am I supposed to know that you're not taking issue with me right now and just not telling me about it? Like, and, you know, then like I'm gonna have to worry about you.
length, if you had to guess how many times, more or
Bro,
less
I
than
don't
once a
fucking
month.
know, dude. I don't talk about you that much. I never
Dude,
talk
you're
about
too
you
easy,
anymore.
What occurred? What happened was, after my drama in London, I got fucked on I went on J-Stock's stream to get my, so he took his jabs. I went on J-Stock's stream. He was very critical of it, etc. J-Stock is a private, like, caller server. So I called in to his caller server after, like, that drama was all over. I'd called into his caller server where a debate had begun about also J-Stock had, like, been charitable to me in various points in relation to the drama. But I call in onto I call onto his stream, and he's taking jabs at me about, like, the Goat Kato shit. So I take jabs at him about Cherry. It's, like, literally banter in my mind. I'm seeing it as banter. But according to him, he was only keeping me around. He thinks he should cut me off, but was only keeping me around because he was remaining cordial. And then when I said that shit about Cherry, by his own words, I wasn't being cordial to him, therefore he didn't have to be cordial to me anymore. So there was no reason to keep me around, and he cut me off. But he didn't cut me off by telling me about it. I left the stream. He never vocalized he took issue with it. I only found out when I wanted to go debate him on something else, when he was claiming that he was perpetuating and feeding into the I'm sweeping for Diorio narrative. And I wanted to debate him on something else, and I found out I was banned from the server. I had to pull teeth to get into a fucking debate with him, where he just lied. And he slips up on his lie in the most stupid way possible. He's like, yeah, you told me once, Aiden, that you record every call. I'm like, no, I didn't. I don't do that, right? Because the truth is, I don't do that. He's like, you told me you record every call. And he's like, you said it to me while you were driving. Remember, I think you were, like, in a car or something. You were driving. Yeah. And it's like, I don't drive. I don't have a license. I don't have a permit. I don't have a car. I live on the other side of the country. Anyone I know who has a car, I can't use their car, nor would I, because I don't have a license, nor would they let me. The only time I've been behind the wheel is with my mom in a parking lot once.
Bro,
Because I escaped your gay little fucking orbit and built a fucking thing on my own, didn't I, you fucking wretch? I don't need you. I don't need you anymore, dude. I don't need to fucking come back to you like fucking Wick, begging for fucking scraps of your audience. I'm doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing and I don't need you anymore.
Okay. Can I just ask one more question? Did you get baited by Dan into letting me in here, or did the other people from whatever servers that you definitely don't ever look at, did they gas you up into bringing me in here because they thought that, like, Queeman and the Shem Rock guy or whatever could
Dude,
actually
you are
give enough
fucking
information
paranoid,
to
bro.
make an
Dude,
argument?
you were paranoid as fuck, bro. No, Dan said it, and I pussied out
paranoid?
at first. And I
Wait.
thought, fuck it, bring
I'm
you in, and we had a
paranoid.
conversation. What Discords are you on about, bro? Dan said bring you in. I said no, and I changed my mind. That's it.
Names of who could have sent you that LOL archiver thing? I guess the Substance, Driscoll, and Queeman. Wasn't I right on one of them? Wasn't I actually correct on that? Was that paranoia, or was I just lucky?
No, yeah, okay, now you're pivoting off. The paranoia is not to do with whether or not Queen messaged me. It's the idea of on the Discord servers, which I'm fucking not. Hello?
Hi.
Wait, where did Destiny go?
Did he leave?
I guess so.
All right. Well, Chud, I think we've always been friendly.
Bro, Dan,
This is...
don't pull that shit with me now. You are a
sending you an
dishonest
image.
hack. You're a fucking...
We love Dan, guys. We love Dan. Can we get a necessary Queeman we love Dan statement? Thanks. Yeah, so it seems like it ends right around... Whoa. There we go. Seems like the... Control Z. Control Z. There we go. There we go. It seems like, it seems like the, I mean, yeah, I just don't even know how you go about, like, they had nothing. They came in with a doxing claim. They never established the publication criterion, and then Destiny just postured and harped on a mistake, then made a mistake that the opponent didn't harp on, even though they could have, right? And then just, like, fucking postured that he won to his, like, was he streaming at that? I don't even know who he was posturing to. Just, like, posturing that he won instead of, like, arguing and, like, supporting the presupposition on substance. He invokes multiple logical fallacies. He begs the question, multiple times, gish gallops repeatedly, and to me, this is like a crime worse than murder. Thank you so much, Will, for the $1, and thank you so much, Gunner42 for the 2. You go, white boy. This puts us over Streamly goal for the first time in like 2 months. Literally 2 months. Thank you, guys. I'm starting to feel like we're back here. I don't know. The last couple streams, the viewership's been up. I'm starting to like think we're back. I don't know. But anyways, some people are going to be very happy I'm about to cover what I'm about to cover. And I'm going to cover it right now. And you probably know what I'm about to cover. And then you're not going to like what I have to cover, but we're going to cover it. For those of you who are unaware, after going on the attack against me for several months when I was an easy target because everyone was coming at me, dude, not unjustifiably, by the way. I don't say that like I'm a victim, right? I fucked up. I fucked up and people came at me for it. But some people were took no issue with what I did. They were just opportunistic and came in for like the blows while I was down. So coming at me for like 4 months, Purple Parry Gaming, after this, I've tried to debate him on numerous points. He's insisted on having a moderator every time, which I've agreed to. In some debates, he is just like hung up and left. So we had an on-stream debate a while ago that went after he decided to leak that my non-existent stepdad, because he was telling, basically we were in Malta, he was telling me a story about how his, like, because we were asking each other about our family life, we both got drunk, and he was telling me this story about how, like, you know, he's not cool with his dad. I tell him my parents are divorced. He says not cool with his dad. I say, why? Dad was like beating the family or whatever, right? Just volunteers it up. I try to like relate a little bit. I say like, yeah, like sometimes in the past, like I feel like people have like spoken, my mom has like put up with like disrespect, people have spoken to my mom in like a way that I wouldn't have appreciated or whatever. Like, but my mom's never been domestically abused to my knowledge. But he decides to run with a narrative that my stepdad was beating my mom. The problem is I don't have a stepdad. I've never had a stepdad. And my mom doesn't live with any, like, I'm not gonna give away details on my mom's living situation, but there's nobody there to be beating her. Like, but besides the point, he runs with it, believing it's true. And then we debate, and he shows a miserable performance that ends with him essentially being unable to answer whether or not he was molested as a kid. Since then, he has been terrified of me. He will not talk to me. So when Kathy feeds him a segment about my coverage pertaining to Mr. Repsion, Parry makes several claims that are blatantly false. He makes these claims on stream, and like we do and expect in this community, you make the criticism publicly, you should be able to back it up in a debate. I challenge him to a debate, and he declines. He just fucking declines. He makes the point, gets it completely wrong, and then declines the debate. And I could have just given up and gone on my way, but I said no. You don't get to decline debates from me. Like, you don't understand. You don't get to say no, okay? You don't get to. So I proceed to, one by one, convince people who are members of his channel, make the argument and case for them to remove their membership. We've had 5 canceled memberships so far. I attempt to persuade his audience that he's a lying, fat, sniveling fuck, and his viewership's in the toilet. The only thing he had left was his E-dads in Spicy Chat, Bug Squander, namely being one. And earlier today, in Spicy Chat, they asked me to get in the spice pit with him and debate. And at first I said no, because I wanted to only do it on stream. But I said, you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. I'll take what I can get. It's going to be recorded. I'll just play it to you guys on stream, right? So he refuses. And now he's banned from Spicy Chat until he debates me. And his own E-Dad is literally going to be making a video on him. So, what else does he have? Just do the debate. Just do the debate. It's not hard, man. It's not hard. But this debate has gone from that Repsion point to I want to debate his existence. I want to ask him why he lies, because he does that a lot. I want to ask him. I want to pick his brain a little bit. I don't know how to make it clear, so I'll just lay it out here. The thing is, just because some retard and their retarded subhuman viewers demand I do something, doesn't mean I have to do it. I'm not doing a debate. Ban anyone that brings it up from this point forward. This is insane. This is literally, who do we know that talks like? This is one of our guys. He hasn't been my guy in a while, but he's in this space. I'd expect to see this from Tommy C. I'd expect to see this from Diorio. I'd expect to see this. This is, like, how can this fat fuck sit there and criticize Diorio and not look like the biggest hypocrite on earth? He's banning people who asked to debate me. There were on his stream, he was doing a stream, and people were asking him in chat to debate me, so he started modding random chatters to go ban people who were asking for the debate, and then the new mods ask, and he goes and he demods them. This is a fucking crash out. This is like an insane I've never had unironically, nobody has ever been this scared to debate me. I'm not a scary guy. I'm not like some like expert fucking, I'm not a scary guy. So, I mean, this to me is just like bizarre. Especially since he's the one that started this. He came on the attack against me. If you don't remember, how many videos, VOD, did he fucking make? Like, he's been on the attack, and I took my blows. This is insane. Shameful style. Well, guess what? Stylo banned me from Spicy because he didn't want to have to hear like the Parry shit or whatever. Bug comes in and says fuck that, and then Bug is the one that bans Parry as well. So Stylo was just gonna ban me, the person that was like litigating the debate, and not the person that was running from it. Bug had to come in and do that. But, I mean, to make things even more embarrassing, because he is so scared of... This is the other thing, too. The guy that has admitted, and we have receipts of literally everything. We have receipts of him talking about Aiko's period blood. We have receipts of him doing, like, the 15-year-old suicide analysis. We have receipts of him... admitting to threatening to dox people, using information he obtained from donations. We have receipts of him admitting to assaulting 2 women. We have receipts, like everything. He thinks there's a future for him. He thinks that there is any community outside of this one where he can make it. You've admitted to assaulting 2 women. This is all you have. He's rebranding. He wants to branch out. You're never going to be able to branch out. Do you think you can assault 2 women and exist in any space online other than this one? We have receipts of everything. $5 from Speed Razor. Speaking of Repsion was lying about his involvement with Firebat to Star, and she just accepted it. Didn't do anything, and they hate. Yeah, Repsion seems to be engaged in some super embarrassing behavior. It is embarrassing that you think you're ever going to be able to make it anywhere. It's like, I don't know. He actually thinks he can just erase the past. It's crazy. You can't. I am the rabbit with the clock. Okay, I hate doing this to people because I believe that everybody should be able to learn from the past and grow as a person. Except I am legitimately convinced he is incapable of feeling remorse, and I don't think he could grow. He lied again. He said because he realized that there was a hypocrisy point when he's like going at Kathy over making a joke about doxing. He's like criticizing that. He's like, we can't tell if this is a joke or not. When people realize that he did the same thing to Duckbringer and admitted to it, he's like, well, but I did introspection and realized I was wrong. This is a technique that I taught him. Okay, not to lie, but I said, like, yeah, anyone can come back from a bad path. You just need to basically explain the growth process, like your newer fan base. Explain that, like, through introspection, you realize you were wrong. And, I've literally explained this to him in conversation once. But he just thinks, like, he's like, I said sorry. Well, him saying sorry... This is the sorry, by the way. Let's take a look at the sorry. Let's take a look at the sorry. Okay? Because he wanted his audience to believe he had actually made an apology. Let's take a look at the sorry. Where is it? I think it's here. Fuck. I had it. It's on my phone. Why can't I find this? Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it. Wait. I'm sending it. There's got to be an easier way to send. Yeah, here it is. So this is his sorry. That apparently shows the legitimate remorse. Let's take a look. Because we actually, like, when you verify what he says, you understand he just lies. Swedish Crow, if I can get Duckbringer to personally forgive me for threatening to dox her, can I get unbanned from the Chud Logic Discord? So he's denoted here that he's only willing to give an apology, or getting Duckbringer to forgive him is only for the sake of getting back into the chat. This is his, like, sorry. You've literally admitted you weren't genuinely remorseful. You've admitted it right here. So you can't lie and say in hindsight that you legitimately apologize. You admit here that you're just doing it to get back into a fucking chat. The reason this is relevant and the reason this is important is because Kosher Kathy, who is now the target of DGG, and many of us now are under the eyes of DGG by proxy, meaning... whatever anyone is doing, Quayman said this to me, and he's correct. Okay? When people are like, other people, that even if we don't have any involvement with them, that are like litigating like doxing shit, it looks bad on all of us. Even if we didn't do anything wrong, it just gives them more material to mischaracterize. So, Kosher Kathy, a known chatter, went into the live chat of Ricky Live and made jokes about doxing Ricky. Ricky knew these were jokes. Kathy knew these were jokes, and nobody got doxed, despite Kathy having the capability to do so. If Kathy was serious about this doxing threat, he would have done it. Why didn't he just go and do it, right? I want to ask this in a debate. If you believe that Kathy was genuinely threatening to dox Ricky, why didn't he do it? Because in the threats, he's not leveraging anything. He's not saying, if you don't do this, I will do this. He's just saying, I will do this. I will do this. So if it's a threat, what is the threat attempting to leverage? Oh, the threat isn't attempting to leverage anything? He's just indicating that he intends to do something? Okay, why didn't he do it? He has access to the info. Why didn't he go do it? So Parry, because Kathy asked him to debate me, has been lying to his audience that he thinks that the obvious joke is not a joke and a serious dox threat. He's literally... it's just like, what a fucking sorry excuse for a man, dude. 25 years old. 25 years old, and he's sending Hellbent into my Discord. So he's not really sending her, per se, but it just happens by proxy. He knows it happens by proxy. All, like, the three women that watch him are the ones who ultimately bear the brunt of the criticism, because they're the ones who actually come into chat and argue. He's hiding behind his e-mommies as a fucking 25-year-old jobless loser. What a fucking pathetic man, dude. Where is it? Oh no, this was from 2 days ago. This is from tonight. Nobody saw this because, well, 38 people saw it. My bad. But I want you to know that the Kathy shit was being litigated before the server leak. Now we know the eyes of DGG are on this community, and he knows this, and I want you to understand this when we watch. Okay? I want you to understand this. Oh yeah, we're gonna let Green in. Green, are you ready for the Parry segment?
Yeah, hello.
Are you ready for the Parry
This
segment?
is the guy that beat 2 women and talked about it, bragged about it on stream pretty much. Purple Perry Gaming. So
Yep, that guy. The guy that beat 2 women.
How long do you want me to be here, by the way?
However long you want. People wanted you here. I don't know if you wanted...
I'll be here until you decide. I'm doing some stuff later on, but okay. So this VOD, I don't want to leak it for you, but it really helps if you kind of look at it as like a DGG commercial. Like, hey, Destiny, I'm on your side, but not really. You know, the first bad thing he says about Destiny is probably like an hour, 2 hours into this fucking VOD, by the way. So if Destiny was going to watch it, he's only going to watch the first 15 minutes.
So you really think he's actually like intentionally attempting to appeal to DGG? He's not just being reckless.
I think right now Destiny's looking for any information on Kathy. And I think what he's doing here is he's doing a tell-all on them. At the same time, it's the first stream he's wearing his fucking merch. His god-awful AI-generated merch. Synthetic polyester-ass shirt. And I know Destiny's going to be very interested to see what somebody who's been very close friends, by the way, very close friends with Kathy. Former top guy with Kathy. So, no matter how much he tries to lie and distance himself and say it was never like a deep relationship, you'll see.
Do you know what? Do you not
keep that in
do you
mind.
guys? Guys, he's wearing merch. He's wearing merch, and when he shows the merch, this is how he shows it off.
Epic merch. Wow.
He can't go too high, or you'll be able to see his breasts. So he has to keep it low, and he can't show you the full merch. Nevertheless, standing up, this guy wouldn't go to the back of the room to show you the full thing. He wouldn't even fit in the fucking frame.
He just shows you like he
just
doesn't even show a
so
photo of the
fat.
merch. He'll put a photo up on screen, but not him. He's like first creator I've ever seen not openly show off their fucking shirt.
He does stand up. Does he stand up?
You can tell he's very nervous about wearing the shirt too. He's got a few. Look at the amount of times this guy ruffles his fucking hair. Looks like he just woke up.
It's shy. I wouldn't do that. But
like a kid on Christmas Day. Oh, Destiny! I gotta make a segment
what's wrong with
for
the merch?
DGG.
What's wrong with it's like it's if I was constantly. I've never had merch before. I want to see if the merch is comfortable. Why wouldn't you wear it out? Well, it's just so it's not. This is my organs don't work. I mean, they do. I don't want people to give me like bus seats because I'm lying to them. That's kind of fucked up.
Skip right after the intro and start skipping forward?
Yeah, this is like fucking 15 minutes of just shilling himself. You're gonna see it right here with a tweet. Pulls up a tweet.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick, by the way, for the 2. W. Chris Green as co-host. True. So the Loner Box tweet is where he starts?
Yeah, right here. Maybe a little bit just before it. He introduces it. Yeah, there's a whole big wine thing here. So if he starts talking about his merch, skip ahead.
Yeah. W. Aiden Internet?
I want to play this game. I pretend it's woke. I pretend uber woke. And that's more tick my point, Edgar. That's fair enough. Anyway. Yeah, I guess I'll cover the leak situation.
Oh, by the way, if you buy his merch, you can get your full name. Somebody in his chat asked him if he can get Doxing, or if he could, or didn't ask him. They made an insinuation that he could dox them off of the merch info, and he says that actually, like, there's like a fourth wall or whatever, like the company's like a fourth wall. That's not, he can get dox info from your, apparently he later clarified.
That's interesting. You know who brought that up? Kathy.
Kathy
brought that up in his Discord. Yeah, I just put it in inbox for you. I think that's it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this guy does have a history of threatening to dox people who have given him money, that he's gotten their info off of that, no?
Yes, the Duckbringer, yep. Doesn't matter the context. I think invoking exactly how you would do it is a little suspicious and is worrying.
For his own logic, yes. Do we really trust Parry with our full name and address? I do. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Parry, you need to clarify if our info was shared with you. He already did. It's through a middleman, so it's not. So this isn't true at all.
Right. Exactly. So he might have mentioned it on stream. There was no mention of this at all in his Discord. So this would be something I think you should be transparent with your viewers, especially after, making a comment like that about Duckbringer. So right here, he's relying on his e-mother to clarify it for him.
Yep, and then Hellbent came in to argue that it wasn't a lie. It was just he was just mistaken.
Right. So mistaken, but he's selling merch, hasn't done an ounce of research. Sure. The guy who also said on stream, by the way, I'll have to find the clip, that he likes to have blackmail on people. But believe me, don't believe me at face value. I'll have to find a clip for that.
Why do you think when I met him, all he was doing was taking photos when my back was turned, or he went through my computer, or he went through my bathroom, or he went through my bag, or he went through my... Like, yeah, it's obvious.
The world's most impulsive person, when he has a gripe with you, he doesn't really think about what he's going to do to you. But he knows that you've pissed him off, and he's going to get you back somehow.
Okay.
And he's going to laugh about it the entire time.
Wait, this just in. He did stand up.
Oh, God, that's a terrible fitting shirt.
Oh, my God. We got a live one, fellas. Darcy blows. Get the harpoons out.
Holy fuck. Fat people should not be wearing bright colored shirts. I mean, he did that in Malta. He wore a totally white fit. Very bold.
Do you know this guy apparently ate an entire cheesecake by himself while crying?
Yeah, I've been in VC with him before. He was walking. He started walking, and he was out of breath the entire time.
And you know what the complaint was from his top donator, Spudgun? The shirts, for their size, were pretty large. Larger than the size would indicate. So, what size did he get exactly? Because apparently these are pretty large shirts.
There's a screenshot in his server where it's like, did Parry buy the fucking XS? There's XXL shirts that are out of fucking It like implies that there's no more.
Wait, you're right.
Yeah, they're out of stock. Yeah.
You're right, dude. The 5XL is out of. Dude, the 4XL was for Spudgun. The 5XL is for Parry. Dude, it's out of stock. Oh my God.
5 shirts for every day of the week.
This is bad, man.
Just so you know, you're late to the fucking party, Bug. Okay, you're sending it to me. Bug.
By the way, as of today, Bug is the person that banned him from Spicy Chat until he debated. So even Bug is telling him to. Who does he have, man? He's no one.
Fucking goes to my topic suggestions or whatever the fuck. He's like, oh, Parry, you're gonna address this, Parry. Like, at 4 a.m. my time. Can't click it. What?
Okay, so he's awake when this happens. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Whoa.
Wow.
I'm aware that it got leaked, okay? I wasn't going to talk about this because certain crybaby know-it-alls were saying, Parry, what was he saying? I won't even say who it was. Oh, Parry's just like a retard. He's like hashing out Discord drama. Sure. Oh boy, dude, you sell video. Who could I be speaking about? Who could I speak? Who knows? Anyway, so basically what happened, guys, is there's You know, so it's
What's 2 times?
I'm making an accusation. Oh, you're saying I didn't leak it. I'll get to that though. I'll make the point. So there was this group chat called Snarky Chat. I mean, it's still around. I got kicked from it, but there's a group chat called Snarky Chat, and it was basically run by Catty. Now you might remember Catty as the
as Parry's top ally. Just to be clear, Kathy was Parry's top ally. Kathy was literally feeding this guy talking points for his streams. Despite even at the time I even thought Kathy crossed the line a few times on certain things and like stepped in. Parry was still like totally cool with this person. It was only until they asked for him to debate me that any sort of like moral issue is taken with anything they've done.
I heard earlier, maybe like before this even happened, that Parry was the first person in Snarky Chat.
Is that?
And maybe we'll have logs that might maybe.
Is this true? Yeah, he was a known Kathy collaborator, Kathy's top guy.
So, yeah.
Alcoholic chatter. That's like calls in way too much.
Also, he has like.
Oh. That's interesting what he says here.
Yes. So the thing is, outside of like the same 5 like things that he uses, he has no other like frame of reference for insults. So he either assumes, because it's projection, you're an alcoholic, you take ADHD medication, or you were molested or raped at some point in your life. Now, the reason all of these things are funny is because Parry has gotten so drunk that it's affected his performance live on stream, such as when Himpleton calls in to debate him. He's literally so drunk, he uses that as a cope. He uses him being drunk as a cope for, like, our private interaction. I showed the receipts of this where I called him up to like confront him on some of the issues I was having, and he like took no accountability whatsoever and like behaved like a child. He claims he was drunk there. So he's getting so drunk it's affecting his stream performance and his interpersonal relationships. So that's total projection compared to Kathy, someone who has never drank in VC to our knowledge, right? The molested point, well, Daddy got kicked out of the house, and he didn't really want to elaborate when people started asking that question. So whether or not that's projection is up for question. And then in regards to the ADHD prescription point, he takes Ritalin, and he's somehow still fat.
Yeah.
I was,
It's just
There's
like...
another thing, too. He's on stream calling Destiny a pedophile because, and quote, he was molested, so he's more likely to be a pedophile. This is before people knew that he was molested. And also, a point that he continues to call you a liar for and does not elaborate. He just says he lied about personal stuff. He lied about personal stuff. What exactly did he lie about?
What I lie about,
It
yeah.
seems like, yeah.
Oh, I obviously let them call in, so it's on me, guys. It's my bad. But, they just call in, and they usually had nothing to add, and they would bug everybody. They would show up on, like, shitter streams. And, they had this, like, group chat called Snarky Chat, and, recently, I've been fighting with Kathy, as you guys might know.
Thank you for the 5, Puddle. Bro, Green quit his job so he can be a cobbler's apprentice. Also, chill on alkies. Alcoholism is cool only when it's puddle sucker.
Because he decided to start making dox threats. I feel like, dude, fuck Queen Max. It's like, why is Parry even talking about this? It's like, I kind of have to.
What? Dox threats? It's interesting how he's says this, because you're going to find out that he uses dox threats and joked about doxing interchangeably. But as an introduction to it, you're already priming your audience. He's made dox threats. He doesn't clear that up.
And the dox threat was him saying, I'm going to like find your IP to his to a streamer. They're like acquaintances that are both cool, that both make that are both cool with this type of humor. That's like the threat, where nobody thought it was a threat.
So, if you're an unknown viewer, like a DGGer, and they open this stream having no idea who this guy is, they have no idea, and this is what they hear, they're going to stick around, they're going to listen. And this is conveniently right after he's been shilling his fucking merch for fucking 15 minutes, so just keep in mind, if you're like a viewer that's not, you has no idea what's going on, the first time you've ever seen Purple Parry Gaming, pay attention to how he's going to skew the fucking story and lie.
Flagrantly.
Right? If fucking, like, people are gonna, like, obviously I had an association with this Cathy person. He used to call into my stream.
An association. He used to call into my stream. You two were, like, collaborators. You were top associates. Best friends, one could even assume.
First fucking viewer when Purple Parry was just a little shitter. Little Queeman Orbiter.
Kathy would give... Kathy gave him his talking point for the Repsion Snark with my cover. Like, he literally has used Kathy's, like, this is not just some, like, random person that calls in. I don't know, like, this is just, like, a lie by omission.
I say used to, like, it was years ago. It was like a month or two ago, right? And basically what happened was, guys, is I have, like, and you can say I'm, like, you can say I'm lying, and actually the real reason is because Kathy actually owned you, or whatever. Take whatever you want. But in my head, I have, like, a 3 strikes policy, vaguely, more or less.
It was all in his head, by the way. We've never heard him ever articulate this policy in the past. I'd love to see some evidence for this, that he's ever used this in the past, because surely if this is just, like, some core solidified policy, we would have seen it somewhere. But also, we don't know what the first 2 strikes were or when he ever vocalized it.
He's gonna, yeah. And, sorry, I just lost my, go ahead.
Yeah.
Where, if somebody goes to fight, if it's like a rando, they're just gone. But someone like that, but despite his annoyances, was like helpful. They send links and everything like that, the archive stuff. Hell, they even like share. I think they share my stream around. So I have like a 3 strikes policy, vaguely, and so unfortunately, Kathy just kept breaking it over and over again, right? Breaking it over and over again, right? There's these DMs, or sorry, no, these chat messages.
No, this is it, and this only came into play after Kathy asked him to debate me.
Where you can see
it's.
Hold on. He just contradicted himself. So 3 strikes, you're out. But he just gave him grace so many times.
Time and time again. You know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's prepping for the lie, or he's prepping for the defense of the lie, where someone asks, where were the first 2 strikes verbalized? If he says that he was giving Kathy grace, he doesn't actually have to prove that he ever implemented the first 2 strikes, thus verifying that he ever actually had this policy. Because he didn't. It's a lie.
I really do enjoy how he says, "Oh, I just let him call in." Yeah, right.
They're just a caller, man. It's literally like Trump talking about Epstein, dude.
He's saying
but it's more like Epstein. Yeah, dude.
I might be guilty of this because I had watched this VOD. I pre-watched it, so maybe like priming the audience, because that's my personal opinion. But I think that right now, when he first starts, and people might call this a lie, that I did this to spite Kathy. I mean, maybe not exactly what he said, but that's just kind of getting out ahead of the lie. And you're gonna see. Sorry, I'm not gonna do that anymore. But I just don't like the way he does that.
Yeah.
Better call your IP. We have your IP address archive. Better call your IP changes. I already know your city because you literally shows where you live in Google Map on stream. And it was an accident. And this is about this like streamer guy called Ricky. And people are misinterpreting what I said or misunderstanding what I said. It's not about poor Ricky. Ricky's being taken advantage. Ricky's being threatened with his dox info in the chat. He is, but it doesn't. But I can't. But Ricky says that he's not really being menaced. So there's no point in me.
Wait, so okay, Ricky says he understood this was a joke at the time and he's cool with it. Parry's cope is that Ricky, as the person being threatened, would be incapable of answering honestly. The problem with this is Parry was going to ask Ricky, as he admits in the call where him and Kathy first debate, Parry was going to go and ask Ricky what he felt about this, meaning that there was a scenario where Ricky would provide an answer that Parry would believe was acceptable. You would assume an answer that went in Parry's favor. So he entered this to question Ricky. If he didn't get the answer he want, Ricky couldn't be answering honestly. It must be the pressure. And if Ricky was to give him the answer that he did want, he obviously would have run with it. It's so dishonest.
Yep.
It's sort of like, oh, the domestic abuse, the lady with a fucking bruise all over her face says that she loves her husband and she just fell down the stairs. I don't care what Ricky has to say, but even if it is the case that she just fell down the stairs, in this case, the husband goes around saying, oh, when I get home.
Also, the other problem you have with this narrative too is that Kathy and Ricky had a very public falling out when Ricky felt like Kathy overstepped. So in the debate moderation. So Ricky is somebody that demonstrably is able to vocalize when he takes issue with Kathy if he believes that Kathy's gone too far. We've seen this. So I don't know why this wouldn't be applicable here.
I don't understand why we need to write off and not care about what Ricky said. I think Ricky is able to describe his relationship honestly with Kathy, especially the one who's being accused, or he's the one being threatened right now. And the way that he frames it, I mean, can this guy only fucking project every analogy here? He's kind of like the father who's beating the wife. Really,
everything.
Dude? You're fucking parents here?
I don't know.
Really, man?
I don't know if it's like an autism. I don't know. But like when you realize all of them, like every insult that he throws at other people is something he tells himself in the mirror. It just gets like sad at a point. It just gets like really fucking sad. Like he was talking when he made up the shit that I had a stepdad that was like beating my mom or whatever. He's like, and you just like stood there and you fucking watched and you wish you could fucking fix it. I felt bad for him because he told me that his dad beat the family, and I realized like it sounded like he was like talking about like his own regrets and projecting it onto me. I felt bad. Like he just, I guess he stood there and watched.
Him calling Destiny a pedophile before people knew he was molested clearly gives you some insight into what he thinks about himself. And then right here, using the analogy with the beaten wife. Okay, sure, you're projecting. But it's also like a dishonest way to discredit Ricky altogether. Really, you're just saying to everybody, do not listen to what Ricky has to say about the context of this joke here. Do not listen to him. Listen to me. That's my biggest issue with this.
It falls flat when you realize he was totally willing to accept Ricky's answer so long as it went in his favor, and it didn't. So now he can't accept that.
Oh, I'm gonna beat you. If you know what I mean.
Thank you so much, by the way, for the 5, Bobby B. Kathy, I consent. Ricky, I consent. Parry, I don't consent. True, the myth of consent. $2 from Kinetic Cal. AG4L, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Hope you're well.
Right, guys, if you understand what I'm saying. The problem isn't just whether or not Kathy's threatening someone with their dogs, which they are here, according to them, it's as a joke. The problem is also that when I confronted Kathy in a call, and I played this call in a prior stream, it should be available on Kick, or it's, I believe, members only on YouTube. But when I confronted them about this, they were like, I don't owe you anything. You're a hypocrite. I'm not going to change. And like I'm saying, if this was the one time they did it, it would be one thing.
Wait, when did this Kathy, did this ever happen? Because he made up the same lie about me. He claims that when we were in London together, we had this, like, confrontation about, like, how aggrieved he was about, like, my moral, like, misdeeds or whatever. This never happened. This literally, hand up to this never fucking, he just lied. He just made it up. We never had a confrontation IRL. The last time I saw him was when I went out for dinner with him and Soul, and I covered his bill and everything, and then he just like just like laughed. After that, like, there was no like serious confrontation at any point. I don't believe this happened in the way he's like saying that it happened.
But they were doing other crazy shit like posting like IP grabbers.
You said you won't apologize, but did you? Okay, but he's claiming that you said like you're never gonna change or something, like as if like you've accepted the behavior and you've said that you're not gonna change or that you're gonna continue it anyway. I doubt that happened.
Shit in servers I'm in that I saw. It's like, come on, man. And there was another thing with Templeton, but I don't have those pictures. And so they had like, and again, because Queeman is going to be like, oh, why is this Parry retard hashing this out all over again? And it's like, I kind of have to, because I made the mistake, you could say, of associating with Catty, and I don't want it to, I want to like sweep, it's all bits, you know.
Also, I love how he, in the association between the two of them, unironically, Kathy made the mistake of associating with him. He's a serial woman beater. He's a blatant liar. He has threatened donators with their own docs and then accused other people for making jokes of the same nature, of seriously wanting to dox someone, and then decides to litigate that and prop it up at a time when DGG, a community that regularly doxes and is searching for information about the same person, when all of their eyes are on us, he decides to relitigate this. It is unironically, he's the problem. Like, he's like, associating with him is a detriment to you. And it's like he's acting like the association hurt him.
Yeah, it's total fucking hand-wringing here. I just sent a clip in or a video in inbox. This is the last time that I know of that Kathy and Parry kind of litigated it here. If you want to play that, maybe now or later, whatever. But
is this
there it is.
Yeah, we've watched this before. We've seen this before. Yeah.
Okay, you watched it. Okay.
Yeah.
And another thing too. Wasn't this whole like cut off about like a week ago? This was a week ago.
I think so.
Right. So then waking up, kind of telling on yourself here, implying that you have like a guilty conscience. I have to wake up and I have to talk about this because people are gonna think I lied. So I have to get ahead of this right now. I need to get ahead of it. Nobody's making you do anything. In fact, you were told against your better judgment. This is what you said. Not verbatim, but that's what you think, to not talk about it. And here you are still talking about it. So it's kind of, you have a guilty conscience and you're trying to get ahead of this fucking lie.
And on today of all, or not today, sorry, and of 2 days ago of all day, of all days to relitigate this, man.
I don't want it to be, I don't want to just like, pretend that it's like going to, you know, I kind of have to like bring up, I have to kind of bring up, the history here, so as to explain what's happening, and not to be called a sweeper or whatever. Really, I have no choice. But anyway, so me and Kathy were on bad terms, and coincidentally at the same time, right? And so me and Kathy were on bad terms, so I kicked him out from my Discord or whatever, and he was like spurting out over it for a bit, more or less. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I'm missing any details. And so Kathy has this server called Snarky Chat, and coincidentally, around the same time as me and Kathy are having these arguments, Snarky Chats.
I don't understand who Parry's audience is. The answer is simple. It is a bunch of childless women that have decided to adopt this 25-year-old man as their like infant. And I think that, you can do better, ladies. You can do better. Let's be honest.
Listen to this. He's like, let me talk about Kathy and I's relationship. Okay. When did you join Snarky Chat, by the way? Are you ever going to tell people when you joined, maybe some behavior you might have seen? Or are you just going to sit here and you're going to say, Kathy's guilty of doxing, but for however long you were in this server, did you ever talk about it? Maybe, and especially this is the guy you had on stream all the time. And it seems like you're saying you might have been aware of it. Did you ever voice any issues at all? Public, private? Anybody? I don't think so.
This was it. Yep. And he's going to pretend like he did. He literally recontextualizes everything to make it look like he had some great moral issue at the time that conveniently was never vocalized. And he'll explain it away by making claims like I was being charitable to make himself look like the good guy in the course of trying to substantiate his lie. If he says that he was being charitable to Kathy, that explains why there was never any vocalization of the first two strikes. It's just lying, dude. It's so easy. I understand why he doesn't want to debate me, because it's not even like good lies. It's just like, it's so half-assed.
This is very juvenile pure lies here.
Lots of debates in DMs at the moment. Don't worry about what he says. Right? That's good to know. It's good to know. And basically, around the same time, me and Kathy are having these fights, which is to say, like yesterday, where it was just past basically the time that these like disagreements was happening, and it's like I didn't want to make a big deal of it. I was kind of moving on. I was trying to move on because I understand a lot of people find infighting gay, and at the end of the day, it's just I don't.
Oh, Green, did you see this, by the way?
Oh, okay. I don't know how to make it clearer, so I'll just lay it out here. Just because some retard and their retard viewers demand I do something doesn't mean I have to do it. Buddy, that's commentary. If you're making a claim or a take about somebody, you should be willing to talk to that person. Okay, this is not like this is a Diorio tactic right here. You guys don't need to tell me what to do.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm not obligated. I have no obligation, dude. It's like
anybody that brings this up. Really, dude? You're a fucking 80 viewer shitter just like Aiden. Come on, dude.
Nope.
Really?
No, you saw he was at an hour into stream. He was at 39 viewers tonight, man.
Anything for content. Willing to go through someone's fucking bathroom just to find something to snark them on. Suddenly doesn't want to fucking debate. Good fucking joke, bro.
Sad stuff, man. Sad stuff.
I don't trust Kathy, so I just banned him, and that's it. There's no need for back and forth. But as it happens,
check Streamlabs. I didn't get the ding. Let me check Streamlabs. Normally it dings if somebody donates, and it didn't ding. Yo, thank you so much to fuck my life, dude. Keep playing this.
The server Snarky Chat, which I mentioned yesterday, gets leaked, right? So
thank you. What the fuck? Thank you, Pass. I can't even say that name for the $43. We will be sending skulls from CPS to your location. Be forewarned. Snark is inevitable. Keep the skulls coming to my house, man.
I just learned something new. Recently, I've been told this. I don't know how true this is. Maybe we'll find out when the members list maybe comes out. But I'm being told that Every single one of Parry's mods was in Snarky. Quella, Hellbent, Hick Fury, and Spudgun. He was absolutely heavily involved.
Intertwined communities. Intertwined community. Listen, it's...
Your community is Snark left, buddy.
Yep.
Who are you making this fucking VOD for?
Yep.
Your community doesn't give a fuck about... never gave a fuck. So, the only people that really care are DGGs.
Also,
come on.
I didn't react well enough to that donut. Once again, that $43 is fucking crazy. So thank you to the random anonymous person that just decided to give me that. And thank you for the $1 for reminding me to check the pre. It goes off. The sound goes off. I normally can see it, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
There was this server called Snarky Chat where, well, basically it was just a bunch of people in the quote Snark left or whatever, talking about how they hate Destiny and other shit. And most of it was just, like complaining and boosting
talking
clips.
about how they hate Destiny.
Really? That's the okay, this is clearly set up for fucking DGG viewers. The first thing you have to say about Snark left, not that they clipped tweets, they boost each other's tweets. No, it's an anti-Destiny. The server with the fucking skulls on it is the photo that I've seen floating around. It's a fucking... I thought it was like an Ethan Klein Snark. You were in it possibly from the beginning for a long amount of time. You had a ton of people that you're modding in that server, and you're definitively claiming it was an anti-Destiny server. DGT will love that. Destiny's gonna love that. Thank you, Parry.
Why is Green's pick Chris Brown? Well, Green picked Chris Brown because Green's not a fan of his music. He's more of a fan of his lifestyle, some could say. You want to elaborate on that, Green?
Yeah, he had some funny dyed hair in the original photo. It was like fucking pink and purple or some shit. He looked goofy.
Gotta.
Queeman, basically bullying people into sharing his clips around. Which good for Queeman, man. I wish really my only regret here is that I didn't bully QQ or Catty or any of these. I just wish I bullied more people into posting clips of me.
Right. Right. These are people you're gonna bully.
And anyway, so somebody in the server defected. There was an imposter among us sound effects, and they archived the server and they sent it to Lonerbox. And he said as follows.
But yeah, and also I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use.
Let me just play Lonerbox's stream, man. Let me just play the whole thing.
I think someone like defected, guys.
As Lonerbox explains, yeah, it wasn't just people sharing clips. Apparently, there was like evidence of
someone. We don't know who. We don't know, dude. It's crazy because I went into this. I'm like, he's not the leaker, dude. I get it. It's good Snark. But like, holy fuck, dude. He really wants you to think he is with the stream, man.
I think anyone with fucking eyes and like maybe a decent amount of fucking like experience with people that lie is gonna see this and be like, dude, you're just trying to get ahead of your fucking lie. And your fact that you're like memeing on it, dude, I can't believe anybody would seriously think that I might have leaked. Me, the guy who holds grudges, famously thin-skinned, impulsively does things to spite people, would do something like this. Come on.
What? Yeah, it's like the thing with him is, whenever you say Parry wouldn't do that about something, the truth of the matter is that is totally something he would like. There've been so many times where there's just like a line there that I don't think he would ever cross, that he just goes and he does it, and it's like, I don't like. I honestly, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Because his one thing he was saying for a while, he tried to like blackmail me with this info that he had on my family or whatever, even though I didn't tell him anything, and he completely misinterpreted it and then just like got the story completely wrong. But he was like trying to like blackmail me with that for a while, like threatening to leak it, and then like he'd go and say, when I talked to him, like alleviate my concerns about it, be like, I could have leaked this and I didn't. I could have. Well, he crossed that line too, and it wasn't even. He got it wrong, so it wasn't even a big deal to me. But like, there's literally no line he's like not willing to cross.
You know what's really funny? Hold on, a few things about Parry's impulsive history. So number one, punching a woman just because the boyfriend said that you might have hit her.
Wasn't even her boyfriend.
And so then to prove. Oh yeah.
It was
to
his
prove
friend.
that he didn't punch her. He was so mad. Not to prove, I mean. He was so mad that he was accused of punching her that he did it anyway. Okay? Then, in Malta, goes through your computer. So it's the first time you've ever seen this guy. First time, you're just a fucking YouTuber. And he also takes a photo of you bent over. He's taking pictures of your ass crack. Okay? And then, and this is what Soul Skibbity told us, and Soul Skibbity, he still stands by it, even though he's easily influenced. I don't know how you can lie about this, but he says that Parry went through your backpack. He went into your hotel room. You guys went there. You went to the bathroom, and he started rummaging through your backpack. Or your suitcase, or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay? These are fucking insane things to be doing to someone that you've never really met. You don't really have like a strong friendship at all. You're basically content creators meeting up. And he's doing this because at this time he hated you. And he wanted to get something on you.
And the scariest part about him is when you're with him, he'll pretend like he likes you. Like and then like he waited until he wasn't in my presence anymore to then suddenly flip and try to like get back at me in every conceivable way possible, because essentially I didn't initially want him on the London trip, and then he came on it, and that entire time when we're pretending like, okay, things are cool, he's actually just like figuring out different ways he's gonna like fuck me over when the trip's over, while pretending to be like cool the whole time. It's like people like that are like legitimately like a little scary, because it's like you think everything's fine and they're just sitting there like plotting. It's crazy. Thank you for the 2, by the way. Froggy Fresh fan account. Confusing owns you, little bro. So true, man.
You know, the one thing I don't think it's impulsive for, when he dined and dashed, you know, kind of just left without saying thank you. I don't think he had any money at that point.
He did. He doesn't. He literally he makes his first $1,000, his only source of income. He makes his first 1,000, and what do you do with $1,000 you make? You put it into index funds. You want to grow that money if you're not somebody that has a lot of it. He decides to immediately spend all of it to go back to London. Like, he just spends all the money he just made. So on the Buckingham shit, it's not like he won in any conceivable way, because all the money went down the toilet so he could go do what he normally does and just like go get drunk all day, which is what he went to another city to do. He went to another city to get drunk all day and beg people to meet up with him.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, man.
Shit in there. Here. I hate this guy.
Okay. Haircut looking fresh. This ain't haircut, buddy.
Like, he's only reading the message about his haircut in order to tickle Pink, the Zionist woman in his audience. I hate this guy. Get on with it.
Has been sending kind of like sparse information for a little.
Right.
The UK sending that ship called HMS Dragon over to the Middle East to deal with stray farmers. So that's exciting. Well, Britain going to war overseas. Woo! But actually, there's something else as well that I don't know how much I care for, but I guess it's funny. So there's this Good Samaritan.
He doesn't even care, guys. He doesn't even care. That's why he's bringing it up on stream. Okay, dude, I hate this guy. I hate this fucking SSRI out dog, guys. I hate him.
I mean, dude, he's like, I don't really care about this. You know, but I do need to get ahead of this, guys. You know, I feel like I've been forced to really talk about this, but I gotta talk about it. This is how you feel about it. Okay, you're pretending to not care about this. You're pretending that you just have to because my optics. You know, I gotta get ahead of this somehow.
He's loving every minute of. He's loving every minute of it.
He's smiling. Please pay attention, viewers. Just look at his facial expressions, okay? His audience are not people that are great with facial expressions and social cues. You're gonna see, you zoom in on this guy, he is very happy. Notice how he talks about Kathy, about everything. He cannot help himself but get a big fucking little demon smile.
For a little while, but today it's just kind of gone a lot bigger.
Monerbox versus how the fuck am I Monerbox? Have you seen the way this fucking loser bitches? Like, I was watching him. He was like,
"Oh, I talking about Lonerbox."
You know, people say he's just always the victim. Oh, people even listen.
I'm telling you, he only has material. When I called him up and was like confronting him for all the shit we just went over that he's done to me IRL, he literally said to me like he feels like I'm attacking him or something. Like he somehow in that situation still viewed himself as the victim. He was whining to me on the beach in Malta that nobody wants to associate with him. And it's like not fair or whatever. And it's like, while completely not understanding like his own actions make that impossible. And I was trying to explain that to him. I'm saying you have to make some concessions to optics. You have to, which is where I told him about like saying that you've done some introspection if you're going to do the change, etc. I was giving him this advice. I said, you have to, if you want to ever make it out of this community, you can't keep doing what you're doing.
Another thing to add to that. Isn't this the I think I will leak guy? I'm pretty sure this was his reputation before he came into his own as the Brandon Buckingham guy. But this was always his reputation. he was the I will leak on you if I stand to gain something from it. And, well, he does stand to gain a lot right now. He's wearing his fucking merch.
Yeah.
This is what I say. Please shut up.
But, where to start? Okay, so today I got told that.
You really think that Neil Drop raped me in a Twitter convo? Yes, I do, Lonerbox.
Right, earlier today, I got told that Sulfur, who used to be
I'm mad at you, Wendy.
In this Discord, who is no longer.
All right, so like I was saying, it's like the Snark chat server had a bunch of like people that don't like this, and one of them, I guess, was this Sulfur person who's also known as My Wand. And what I covered this person. I didn't cover this person, but isn't this also the same person that was calling Stylo a monkey? Isn't that the same person? Or am I in the wrong about that, guys? This Sulfur person, they're also My Wand, right? Or no? Right, it's the same person that was posting this stuff, and that Chud had to ban from his community.
Does this
or is it someone
segment
else?
does he talk about Kathy more?
Or is My Wand and Sulfur, are they different people? I don't know. Actually, maybe I'm just dumb here. Anyway,
was making a video about me, and that she might be making it with.
She was responsible for the tomfoolery mega document, which the chair document. So I wasn't around for the tomfoolery one, so I don't know which one it is. So she's not the person that was dating 30 Tom and then started dating the guy that's the guy from Crazy Taxi.
He talks about he's better looking. Then I don't care about any of this, man. It's just
you have to just tap 5 seconds here because he will remember this guy.
The guy that was molested. That's someone else anyway.
Tony comes into still regular in this.
So not the same person that was dating Sick, right?
Well, cool, that's intelligent.
Oh, yeah, so I guess like Lonerbox is saying that people were stealing criticisms of him from some article by a guy called Beast Process. It's off. That article.
That's me. So, more challenging. So yeah, I'll probably go through that at some point. I don't think it's.
Is this what people say when they say I'm unclippable? Is what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe,
I've been trying tonight. I've been really trying. Okay.
Between giving thought out fucking take, then a vape puff, and then going on about the take again. Yeah, it makes it very hard to clip.
That's one thing. Because I know there's a video being made and like, big deal. People can criticize me. I don't really care. But then I'm given this.
Dude, this fucking Lonerbox guy. This guy is such a fucking ego. Like this guy's like, oh, of course, there's no criticism.
Yeah, that's why I'm mad at you, Wendy. You're trying to get me kicked out of college.
Defeats me, bro. You were defending fucking blowing up diplomatic negotiations. You fucking genocidal freak. Oh my god, you Zionist freak. Yeah, people aren't able actually to bring arguments against me. It's
enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back to, I think, autumn of last year. And I had a quick look at like, some of the people who are in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of, you'll see them, there's like a kind of small group of reply guys and kind of like troll chatters. Some people call them snarkers. She was talking to.
So the majority of the server was just like people, like,
not that many people
think about Ethan Klein or Destiny. But apparently, yeah, so I heard of it, but I was asleep. Yeah, apparently people like Kathy or whatever were just like, I don't know the details. I don't have an archive of it. But raiding, like Linda, like basically people to go and fuck with people in chat is my understanding.
Wait, sorry.
But raiding, like Linda, like basically telling people to go and fuck with people in chat is my understanding.
That was not.
Okay, bro.
Was that I don't think that was a regular part of the server. I don't think that happened a lot or at all. I haven't seen evidence of that. Maybe it did. I don't know. Have we seen evidence of like encouraging brigading?
They would have been tweeted by now.
I haven't seen anything. I don't know.
Look at it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, clip farm each other, and they'll do little tweets with all caps and the sirens on each side.
He hates the sirens. So this is the annoying thing, guys. All this is fine. Like, who cares that there's like a Discord where people try and boost clips, right? Like, where people like Substance or whatever, like try and like post clips in order to fucking like get more views. That's completely okay. I mean, for fuck's sake, Kick pays Indians to do it. It's obviously okay if you have fans and they want to help your content and they want to post it around. Call it AstroTurf, it's fine. Everyone does it. In the big leagues, everyone fucking does it. I wish I could get people to do it. I need to do a better job of asking people to clip me, to be quite honest.
Nobody is clipping you, dude. Nobody. You know what? He's trying to get bigger in an outside community. That's what the new technique is. That's why he's changed his branding. That's why he's like making some optics concessions. He's not being as edgy as he used to be. He actually thinks he can make it outside of here with a pass like his.
Yeah, DGG, Food Shops is the late night show. You're never gonna be any of their
You think that's what he's trying to
do? I think so, totally. I mean, look, right now he's like talking about Lonerbox. Look, Destiny's not gonna watch this shit. You know what? I think Destiny's gonna get a timestamp of when he talks about Kathy, and because Kathy hasn't been talked about for 20 minutes, he's not watching this. That's why he's now giving a little more defense for Snark left. Get that.
Sad stuff, Mom.
And it's like, it's annoying because, subhuman wretches like Lonerbox will pretend that that's evil. Meanwhile, DGG does the same shit, etc., etc. But then there is a part of the server.
Okay, this is just too inconceivably boring. I'm sorry. Well, I'll talk to you later. Great. I can't do it. I can't. I honestly, it's just too boring.
Yeah. All right. Peace.
Now, I owe somebody a clip, so we're going to go over this story again. Don't mind the scratch under my eye. So, Purple Parry Gaming unironically assaulted one woman. Confirmed to me directly. I spoke to his IRL best friend about this when I met him, and this is that story. I'm going to tell you again. Okay? Purple Parry Gaming unironically assaulted a woman by his own admission and the admission of his IRL. This woman was arguing with Parry, and he was using his hands a lot talking to her, and his buddy Barry comes over and thinks that Parry touched her and says, don't put your hands on her. And he's like, I didn't. And then he decides the reaction would be to go and punch this woman in the face, breaking her nose. Her nose was broken. She was bleeding all over the pavement. He's 18 years old. After this occurs, and this woman is now bleeding with her, she refuses to speak to him to this day, by the way. I asked about that. They never made amends. But her nose, she's bleeding. He then walks away to the bus stop, at which point a bunch of Slavic men, this is per his own friend, a bunch of Slavic men see a crying woman with her nose broken and ask who did this, right, to his friend. And his friend points the direction he went, and the Slavic men go apparently to the bus stop. The bus was there. They get on the bus, and they beat the ever-living shit out of Parry. Parry loses the first fair fight in his life. The police show up, and he gets held in a cell for the night. I don't know if any charges came of that. I don't know exactly what happened, legally speaking, but he did. It's not a bit. It's not a joke. This man-child, unironically, just broke a woman's nose. That's not the only incident. There's other allegations that he pushed a different woman into traffic, but the one that was directly confirmed to me in all seriousness by his IRL involves him breaking her nose. So yeah, this guy's literally just like assaulted women. Anyways, that's your story. Make him sound cool. It's not cool when he loses every single fight to like a man or someone that's like, he loses every fair fight he's been in, both verbally, intellectually, and physically. And he is just a pathetic man-child that will get bitch slapped around by majority of people who are way more competent than he is, so he has to go for the easier targets and the easier wins, and when those targets are not so easy, he runs and he hides like a little bitch. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we stayed at 100 for most of the stream. We made nearly $200. We hit Streamly goal for the first time in 2 fucking months. This is like, I think the 3rd stream now, I think, where we might have broke 100 if I remember correctly, in a row now. Okay? I think the comeback is happening. And I think that the summer of AIDS is inbound, okay? It's going to be an AIDS-filled summer, folks. I've got big things planned. Very big things planned, in fact. Things that are so big, you're going to be amazed at how, like with Parry, you're going to be amazed at how big they are. All right? Great things are coming. Stay tuned. I appreciate all of you for being here every step of the way. Make sure to like on your way out if you haven't already. And yeah, I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me send you into... You know what? He needs it. He needs it. I'll give it to him. He needs it. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.